Coffee in the morning, gotta have a coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Good morning and welcome in, everyone. There we go. Both of my co-hosts are here now. How are we?
Good morning.
Good extra morning, Salty and Joe.
I was going to say, Miss Shorty, when we were scheduling this, I wasn't even thinking about it being in the middle of the night for you. So sorry.
No, that's okay. Oh, actually, Salty, our daylight savings ended on last night, not this night. And so I normally get up at 3:30 in the morning. It's 2 a.m. here now, but that's like 3 before. It's basically the same. All good.
Yeah. Okay. You sound like me, right? Yeah, I got up about 4:15 this morning, my time, and I've been up ever since. So welcome in, though. I'm glad you were able to accommodate us. I would have been more than willing to accommodate your needs. But I'm glad you're here. Joe, as always, I'm glad you're here. We had a great time over on your channel the other night, Miss Shorty, and the conversations were great. And I knew that I was going to do a show today, because of course we are trial eve. So I'm glad you were able to join us for this. Welcome on in.
Thanks for having us.
Yes.
I'm still discombobulated from a dream I had last night.
My God, do we even want to know, Joe Schmoe?
It's a dream that only a true crime brain could come.
Oh my goodness,
out of the subconscious. And it's actually part 2 of a dream that I had a couple nights ago. It's just so bizarre. How does my brain come up with this? So a couple nights ago, I dreamt that I unalived Stephen Stearns.
Hold on, Joe. I was drinking my coffee. You got to give me a warning. That almost ended bad. Okay, started shit. Okay, all right. Let's go. Finish this story. I want to know how it goes.
So I unalived him the other night, and the details are foggy because I've slept since then. But I do remember that I removed his head so he couldn't be identified.
Oh. Maybe it was a few nights ago, and also trauma. You're suffering that fog around trauma from committing a crime, Joe.
Yeah. Right. But so I'm not in control of this dream like my subconscious is. So I get rid of the body part, but the head I still have. And I'm tired of looking at his ugly mug, so I wrap it up in red duct tape. But I want to make sure.
Okay, so you just might have explained to all of us why people do that to people. The experts say it's because they don't want to be looked at by their victim. But you're like, I'm just tired of looking at him, period. Okay, we got you, Joe Schmoe.
Yeah. So I wrapped his head up in duct tape. I got rid of the body. I don't even remember how I got rid of the body. But I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of the head. So I just put it on my dryer, wrapped in red duct tape. And then, so tonight the dream starts out, somebody shows up at my house and they're like, I need to do laundry. And I'm like, oh crap, I got Stephen Stearns' head on my dryer.
Oh my God.
So I'm like,
okay. Sorry. Shelley just said, okay, Joe Shabiz.
Right?
It's so funny that she brought that up too. We're going to look at this business given the business.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh wait, crap, hold on, wait, give me 5 minutes. So I sneak out of the house with the head under my arm, and I'm like, I need to wrap it in something, and the only thing I could find was bubble wrap. So I wrapped his head in bubble wrap, which is clear, so it's not like hiding what's there. But on the way out, I'm like, okay, you're free to use the laundry now. So I leave the house, and I'm in a countryside that I don't even recognize. I've never been there before, to my knowledge. But I'm wandering around, look for a place to stash this head. And I walk past a road crew of convicts in orange uniforms, doing road cleanup. And I'm trying to hide the head so they can't see it. And just as I get past them, the head slips out of my arm and falls in the road.
Damn.
And this convict looks up and he goes, "That's a human head." And I go, "No, it's not." And I go and I pick it up. He goes, "Yeah, it is." And he starts walking towards me, and I start walking away, and I'm like doing the fast walk. And then he starts running towards me, and I start running. And you know how fast you don't run in dreams. I'm like, I've got like concrete anchors on my legs, but his crew boss, his road boss, whoever it is, blows the whistle. He sees his convict is running away down the road. So he blows the whistle. This guy stops. I get away. I turn the corner, and I'm like, okay, I know there's got to be like somewhere around here I can stash this head. And all of a sudden, headlights light me up. And the last thing I can remember saying to myself is, I'm not saying shit without an attorney present. And then like, that's it. I don't know how my brain comes up with that stuff.
Oh my God. I got questions. Like I need to know certain moves you made during the process. What were you thinking? You know, all these different things that went through my head when you were telling that story.
And then I have also further questions. The dismemberment, Joe, has tones of Idaho, Daybell, Vallow, and maybe you identify with those folks because of your hobbies with bodies.
Hobbies
Joe,
with bodies? I don't know that I have any hobbies with bodies.
Make it merch.
Make it merch.
Hobbies
Make it
with
merch.
bodies. Oh yeah.
No
Right.
dismemberment.
Oh my gosh, that is too funny. Yeah, maybe this true crime community, you're developing your style of the way you like to do things. Taking heads off the bad guys.
Oh man.
If you were going to pick one to unalive, you picked a damn good one, right?
Right.
Joe didn't unalive anyone. It was all a dream. You know, they weren't Lori style dreams and visions, were they? They were.
Exactly, Salty. Next question: are you someone who has the gift of foresight, Joe?
I kind of do a little bit.
There you go. Yikes, Joe. Shush. No more talking. Get a lawyer. Get a lawyer.
Maybe someone's going to take off Stern's head when he goes to prison, and Joe has foreseen the future.
Yes.
Oh,
which end, no. Sorry, too early for that.
That's a good
Sorry.
one.
Oh, snap.
I've seen that ugly thing, both of them. No thank She said, ew. Joe warned me. I was like, send it to me anyway. I don't care if it's in there. I need to see that shit. And I was like, dude, really? God, dang.
Yeah, I got pictures in the FOIA request.
Yeah, he did. We saw something we didn't share with the general public. He didn't even want to share it with me. I'm like, I'm a big girl, just send it anyway.
Joe, I'll have my people talk to your people. We'll be in touch.
We want to take a peek. It was so gross. I mean, it was just like, oh, no. Wow. There's this. Oh, wow. And it's funny that you brought up Stearns because I got a tiny bit of an update about Mr. Stearns. Because I have his docket here on the computer, and I usually check it. And I know that we do have a hearing coming up on April 23rd. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, so it's 1 p.m. my time. It should be televised. Now, he had motioned to keep cameras out of all pretrial hearings going forward, and the judge denied that. Like, excuse me, sir, you are in Florida. We have this really big sunshine law and not happening. So it will be televised. And you didn't get to stay in his little cell the whole time like Adam Montgomery. He got to pull that shit one time. And we were like, no. You're marching on to court like everybody else has to. So he has to do that now as well. But they will be hearing motions to suppress. And he does have the motion to suppress out for the Google evidence and 2 motions to suppress out on his cell phones. And those are by him claiming they took his phone. Remember that stuff, Joe, where he was like, oh, he volunteered the phone. Yeah. And I've got all the document drops prior to the FOIA request that Joe had. And I've done multiple lives on all, and it took a long time to get through that first FOIA request was 896 pages long. We went through every bit of it, and a lot of it was heavily redacted. There's pages and pages literally that were redacted, and we know what those were. They were the CSAM photos, and rightfully so. Keep that stuff, under wraps. Um, but they got their search warrants and all that good stuff for the phone. I'm not worried one bit. I will be shocked if the judge grants any of that stuff, but I am keeping an eye on what comes down through the filings there because I followed the. I don't set out to follow children's cases, right? They're heavy. They bother me. I'm human. True crime I can talk about all day long. I can talk about all kinds of stuff and compartmentalize it. But when it comes to the kids, it's a little more difficult. And so don't set out to do them on purpose. If they, it just happened that Sebastian and Maddie went missing the same day. It was right after Riley's strain. So I was watching both of those cases, and we see the mess poor Sebastian's case is turned into, you know, and we saw the outcome of Maddie's. So I'm going to follow Maddie's case through because it's a difficult case, but it's Maddie's story that needs to be told, and a lot of little girls out there like her, not just little girls, little boys too, they need their stories told, and people need to start paying attention to the warning signs these children give off. I get schools can only go so far, but if you feel strong, or your neighbor, I'm telling you, I'm not that neighbor. If I severely, if I really, really suspect something is not right, I might be the one to knock on the door, right? But I'm not going to sit back and do nothing.
It's also true. It's also far more common than I think people understand how many grown men, in particular, are grooming and doing the
Yes.
precursor stuff that Stefan Stearns was doing with Maddie. Not even going to say allegedly. I mean, but allegedly. And I have personal experience with someone who claimed to be presented themselves as one particular way, and then it all came out just in December actually that this person was actually a convicted registered child SO, and it had been through Discord grooming, and was arrested in a sting grooming 14 and 15-year-old girls, and actually lured and went and met. So that person is now, known to police and on the sex offenders registry, but it makes me kind of sick. The Stefan and that person was an avid follower of the Maddie Soto Stefan Stearns case. Vile. So the number of these cases are kind of problematic. Very important to shed light on for Maddie, for the victims, to keep their memory alive, and to make sure justice is served, and to keep public awareness onto this sort of thing. But also, I think it's a conversation that needs to be had, that there no doubt will be men in particular, some that kind of men. I'm not saying all men, but those kind of men who have a proclivity, for underage girls in particular, but who will be following these cases to get their rocks off, which is very sickening.
And that is a part of it, and so reading through those first sets of documents, because oh my God, there were so many, it was hard to read a lot of that stuff he was doing. So I tried to do it with sensitivity, but at the same time, I'm an adult, and we did talk about a lot of it, but we tried to do it in a manner that, and I kept an eye on chat. You don't never know who's watching. They don't have to chat to even let me know they're there. I may never know they're there watching, right? And we all know that as streamers. But that's what you said is so true. And yes, Pokemon, these kids that are on, and it's not it's not a slap at Discord. It's a social media issue, right? But Discord is just one more of those platforms these kids can access and be lured. We've had it happen here locally, with kids getting lured by people, and a lot of it all starts online somewhere, somehow, right? And I think if you live in this day and age, and your
Well,
child is exposed to all of that, there should be a lot of conversations happening.
well, I've actually done a whole episode. It was anyway. It's called about one of my very good friends here in Australia. She lives a bit about 8 hours drive north of me, but she's one of my closest friends, and her daughter fell victim to her teenage daughter. It was about 3 years ago now, maybe even 4. No, 3 years. Fell victim to. I'm not sure if you've heard of him, Kyle Spitz, who's now in federal prison awaiting sentencing for his worldwide uh, uh, part in and quite a ringleader role in a Discord group. But that's just like you say, that's not, Discord isn't the
Yeah.
problem. It's any online platform can be the problem for exploitation and sexploitation and causing harm to not only like inciting young people and vulnerable people, members of the LGBTQ plus community to do harm, and this she did she was coerced, this young girl, into activities, online stuff with him, including self-harm, and the trauma it's caused their family. They are still awaiting
Yeah.
full justice. They've done documentaries, but in real life stuff, like as in person to person stuff with, for example, Stefan Stearns and Maddie Soto is very real and very
All
dangerous and
around
happening
us.
all
And
around us,
they were
no
both
doubt,
in
tragically.
Discord, but the gaming, for the gaming community, because we see the search warrants, for Maddie's
Yes.
account and Stefan's account. What worried
Mm.
me more was what was Stefan doing in that Discord, with these children gaming. What was he doing in there? Um, there was just a lot of places that I think he probably was that people are not aware of, especially when you get 35,000 CSAM on
No.
one computer and none of that was battling, right? So that
Yep.
tells you he's in a lot of
Yep.
places,
Yep.
doing his thing. And he's not the only one. They're disgusting and they're vile and they're predators, and even reading all the enraging stuff that Jen Soto, you can almost see. Okay, because in my opinion, this was a very weak woman, a very disconnected woman. I don't think she ever bonded properly with her child
Mm.
to begin with, all based on what her prior husband before Stefan Stearns said about her. She was already exhibiting certain behaviors. That's why their relationship ended. So when Stefan come along, they were fuel to each other's fire, kind of like Lori and Chad. Was a part of her groomed as well, was a
Mm.
part of her completely tuned out. What mattered was that women wake up and see that, and stop saying, I need a man. Not all women, because it's not. And I don't mean that in that way. But for some women, as long as he's here, I'm good. And they ignore every red flag in their face. And at what expense? Sometimes at what expense? So that's a
Willful ignorance, right?
exactly.
Willful ignorance, because the truth is perhaps too overwhelming and too much to think about. So easier and l- so lazy, so disgusting to just go, I can't
You
with
have
this.
to.
No, you have to with
You're
this. Like, you
exactly.
have to with this.
If that's like the biggest thing you have to with, right? That is your child. You are, as a parent, that's your freaking first and only job is to protect that child. And your complete failure to do that, even if you were just being naive and totally checked out, you let it go for so long and so many years, it's unexcusable at some point. But I think a lot of times, a lot of red flags do get missed, especially early signs, But what some people don't even know what to look for. And if we can help educate on what they look for. He looked for a woman with a young child. If you don't think he was, you're crazy. You know what I mean? I don't mean that insulting to people. I'm just saying that's his goal, because he's a predator. Yeah, I know he's a
It's a
predator.
bit,
He's
yeah.
into children. He needs a little girl. So he finally found himself one. And the only way to get to her was to get to that mother, right? So Yeah, and it's just
Hmm.
it's unbelievable. And even with these social media apps, we have a case here that's a grown ass woman lost her children. I forget the circumstances as to why she got the kids taken away, but while she was, I guess she got arrested and got released on bond somehow, but she was then some other family had her children. She was communicating via a Roblox app with the 9-year-old little girl. And she was mad at the world because her kids got taken away. She coached her own child to go into the next room and harm the baby in the house she was staying at. And this went on for over a week, and the little girl did what her mother told her to do. The baby is okay, thank God. That little girl tried to hurt that baby, and she's sitting in the local county jail right now, awaiting trial on that shit. It's just crazy. Know what your kids are doing, people. I've raised kids in two different worlds. I've got two that are in their 30s and did not grow up with all that gaming, Wi-Fi stuff at their fingertips. I got an 18-year-old who was raised right through all of it. There's a lot of conversations you can have with your kids. Just be open, be honest, and be there for them as well. You know what I mean? Have the conversations. That's all I can advise. Don't be afraid of the conversations. I
And
think kids are
I guess there's, as a parent, there's a fine line to between
right.
terrifying your children and educating your children
Hmm.
and yourself,
And I
right?
tried to do that with all my kids, not terrify them, but at the same time educate them as to what they need to know, what can happen if they don't if they are not careful. Like, what will happen if I get in the van with the bad man who was looking for the puppy? Well, you don't have to be graphic with them. You know what I mean? Because in their mind, they may just be driving away and you'll get them back, a few hours from now. But no, you may never come back. There are just, and it depends, it's very child specific too. Some kids are
Well,
more
and
mature than others. They can get more information, right?
I remember when I was
Go ahead.
growing up, it was the white creeper vans that we were taught to beware of.
Hmm.
Remember that? Like in the small
Yeah.
towns, like look out for those
Yep.
creeps that are driving around the vans.
Go near the, yeah.
Yeah, the
We were
internet
literally
changed.
raised to be scared of them.
Yes, and the internet changed everything. Like we can't see that white creeper van coming now.
True. No, because now he's behind a screen in the house somewhere, a house somewhere, you know. Shit. Keegan Klein was doing that to Abby. I mean, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Libby. Well, Libby and Abby, actually, a couple of their friends. So, it's that guy sitting, or woman. There's women out there that do it too. But yeah, you can't, it's hard to, um, and I see, well, now because my 9-year-old grandson now plays that Quest on, and this is his first time being allowed to play online with other kids his age. But my son makes him play it. He plays it right there in the living room where my son is sitting. And you can literally walk past him and hear what the other kids are saying, right? And so we monitor what he's doing. And there's an app that's attached to my son's phone, and he can literally see everything my grandson's doing on that game, who he's communicating with, what they're saying, all that, even on their little side chats. So if your kids have those kind of devices, make sure you're tuned in, because now we're having to have those conversations with him, right? Now that
yeah.
he's got some exposure.
And if your kid is fighting it, if he's fighting supervision, then be like
Yeah,
extra aware that there may be something going on.
yeah. Yeah, because I have found they're pretty open to the conversations. Or when I start to talk about something, they'll start telling me about something, right? Because now they're wanting to know. Well, I wonder if whatever it was, and I'll just I'll let them talk, and that's how I find out more things about the kids than me pushing and questioning. I just open a conversation, and it usually comes out something. You know what I mean? Whatever their concerns are as well. So yeah, good conversation on that, because I think it's important to talk to the kids, especially in this day and age. We heard that when we were growing up. It's not the same when as I was a kid, and now we're saying the same shit. It's like we didn't ever want to have to go say the same things our parents did. My gosh.
I walked uphill in the snow to and from school every day.
In bare feet.
Yeah. See, I don't have hills or snow, so that would never fly here. But we had to walk in the scorching heat with the Florida humidity, okay? And in the winter, it was cold here, no matter what anybody said. Oh no, for some reason, hold on. Sorry, I had to mute to cough. I've got the allergies going on. When I minimize my screen, then I can't see the bottom. For some reason today it's active funky. I didn't mean to. I'm going to have to share screen in a second. All right, so guys, as we know, Lori Vallow's trial gets underway tomorrow. Opening statements. I know. That really just made me stop and pause for a minute. Going, we're going to hear her get up and make an opening statement. That alone is what I'm very curious as to what her opening statement could be.
If you could bet money on how many objections the state will place during her opening, what would that be?
That's a good one, because she's by law they can, if she doesn't say or word something just right, they're going to yell objection.
Well, they did during voir dire. I mean, they objected twice during voir dire.
She gonna turn around and get mad and say, "Why are you objecting to that?
I'm not getting a fair trial.
It's not fair."
But her voice will be much higher pitched because Willie loves the wine.
Yes. Right. Yeah. It's okay that we're excited because I think we feel like more justice will finally be served. Because look how long they've had to wait to get the trial for Charles's death, and so.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag because the families, especially of Charles, especially people like Kresha, are going to finally see some form of justice in this because she's not going to be not guilty, but on the other hand, they have to relive everything and go through all the emotional things that they're going through right now. I mean, it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, and it has to be tough if you are in their shoes. But I think a part of me at this point might feel a little bit of relief, like finally that she's going to have that. And what a day in court it will be with all her weirdness, I don't know. I took a look at a few things. I've been looking at a few things over the last few days, and it's given me, knowing what we know now compared to what we didn't know back then when the kids were just first missing, right? It's like there's so much, and so many people that were involved. So many people have been unalived. The next trial that she goes to, Brandon, he survived. But what if he hadn't? There'd be another murder conspiracy trial, not just attempted, right? There'd be another one. So it's like, how far would they? What happened with these two? I always wonder that, and I know that a lot of times we may not ever get those types of answers, but it's always something I wonder. What the hell really happened with these two? What started all this? How did it get there? Y'all lurking away over here at. Oh, thank you. I love that name, right? Motion to scream with the butt granted. I want to steal it.
She's one of the good ones. They all are.
I saw that in your chat, and I was like,
yes.
Love the name. So nice to have you here. Welcome in, Pokemon. As always, welcome in. And Mitch, we don't have a lot of chatting right now. That's okay. Lainey, welcome in. It's a Sunday for you guys. We're usually here. Asha, welcome in. It's good to see you. So Joy, hello. Good morning. Nina, how are you doing this morning? Welcome in, everybody. If you're just out there watching and lingering, well, welcome in as well. What did Joy have a great idea? Going to have to make a Lori bingo card. We're all going to be screaming bingo.
Very quickly, I'd say.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably be getting confused with my bingos. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, there's just too much going on here. Do we have enough rows of stuff, to put everything in? Hey, Jeff.
Wait, Joe. Joe,
Go ahead.
maybe you should make a bingo card and take it into court. And when you hit bingo, just scream out bingo.
Yeah, do it. Do it. See if you, like, Lori will look at you all
So
crazy.
so I just extended my Airbnb through the middle of
Oh,
May, so that's probably not a good idea. At least not until like the end of the trial, till like closing
Yeah, wait.
arguments.
You'll have to put a very rare bingo on there just to make sure you don't hit bingo
Right,
too soon.
exactly. Yes,
this is true,
like
right?
Lori makes a good legal argument.
Just she. I don't know, man. She may have one or two up her sleeve, but I don't. They might be just standard defense type stuff. You know what I mean? Nothing's gonna be making any differences there for her. Goodness, I don't know what this woman's thought process is about her defending herself, but we saw what she said. There was a new interview that dropped with her. Did you see that, Joe?
Yes, that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
nuts.
I'm not going
What?
to share it here. Well, I was not. I'm not going to share it because I tried to make two different short videos off of that interview. First time it told me 3 minutes was too long, cut it back down because I was using copyrighted material. So then I did. And it told me again, you can't do this. Gray television. So anything that gray television is behind putting out, and this is not the first time, they will strike you immediately. And they're doing it to everybody. And then while Kresha was live trying to play that video, they knocked her stream down at least twice that I know of
Oh
because she
wow.
was playing it. Yeah. So I'm not playing it. And I don't even Arizona Family News or something like that is who they're called. Now I think that a few channels like I think Court TV actually reviewed a little bit of that
Well,
interview, things like that.
Colby did a live on it. I didn't look into that live to see if he was actually playing pieces of it or not. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, some of them, like I said, I couldn't even do a short video on it for like a minute or less. It's like this is blocked. I was like, what the hell? And then it tells me gray television, and that is not the first time they've done that. They were doing it in the Delphi case as well, just a few weeks ago. So I'm over all that kind of stuff. I can just tell you the story. Lori's a crazy lady, and they have let her get away with spreading her crazy everywhere, calling her sane when we all know she's not. But then again, can you tell somebody they're crazy because they believe a certain religion or believe their kids are zombies? Does that make them crazy? In my eyes, it does. But I don't know if in the eyes of the law that does. Colby's crashed, Nina says, Joe.
Oh wow.
And he was starting and stopping and chatting, right? So were they doing the same thing at Kresha? She was stopping, she was commenting, and twice during that live it was taken down.
I wonder if they got actual copyright strikes.
Risky.
I don't know. Very
Risky.
yeah.
I've had a stream taken down completely because of that. I was restreaming the Karen Reed Dateline, the Night of the Nor'easter special, and we were stopping and commenting, not nearly as much as Colby, but I got a warning. It got taken down. It got removed. It went black, but my stream stayed live. It just disappeared off the screen, and then I was like, nah. Let's go. We're doing this, and we did do it for a bit longer. And then the whole thing got taken down, and I got a full copyright strike. So I'm now down to 2. Not risking that again.
Yeah, Dateline will do it. Anything like now, Court TV does not. They're like, we're Court TV. Or if it wasn't for true crimers, we wouldn't even have a channel. So
Right.
they don't ever do it, and I don't know why they don't get a strike when they review the video or when they reviewed it. Because I think I
They
got
probably pay a fee. They probably pay a copyright fee.
Copyright fee. You're right. I didn't even think about it like that. But yeah, Jeff, they did think that, man. Where you been? Makes it. Hey, so Jeff says, with LDS General Conference being this weekend, with the masses of Mormons hearing from men they believe hear directly from God. Oh, okay. Makes me think it's not a huge leap for Chad and Lori to think they heard from God. Like, you mean this weekend?
No. So I think he's making the point that I've made on Miss Shorty's channel, that from the LDS belief system, that you believe that people hear directly from God
Yeah.
Like, it's not
No,
just
no,
exclusive to the leaders of the church. You personally can have direct revelation from God in your
right. And
life.
they clearly state that. Lori still thinks that to this day. She's got a direct line to Jesus. She's his favorite. She's the favorite, right?
Yeah.
According to
So,
Lori, she's got a direct line to Jesus. None of us have. I don't care.
Oh, Jeff. Jeff made another good point. Oh my goodness. I bet
Jeff,
they do.
what is he saying now? I wonder, Joe, I often wonder if LDS members spend a lot of time being jealous of other members that claim to get revelations from God directly. That's a good question. Joe,
Mm.
answer the question. You're in the
well,
hot seat.
we know that Melanie was, because she said in that police interview that she doesn't get direct revelations, but because Lori claimed that she did, that she just believed Lori when Lori said that she did, but Melanie admitted that she doesn't, that she just took Lori's word for it. Kresha, welcome in. Hey, good to see you 5 times. Holy
Mhm.
cow.
I'm just
Oh my
reading that.
goodness.
Yeah, it Colby has the same issue as her. Okay, yeah, I knew you were having problems because I was watching that live when you were doing it, and it went down twice that I knew of. So you got to be careful out there.
It's the
Just,
wrong Jesus.
just damn if that ain't the truth, girl. I don't want her Jesus, right? Lori's Jesus doesn't sound like the Jesus I like to walk with. I got a certain image in my mind, and I don't.
Well, any Jesus that tells you that it's okay to unalive your children and
Yeah.
other people is probably not the Jesus that most people follow. Just
Well,
put
no. I mean, the religion I was brought up in, they didn't teach my parents that I could be a zombie one day if I was acting out. They did do some strange things, though. I know a Baptist, Southern Baptist, and when I heard this, I was like, I was floored. I I don't, I'm a very spiritual person. I don't go to church, and there's a reason, right? But I was in one a couple years ago. I was in the ladies group thing, Bible study, whatever they want to call it. And the new preacher's wife starts telling a story, and they're like true Southern Baptist people here. Well, they're actually a different brand, but anyway. So she starts telling this story, and I realize what she's telling us. And these ladies are all sitting there into it with their Bibles clutched. They had performed an exorcism on a child. And I'm like thinking, well, what did this child do? And what are y'all? They were freaking serious about he was possessed. I'm thinking to myself, was he possessed or just need some counseling? What are we talking about here? You know what I mean? I was very uh, put off because I understand what all that is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not naive, but it's not what I went to church to hear. It's not a belief that I believed in, right? I don't believe that children are just possessed by demons because they act up. That and me, I think a lot of parents are assuming sometimes in these certain religions that if their kid acts out or has problems they're unaware of and they don't know what's causing them to act out, then they're just going to label them as little demons. And
Yeah,
that,
and that's not just exclusive to children.
yeah,
So
no, it's not.
I'm I married a gal that was in the Pentecostal realm. She grew up in the Pentecostal realm,
Hmm.
and we got knocked up and married when we were really young. And I was still Mormon at the time, not really practicing, but still in the church and still had my belief system that I was indoctrinated with. And she had her belief system that she was indoctrinated with. But I agreed to go to some of her church services. And there was a point in time when there were people that were in her church realm that believed that I was possessed because I was raised in the Mormon church. So,
I've been to a Pentecostal church before. It was, oh, me and my sisters were like, what in the heck's going on here? We went home and told our mama, we're like, no, we're going back to Granny's church. We're good. When they started flipping down those aisles and speaking in those tongues and all this stuff was happening, I was like, all right, peace out. Y'all have at it. It's not, I'm not understanding. I'm all about some Holy Ghost, I guess, but not like that. Gee whiz. If you know, you know. Joe, you didn't start, did you, when you, did you ever witness them speaking in tongues and things of that nature? What,
Oh yeah.
you as
Oh
a
yeah.
Mormon, what did you think? Were you
Yes.
out by it, or?
I was, oh my God, get me the hell out of here.
Literally, oh my God, like get me out of here.
Right? My God, not Lori's.
Yeah.
No. Uh-uh. Um, wait, let's see. What does Nina say? Oh, good, Kresha. I'm just making her laugh out loud. Good. She needs a good laugh. Okay. Nina's watched the new interview. I wish they'd ask her though, if you were wrongly accused, why didn't you have defense in Idaho? Why did you give your kids proper burial? Right? What about that defense in Idaho, lady? Because you didn't have one. No, they simply said the state was going to fail to prove their case. And well, they gauged that pretty bad, didn't they, Nina? Lori didn't like those attorneys not listening to her, so she's got to be her own attorney here to make sure she's heard. The only way Lori's going to get heard is if Lori speaks for Lori. I think it's always been that way. And it's disturbing how easily manipulated and fooled, even like her niece Melanie was. Melanie Gibb, lady, you a grown-ass woman. I don't really give you too much of an excuse for anything. Melanie, 9 years old when you lost your mom, so I kind of get the connection to Aunt Lori. But you didn't start thinking some of that shit was a little bizarre, honey? Until your husband, the new one, had to tell you, wake the hell up and smell the roses. You know, they're looking for these kids that are missing and you're still backing your aunt. It's crazy. And how many people believed into their stuff and bought into it, you know, family alike and all these friends and stuff that they had in their groups.
Yeah, I had actually had some questions the other night. I can't remember what chat we were in where we were talking about Melanie's and the fact that she was in that circle and she was involved in that circle, but she also denied knowing that they were going to try and unalive Brandon. And
yeah, there's a lot that she says that kind of like Melanie Gibb, I got to save my soul here. I'm looking really bad right now. I got to do everything in my power not to quite look so bad. It didn't work with me. I don't think it worked with a lot of people. I mean, unless you're just going to give her that naive card, right? Just give her that card and let it go. But it's hard to let that go. It's hard to see how adults bought into all of that all the time, you know, just constantly. And it grew and grew and grew. And then when you start looking at it, you know, I get where Chad's religious beliefs were founded in, right? I get where that started and what he was doing there. I get the prepper stuff. I get all of that. I completely understood it. But there was some missing element there. But then you start factoring in these portals and these visions and these different things. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. I don't know a lot about being Mormon, but I know that's not that. Maybe it is to an extent, but what they're talking about is not. And I knew that. And I knew it the whole time. But people kept digging into the sex and the drugs. I mean, sex and the drugs. I'm going sex, drugs, rock and roll. The sex and the money. Some were digging into, you know, just this religious cult aspect. And I'm thinking, no, there's a missing piece here. Because at some point, Chad began to incorporate energy healing and things of that nature into what he was doing, into his own visions and beliefs. He's like, this is interesting. I'm going to pull this in as well. And that's exactly what he started doing.
I mean,
Go ahead.
that goes back into what we were talking about the other night on my channel, the three of us, where Joe was talking about, the suspending disbelief and that complete buy-in, that once you are fully indoctrinated into that way of thinking, then nothing's really a stretch, is it, if you're all in?
No, exactly. And when they put in, because I'm totally fine with energy healing. I've got crystals right around me right now. I got there's a whole element there that a lot of people don't know about. I can really get into some of the energy stuff. I know there's a lot of people out there who claim to have visions. And I'm not going to tell you people don't have visions, but I will tell you the ones who actually have them don't go around telling the world about them without a reason. And because it's not energetically, it's not a great experience, right? So it's not something a lot of people do welcome it in, and they're like, just bring it all. Some people are like, no, hell no, I don't want a part of this. Get away from me. But it was the stuff they were incorporating and like opening the portals. They're in certain practices, not just Wicca or paganism or any of that, or just certain spirituality type things, energy work, you can open a portal, but there is a particular way to do that. And the other day when we were listening to Melanie Gibb run her mouth to the cops, blah, 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 and she wouldn't shut up. She started saying things. I'm listening to what she's saying now. So I'm trying to get past my annoyance with her and just listen to what she's telling me. And she started telling me about how her and Zulema and the other girls, Lori, they were all there, and they're going to do this casting. And they're all trying to come up with ideas. And then she went to go name off the 4 elements. And she's like, they're going to call in, and then she couldn't name them. I'm like, oh, hold the hell up. These ladies are about to do a botched ceremony right there in the living room to cast out somebody, and they're about to invite all them demons right up in that house with them because they don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know if that happened to them or not. Somebody was a demon up in that mix, and so probably it was Chad the whole time, and Lori, because they probably didn't know what the hell they were doing either. And whatever they were doing, they let all that evil in, and they just relished all up in it. It felt like, you know what I mean? But we're going to take a look. So Chad he started his publishing company in 2004, and he named it Spring Creek Book Company. And he would put out, his books, other people's books, and things like that. And he had an author come on board, Julie Rowe. Julie's books with Chad's company, I believe, were like romance novels. Kresha, do you know much about Julie? I believe what I could see, now she's written other books, like spirituality books, right? And on energy healing and all these different, her visions and all this stuff. But she was also writing little romance novels. So that's how she first got hooked up with Chad. And I believe, from what I've seen of Julie and Chad, that was probably his introduction into the healing, the energy stuff, the energy work that they were incorporating into their religious beliefs with their little cult, creating their own little pot of things, kind of like those Odinists over there in Delphi were doing. Yeah, well, I don't believe that. I meant to say I do believe that. That's why would like to have a conversation with you here soon. There's a lot more to it than I think people think. Not that they don't think that, but I think the reality of what could be really happening over there, it was just so much for some people, Kresha. I do believe that. And I know you've put a lot of research into that aspect, and yeah. There's a lot to unpack with that as to where they got, where they were incorporating and what they were doing. And I don't care. I'm not anti-God, although I don't believe in organized religion. I have a relationship with the Lord as I know him, right?
Yes.
What the Bible, tells me and what I've learned. I'm also very spiritual, and I believe in a lot of energy healing as well. But what I will not ever do is work with a demon, invite a demon in, try to cast out demons, all that shit. That's not my job. And Lori to sit there, I guess she's found her calling after all. because in her new, her in her was it the latest interview? So now she's a freedom fighter for the incarcerated women, because they're incarcerated for up to 5, 8 years if they ever get to trial, because they're forced to waive their speedy trial rights. They're forced to live in horrid conditions in these county jails while awaiting trials. And she's just complaining on and on and on about, well, maybe your Jesus, Lori, showed you your true calling, send you to prison where you can help other women and never get out. I don't care about the other women. If they get out, they get out because they got out, whatever is going on with them. Lori will never get out. So I guess Jesus gave her new calling, y'all. She can just go over there and help women. And that's what she said basically in that interview, the new one, that she just got there and she couldn't believe how long those women had sat there and waiting for their trials to come up, and all these things, and how it was Maricopa County's the worst jail after dealing with 5 separate judicial systems herself. And she just went on and on and on about that. And I thought, you know what, lady, you got your new calling. Go be that jailhouse lawyer clerk lady and help support all those women that need it, right? And fight for their rights.
Perhaps do their hair for them also.
Right. She'll do your hair. She'll fill out your law forms. She'll give you any kind of advice. She's Mom Lori, right? One day she's talking to Jesus. The next day she's running to Burger King drive-through. Jeff, Lord, help us all. He ain't lying. Man ain't lying. All right. So we're going to get started here with a little bit.
Oh, Jeff again. Jeff with the zingers.
And Jeff, I have to be careful what I read before I read it. So like, Jeff's gonna get me in trouble on the YouTube one day. I've almost messed up a couple times. So if I don't read Jeff's comment or highlight it, y'all, it's for a reason. I'll be like, oh, Jeff, come on, man.
I think there's a little bit of, I find, just from my streaming point of view, you can not get away with, YouTube doesn't pick up on as much as is suggested. I only have a couple of words or content things that get me demonetized to a yellow $sign to a green. I mean, I think it's not quite as all-seeing and all censoring as one would think.
No, people have tried to tell me that one time that there was a whole list of words you couldn't say on YouTube. They've seen it and all this stuff, and I'm like, what? I'm not going to rely on somebody that I can barely think's got a brain to begin with to tell me that and me take it to the bank, right? No. I researched it. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I can say whatever the hell I want, apparently.
Well, yes and no, but I mean, and also it depends on the overall thematics of the stream as well. But yes,
True.
Anyway, sidebar.
Yeah, no, you're
shop talk.
Good. No, you're good. I mean, I don't think people realize sometimes the stuff we do have to think about before we're doing it, And I don't always want to
think about it. I just say it.
I just say it. Me too.
Suffer the consequences.
Sometimes I forget I'm like on a live stream with no telling how many people are actually watching at any given moment, or whatever. And I'm like, oops, I'm not just chatting with a couple people here. We got a lot of people watching. So
goodness, Kresha.
Are they all part of that old cult of Lori and Chad's? Are they all believers? I should ask. There's still. What happened to all the people that did believe in them? Where'd they go? Where'd they end up? You know what I mean? What do you do when your leader is suddenly arrested for all these murders? Him and his woman. Where do you go now? That's who we counted every day to hear from Chad, his visions, and what was going to happen. We were prepping for the end of time, and now he's just gone. What did they do with themselves, I wonder? That's crazy. They had to go somewhere with their little beliefs, right, Kresha? They just kind of like start forming little other oddball groups off to the side and doing their thing. Okay. Let me pull up today's stuff. I almost forgot what the date was for a second. Okay. I thought we would start just with a little bit of a refresher. Let me make sure I got my timestamp good before I do pull it up, because I'm not watching the whole thing. It's not really a refresher. It's just that aha moment, like, thank goodness. So this is when the verdict was read in Lori's first trial.
Jury's all present, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, the court will note that we had alternate jurors that were excused upon deliberations, so now the remaining 12 jurors who have deliberated are here and appear to all be properly seated. Will counsel stipulate that the jury is all present and properly seated in the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the defense will stipulate?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, at this time, the court will inquire then from the jury. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yeah.
Very well. If you have the verdict form, I'd ask the bailiff bring that over here and we'll have it brought to the clerk to be read. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form, find that it's been properly completed, signed and dated, so at this time I'll direct the clerk to please read the verdict into the record. The defendant would please rise.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho plaintiff versus Lori Noreen Vallow, aka Lori Noreen Daybell, defendant, case number CR 22211624. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 4.
Was I muted just then?
You might have been.
Salty, I muted. Celty, I was muted last night on my second stream for a good 3 minutes. I swear to God, everyone was like, muted, muted. I was just opining off,
What?
soapboxing.
For some reason, when I separate my screens this morning, it's not letting me see the bottom of my restream, and I thought that I clicked unmute because I was drinking coffee and I didn't want nobody to hear me drinking, so I had mute. But so I was responding to Kresha's comment about her mom. Here we go. Because as I was watching this morning, about 5 o'clock this morning, I was thinking about you guys, Kresha, and I could see your mom and dad. I could see Kay. I could see Larry. I could see Larry's reactions. I could see Kay's, but I couldn't see you. And is this you? You know, it looks like you're behind this lady, right? I can't see you, but you're there for your mom, and I've held space for you the last few days because I know you. The other day you were having a hard time, so just been thinking about you and asked everybody over here to hold space for you and keep you guys in their thoughts going through this process. And I hope that tomorrow starts Charles Justice for sure. For sure. I'm gonna get this screen. This screen is like tripping me out. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't understand what's going on with it now. It would do this the other day, but it came back.
In regards to count 4, the amended indictment is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Answer, guilty. And number 5, in regards to count 5 of the amended indictment is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. Answer, guilty. Question number 6, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty. Dated this 12th day of May, 2023, signed by the presiding officer.
All right, please be seated. Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict into the record. At this time, let me just inquire of the jury, is this in fact your true and correct verdict?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask now from counsel, does the state wish to have the jury polled?
We do not, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the jury will be polled at this time. Madam Clerk, if you would please indicate only by juror numbers of each of the jurors if this is their true and correct verdict individually.
Juror number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court does find it's a unanimous verdict in this case, so I will direct the clerk to record the verdict into the record of this case. I'll now have a closing jury instruction for our jurors and also those alternate jurors that are in attendance today. You have now completed your duties as jurors in this case and are discharged with the sincere thanks of this court. The question may arise as to whether you may discuss this case with the attorneys or with anyone else. For your guidance, the court instructs you that whether you talk to the attorneys or to anyone else is entirely your own decision. It is proper for you to discuss this case if you want to, but you are not required to do so, and you may choose not to discuss the case with anyone at all. If you choose to talk to someone about the case, you may tell them as much or little as you like about your deliberations or the facts that influenced your decision. If you decide to discuss the case with anyone, you should be careful to respect the privacy and feelings of your fellow jurors. You should limit your comments to your own perceptions and feelings. If anyone persists in discussing the case over your objections or becomes critical of your service, either
I need to get I called her a Wendy bot because she's like a robot. Look, y'all, Kresha, I saw what you were saying about, how she never lynched, and you're right, because we didn't get to see her during the trial the way you did, because we weren't allowed in the courtroom during the actual trial. We just got that damn audio at night. But here we got that look at Lori, and for her to just be like, all like, whatever. It's like, this what it appeared to be. Okay. Because that was just them talking, the judge explaining shit to the. We're going to take a look at something else here. Stepford bought for shizzle, y'all. Cracking me up over here. Okay, have you ever seen any interviews, Joe, with Lori's mother or sister?
Yes, with Kay. Oh, with Lori. Oh, no. Okay, Lori. I thought you were asking.
Lori's, yeah.
Yes. No, I have not. Is
We're
her
gonna
sister's
watch
name
one.
Summer, right?
Yes, Summer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Summer
and doesn't
Shizzlet.
Summer
doesn't
Chiplet,
she, right? And she can't even
whatever.
spell it. But
Yeah.
doesn't she also have another sister that is deceased?
Yes, Melanie's mother. There's
Yeah.
actually two, I think. I think there are two sisters that are deceased, and one of those was Melanie's mother, the niece Melanie. Not Melanie Gibb, but the niece Melanie. Her mother, I think she said she was 9 when her mom passed away.
You can't
And that's
ask me questions out of the dark like that. You got to like get my brain stirred up a little bit first.
Hey, I thought, y'all, come on now. I got like 3 cases in my head at one time popping off. You should have seen me multitasking all day yesterday, working on 2 at the same time. I'd put one down, and I'd pick up the other one and start back on it. I'd put that down. I'm like, I gotta go outside and touch the damn grass. But guess what? It was windy and cloudy, and I don't like that. So I was like, damned if I do and damned if I don't. All right. So let's start with watching a little bit of this work, because we're taking a look, going back to we're going to look at this Julie Rowe here in a few minutes and try to, just show a little bit about where the energy work came in to the LDS religious beliefs they were already believing in, and all the prepper stuff. And then Kresha, I believe, also has, I can understand where your theory has developed, Kresha, and I don't think you're wrong. And when you bring in energy healing, if you stop there, you can start to incorporate other things. I don't know where Chad got those things from, because I don't think it was from Julie Rowe. Her thing is totally something different, right? She's not. I don't give her any credit. I don't take up for this lady. I think she might be full of shit herself, especially when I show you something in a minute. Because she believed a lot of things that she may not have, probably shouldn't have believed, but she didn't believe in she wasn't doing the people are zombies and demons thing, right? She was totally energy work. But after she parted ways with Chad, there was still, I think he was going deeper down this hole into these different beliefs and taking what he wanted. Did at some point, where did the satanic worshiping come into play? That I don't know, because I don't know where he got that from. If he knew people, or if somebody joined him, right? Their little cult they were brewing. If somebody brought that in and introduced it. Zulema, was it you? Because I got questions for you, girlfriend. I might need some of that Florida holy water. Do you know what that is? I bet she does. I bet she does. Okay. I'm going to get sidetracked in a minute and go down a whole other ass rabbit hole on y'all. Okay. So it was amazing to me when you go back and review some of this old stuff about how, okay, I get it. We all love our family members, most of them. We're going to believe in the best in them, especially if we've only ever seen the best in them. So I can understand, getting behind your family and being supportive. But when I see it go next level and I see you victim blaming, And then now knowing what all really happened, I'm like, man, y'all need to check yourselves. Like, super check yourselves. I don't get it. So let me bring up the screen here. Yeah, we're going to take a look. And like I said, and when was this? Let me get y'all the date here on this one. Oh, God, are they going to strike me or take me down? It's that damn channel that got you, Kresha, with that interview. I'm going to try it. We're going to try. If not, Court TV has some of it. We'll just go watch what they put out and let them get the handle the heavy lifting. Okay, so this is Summer, and I forgot Lori's mother's name. I don't know why it's slipped my mind completely. I got names for her, but I'm not going to say them out loud.
Oh, damn.
What'd you do, Joe?
You're pressing my brain to figure out what her mom's name is. I got it in a document. But
She ain't that important, obviously. I
Right,
mean,
exactly.
As far as, you know what I'm saying? It's just kind of unremarkable, right? There's things about her that are memorable. It sounds like it is raining hard outside. Oh, it is. It's like sideways, or I could hear it like hitting the house. I'm like, what in the world's going on? Over my headphones. Okay. But it's super windy here today, so maybe it's just blowing rain every damn where. Okay, Kresha, you do you, girl. You do you. I'm about to play Summer, and that's her name, Janice. Thank you. You go right ahead and do you. So we're gonna play this and take a look, because these two right here, which is wow. Like I said, I can see wanting to love and support your family, but
Oh, I think I've seen this.
you think you've seen it, right? It's been a minute, probably.
I think.
Yeah.
Yes. That you can't forget that staging. That's iconic.
Yeah.
All the
Right.
wrong ways.
Exactly. Let's bump them up to 1.25. And
Yes.
well, yes, let's do that. All right, guys, we'll let this play. If they take us down, we'll come right back and we'll just play something else. We got plenty of other stuff to review.
So we're just gonna do our call. Tell the truth.
Why do you think it's important to sit down and do this interview?
I think it's important because Lori has been portrayed a particular way in the media this far as a monster, a heartless villain that's just after money, and that couldn't be further from the truth, who she really is. I think it's unfair that she's been treated the way that she has been, and I'm really hoping that by us speaking out that people might soften their hearts a little bit towards her and help see that she's really a loving, sweet, warm person, and she's more beautiful on the inside than she is on the outside. She's just a loving, wonderful person.
How difficult has this been for you?
It's probably the worst thing that has
Wow.
ever happened in our family.
Yeah.
I hate to see it like this. I know the truth about Lori. I know how loving she is.
Girl.
Oh my
I mean, that's
word.
Lori's future right there, girl.
I'm glad I'm not the only woman up here right now. Thank you for saying. She missed the spots with face cream. I mean, I'm not. I am one to talk right now. Just let me just say that. So, but yeah, lady. Mhm.
Salty, Kresha just said, throw me a link. I'll answer all your questions.
Oh, okay. Guys, if I drop a link in the chat, it is only for Kresha, okay? I don't do this open panel thing because I'm scared of it. I don't know what's
No,
going to happen.
It's okay. It's a safe group. You're in a safe space. It's your own safe space, Salty.
Let me make sure I can do this. I've never actually done it, so let me try. See if it works. All right. Can you grab that one, Kresha? Get her a bucket of anti-aging for us. Like,
She needs some
I don't have the
hyaluronic.
girl, you ain't lying. And reinforce that hyaluronic, right? We know what's up. They got some serum for that lady. All right, Pokemon, I did drop it. Do you guys see it? Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go.
Answers about the children. I love those two kids with all my heart. Tylee and JJ, they're two of the loves of my life. And I know that Lori has always protected them. If everyone knew how far she had gone to protect them their whole lives. I don't know where the children are, but she felt like she was keeping them safe. That's the impression she gave us.
You're her mom, and she cut off communication, and you don't know where your grandchildren are. That's got to seem strange.
It does, but she said, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything. She did have some major fears that were real to her. She didn't share them all with me. She felt like in her mind that she was protecting us in her mind, but it didn't turn out that way. I did talk to a friend of hers in Hawaii that was a mutual friend, and she said she was going to see her at church. Lori was going to go to church in Kauai. And I said, well, if you talk to her, tell her that her mom thinks she should put the kids in a room with today's date, take a picture, and send it to the police.
Sorry.
Please, that's my advice as her mom.
Sorry, Salty.
Go
She
ahead.
has the very same, her voice, I mean, Kay and Kresha have a very similar, they sound very similar. And then I guess, so then it makes sense that Lori and her mother sound very similar, but yikes, the inflection in her voice is the same, right?
No, I mean, look, Kresha's got a cool mom, right?
Yes. I didn't want to draw that conclusion, but you know what I mean. Like it's the light and the dark, really, isn't it? It's the light over there on the Woodcock side, and then the dark.
And for go ahead, Joe.
There was a phrase in there that she used that is alarming to me, just as a true crime person that watches a lot of interrogation videos. She said she loved those kids. No, she said, I don't know where those kids are. She said those kids.
Yeah.
Like that to me is a red flag.
Like instead of saying my grandchildren.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
She said those kids.
Yeah.
That's just huge red flag.
They're not very, well, Joe, we've heard what her own children were doing to each other, playing touchy-feely. I don't know.
Bouncing on the lap. Lori bouncing on Alex's lap.
In her mind, those are just kids. And a lot of times, my parents weren't like this, but you would hear phrases like, well, kids are to be heard, not seen. Things like that. You know what I mean? God, get your ass out in the yard and go play, that kind of thing. Whatever. But those kids, is it that just their mentality overall? That kids are, I don't know. Are they indispensable there? Or are they just,
they're not close to her. They're not close to her at all.
I was going to say a couple of things that you can certainly see that, and as well with her sister. Like, how can y'all be so, you're contradicting yourselves by coming out of the gate talking about how great your daughter was and your sister was. Then you're going to start saying things that's going to show me like, what, ladies? That's not red flags to y'all. I got sisters. Come on. I know red flags. When I see them, I can hear it in their voice.
We got to keep from having this. Go ahead, Shorty. Go ahead.
I was going to say the people who use that kind of verbiage, they don't even realize, right? To her, that's just normal. Those kids, like, yuck.
But it's also in suspects. It's very common language in suspects who are guilty to distance themselves from.
Yes.
The crime.
That's true, but I think it's different here. She's not a suspect. She's a very detached woman, and I think I see Shorty's point where this is just. It's kind of like watching Steve Gonzalez talk from Idaho. That's just the way the man talks. Is that how it is for these people? Are the kids just the kids? You know what I mean? It's hard to gauge. But she doesn't know her grandchildren that well. Not even her biological granddaughter. And the aunt's going to say that as well. Well, and Melanie even states that at some point. Well, we weren't that close to Tylee. Well, why not, people? How come Lori was so great and y'all saw her taking care of her kids so beautifully, but you barely know anything about the kids? How come? Because
just for the record, I have my hand up over my screen over her face, so I don't have to look at it.
Oh, come on! I did that for you, Joe. I did that. Take a screenshot. Put it on
This is
your
your
phone.
Mother-in-law, your future mother-in-law, Joe.
Yes, yes, sir. Right there in the flesh.
That would solve a lot of problems.
Why won't she do it?
I don't know. And to me, that's what I would do.
Summer, do you think that she is guilty of the things that she is accused of?
No, I don't, not even a little bit. I know for a fact that she did not conspire to kill Charles in any way, shape, or form. I spent a lot of time with Lori and Alex leading up to Charles' death, and I know.
How do you think she knows that shit for a fact?
Emphatic denials. It's a bit of a red flag there when we think she doth protest too much.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome in, Miss Kresha. Welcome in. How are you today?
I'm fabulous. I've never been on Restream before, so
Oh, well, welcome to a new experience.
thank you. And I have 5 billion pictures. So I was like, come on. I was going to use one of Lori and I was like, I hate when people do that. So
Mm,
I got tons of those.
yeah,
I had to
yeah.
dig.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I began
Yeah.
using Stream a while back. I wasn't just going to pay a bunch of money for StreamYard because I was like, I'm not doing it. But someone told me to try
Right?
this out, and so I've been trying this out, and it works fabulously for my needs so far. So,
Yeah. The
all
only
right.
thing I've noticed, and I mean, I don't know if anybody's told you, and I haven't noticed it yet today, but when you started using Restream, see, I pay attention, I know, to
Mhm.
some weird things, but like every now and then you would cut out
Okay.
and then
Well,
you would come back, and I'm like, well, what the hell? It must be, and I didn't
no,
know what it was.
it was me not being hardwired into my router.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Hey, I was like,
I think
well,
I think we fixed
gotta
it
tell
since
you.
since I got the Cat 6 wire and I got it all plugged in. I have not had that issue since then.
Well, there
It
you
was
go.
yeah, it was
See?
super annoying. It was happening on my end. I would like my guests would cut out. I would cut
Yeah.
out. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, is it the platform? But I would also knew I did it a couple times on StreamYard, so I knew it couldn't have been just
Okay.
specific.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. Look, I used to
So,
have like a hard time connecting my Wi-Fi, and I would like bing gong gong, I'd sound all robot, and nobody would tell me anything, and I'd be like, "Do I
oh
sound okay?" And everybody's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "What?"
no, be
Afterwards,
honest, right? You look for the feedback.
yeah, let me know. I can fix
Yeah,
it.
you don't yeah, because yes, thank you, Forrest. I had my mods watching out for it too, because I knew it was happening. I just wasn't sure, and then I talked to Joe about a couple of things, and he's like, "I
Yeah,
think you really need to get that Cat 6 wiring." So I did, and here we are. We're
never heard of her. I'm just picking. All right, so we're going to Leatherface and Summy and Mummy is what we call them. Summy and Mummy.
oh my gosh, girl, these 2. I mean, it
I
has to
said, you
be
said no victim blaming or something like that, and I was like, "Well, shit,
no,
I
no,
gotta
no,
leave then."
these
So
2, they started doing that, like, when they begin to blame your uncle, right? That bothered me, um, listening to
watch
this.
Summer smile whenever she talks about Charles's death.
Yes,
It's
and I'm
really
like
disgusting.
it's like, I know this has to be it has to be difficult for you, but I know you've had a long time to sit with it, right? You've had a long
It's
time to
it's
sit with a lot of this,
and I
and
don't know if that's a good thing. You
I
know
know,
what I'm
I
saying?
know, I know, and well, the thing about
Uh,
it is everybody has a different
mm,
path and journey towards healing. And instances like your families, when
mm,
there's bad things like this involved, and courts are involved in trials,
and
it's
murderous people and,
exactly that's what I'm saying.
producing 2
It's
serial
murders,
killers,
um,
and they
losing.
deny.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying
Mm.
that your true healing journey, honestly, in my opinion, won't begin until this part is over. I've
Yeah.
lost loved ones. I've lost a child, but
Yeah,
I've
it
had
sucks.
20
I'm
years
sorry to
to
hear
sit.
that.
No, thank you. I only share that to say it's been a
Hard.
20-year journey. But if I had lost my child to the way your family had to experience and go through, my 20 years would have looked different. You know what I'm saying? So I feel
Mhm.
my empathy is there for you guys because I
It's
know
hard.
that it's a difficult road to healing when you lose loved ones, but when you have to contend with all this bullshit
Mhm.
in the mix
It
is
really it really does sentence each one of us. It really does. Like we have the sentence
yeah,
also.
you
It
can
because
start
it
you
takes away from your life. It
is consuming.
boom. Yeah.
Well, because it's all still into play, all in play, and you don't know what's going to happen and where things are going to go, and why is she?
And just the pain, just the
Yeah,
trauma, the
exactly.
pain, it contributes to we oh my God, I always forget the names of um oh my gosh, whenever brain damage, or see, it's already happening.
Well, you're
What's it
good. You
called?
you get the brain fog, girl. You're all right.
It's kind of like that, but it's more. Oh
You're
my
having
gosh.
you get
Chat
a
smart.
you get a response. It's a trigger response, kind of like a trauma
No, I'm
response.
talking
Trauma response.
about, uh, oh my gosh, dementia. Shit.
Oh,
I have to
okay.
ask my fiance who had a damn stroke, and he's on top of it
Well,
always. I'm like,
thank you,
good
fiance.
Lord. In fact, the day he had a stroke, we were at the hospital. It was me, my mom, Larry, and my brother, Todd. And so we're all around Jason's bed, hospital bed, and he's out, right? I mean, he just had like a couple strokes actually. And so I'm sitting there trying to remember Charles Manson's last name, his Manson. I'm like,
Yeah.
Charles, and Jason out of nowhere, my fiance, he was like, Manson. I was like, oh my God.
Don't put me on the spot making me think things. That's like Joe. He's
Man.
like, "Don't make me think." Like, I'm
I
that way.
know. It hurts.
With
Okay.
this has gotta be a process though for you guys to finally be here now, knowing that tomorrow it starts the trial, that it may
It's
finally.
scary.
Yeah.
It freaks me out because it's like the court system and just the justice system, it's like it's forcing me to, because it's going to be closure for everybody else, but
Yeah, there's
it's never ending for me. So it really does screw with,
closure
like,
is
what
one
am
of
I
those.
doing here? Why am I here? What am I doing in this space? What I don't know where I'm going. I've always said that. I have no direction. I've just kind of gone with it. And I'm still like that. I've really just let it lead me, and just I follow my heart in
That's
this,
all you can do.
most of all. But I mean, it's just like, what do I do with myself now? And I noticed that with Colby too. It makes you nervous. It kind of knocks you
Uh-huh.
off your rocker a little bit.
I can understand that because it's been so consuming and y'all have shared so much.
And yeah, and you put your heart and your
You
soul
right,
into
right.
this, and
I
yeah.
think it gives you, like, even with you, Colby, and you and your mom and Larry and everybody involved, it gives you a
Mhm.
different insight into certain things, that the average person is not going to have, you know.
Right.
So you're
I agree with that.
yeah, yeah, and y'all have had to experience all these different trials, because you didn't lose
Mhm.
just. It's bad enough to lose
There
one
should
person,
be way
but y'all
more,
lost
in my
multiple
opinion.
people. Yeah,
There should
yeah.
be way more people charged. There should be way more,
Oh, hell,
they
definitely.
didn't have to charge them with murder. They could have charged them with
Conspiracy,
obstruction
anything.
of
You're
all
right.
kinds of aiding and abetting, all the things, right?
Melanie could
And
have got those charges alone.
I
Melanie
know, I'm
Ford.
like, I want to see them pick up freaking trash on the side of the road. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I just want to see them not go away with a freaking spiritual experience on my family's blood. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Because it's like, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, because we
Ah,
we all know that no matter what, I don't care what your beliefs are, taking someone's life is never the option.
no, nope. And being
Never.
there, being there, just Melanie Gibb and David Warwick being there and lying and
Mm.
all the things. I mean, it just, I don't know.
The
The more and more I
the
dig
lying
into them, the more and more they should be charged.
the lying to save themselves, right? And
Yeah,
if
yeah,
we can see right through that, I don't know what kind of. I mean,
I
there was
know.
no community deals offered to them, like you come testify against Lori, you don't have to go to jail.
Well, with Zalema there
Was
was,
there was
but
there the Zulema?
hmm
That one doesn't surprise me because I got real questions about Miss Zulema, and I'd
okay.
love to know more about her past.
Well,
She
she
might be
was
responsible.
arrested in 98, I want to say, for selling and distributing amphetamines, but with the M word ahead of it.
Yeah,
And I want to say she pled guilty. I don't quote me on that though, but yeah, she has a drug history, but Alex Cox was her sixth husband. They were married for what, 12 days?
yeah.
So I believe they all just got married thinking that they would not have to testify against one another and or whatever. I really do. I don't think it's anything more than that.
Oh God, no, it didn't go that deep, right? It didn't.
No, they're superficial.
Yeah, it very much so. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering if Zulema is one of the ones who introduced certain elements into what Chad was doing there.
I don't think so. It's Tom Harrison where this shit's coming from. I'm sorry, where this crap's coming from.
Oh, you can cuss here, girl. We're good.
It's oh, right? No, but
We have a bunch of
well,
cussing ass ladies
F-bomb
up here.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe. Joe's a cusser now.
Look, you
What
gotta
you
know your
laughing
audience,
for?
man. You gotta know your audience. These women up on this panel, we are the audience.
Yeah,
Fucking
you too, dog too. Everybody get in.
You been cussing.
Yeah.
we're here for cussing and coffee.
Here I go. Let me you I hate that when you laugh so hard. I'm a smoker, so then you start doing the smokers, the cough. You're like, damn it.
I live around 3 ass fields, and I don't know what they're going to plant this year. It should be peanuts, so I'm not looking forward to it. And they've been prepping the fields for a few days, but like the last 2 days,
They
I've
burn them.
been living in a windstorm, and I
Yep.
walked out this morning, and all I could see was just dust all over the fields, flying everywhere. And I'm like, oh man, this is not going to be good for me all this peanut season. I have to get my allergy
Ugh.
medicine all bought up too. But
Oh, yeah.
yes, oh, Candy, good. You love the cursey words. We do too. I do. I get it from my
I mean,
papa.
we're adults, man. You know?
I damn sure am. Look, my grandfather was one of the best men you will ever meet in your life, but he cussed like a sailor, and I am his granddaughter. I cannot. I just
Yeah.
cannot. But I didn't cuss when I was a little kid. I was scared to get in trouble. But
Oh,
damn,
me too. Oh
there's
my
times
God,
now,
me
like I am
too.
so
You
my
saw my
grandma's
mom,
name.
right? Y'all know my
Right?
mom, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, no, no with K. Actually,
Yeah.
when I'm talking to my mom, just, when it's just me and her and I'm cackling her or something,
Yeah.
her name is Ethel Kathleen. That is my mom's name. So I'm
Uh-oh.
like, Ethel? Ethel? Yeah.
She gonna get you, girl.
That's okay. She's getting older, so she gonna have to
she
run.
can't get up.
Yeah.
Can't
I'll
get
let
up.
her pick.
She was good.
I'm like, I'll let you pick whichever nursing home you want to go to, Mom.
I'm gonna clip this and
Whichever
send
one.
it to Kay. No.
Right. She knows. She
Look
done heard
what
it all.
Kresha said about you. No, we love
Whenever she married Larry, I was like, oh my God, because like we went to Larry's well, we called it the farm or the ranch or whatever. But I mean it's just where Larry grew up, and it's just in a little town right outside of where we live right now. And so we turned on that road, me and Mom. It was Easter one year, and it said Moorhead Loop, and I was like, "Oh my God, how much wood could a woodcock cock if a woodcock could cock wood?" And I'm like, "On
Uh-uh.
Moorhead Loop," and I'm just like, "What the hell?" We laughed and laughed and laughed. It was crazy.
I don't think I could say
What
that
I'm
at all.
saying. Well,
So yeah,
anyways, it's interesting to see that like Nancy Hancock, I'm like, wow, that's interesting. The Nancy Joe that's gonna be testifying, she went on a date with Uncle Charles the night before he died.
really.
Oh,
Yeah, and
oh.
she's supposed
Is
to
she
testify.
for for this prosecution? Yeah.
Prosecution, and then Lori tried to strike her mom and Christina and
Well, I wonder what her
Coons.
testimony would be to testify.
Mhm.
Probably to Charles's state
The
of mind.
the prosecutor
Proof of
said
life.
in that hearing that which I mean, she basically, because it's in the FOIA request, you can see, the interview she had with the cop.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, she was really good at everything that Uncle Charles had been telling everybody. She was verbatim, and she was with him the night before they went, on a date. And then, can you imagine like going on a date with somebody and then you never hear back from them and you
I
find out that
know.
they're dead?
I know.
Like, and their wife was, they're telling you all this stuff
Isn't
about
that
the threats.
crazy? And then you get
Hmm.
approached by the law enforcement later and asked questions, and now the next thing you know, you're testifying.
And I mean, yeah, she's an LDS lady. And so
Yeah.
I told my chat, I'm like, come on, y'all, let's not pry into this woman's life and
No, God,
let's
no.
let her be,
I hate when people do that, though. I mean, I get we there are going to be things
somewhat.
we look into,
But
But what I
Mhm.
don't. There's a lot I don't put out there publicly. It's not
Right.
my business,
Right.
my place. That there's just I have a line that I will not cross, right? And there's
The
a lot of
day
times we find
oh,
names out in documents, even across. And I cover
yes.
a lot of true crime. There's decisions we have to make all the time, and I
Mhm.
can't. I'm not the YouTube
I didn't know
police.
that. I didn't know this coming into it. I didn't know what doxing even meant. I was like,
Right.
I don't even know. I heard people talking about it, and I was like, because I'm Kresha. I'm not behind a screen name other
Yeah.
than my channel. You know what I mean? But I
Yeah.
still share my name publicly. And anyways, and so I had to learn all these things the hard way and through this experience, like through the kids being missing. That was the main thing. I used to do Facebook, and that was it. And then, it kind of spilled over into YouTube. And then I just kind of found my way here. I didn't know what a hashtag was, besides, I just thought it was something cool, like hashtag, you know, like
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could like
Oh,
click it.
girl, YouTube streets are mean. They can be very dirty and they can be very mean. And
Yeah.
I choose
Hmm.
to. I try to make sure I don't walk down a certain side of the road
Well,
because I'm not one to hold my tongue real easily. You know what I mean? And I'm
hmm.
trying to have creator wars, and I'm not trying to YouTube police the streets. But what you
Right.
do,
It's ridiculous.
I've had bad experiences with other, not
Creators.
other, with another one creator.
Yeah.
This was before I was ever really streaming a lot, but I've seen what can happen. I've
Oh
seen
God, it's horrible.
this mod mentality crew. It was just a whole
It
thing,
sucks. But it's so
you know,
crazy to watch.
and yeah, and I've seen people all through the Delphi case and the Idaho 4 case for damn
Yeah,
near
they don't
20
play.
years. They don't play. They'll
Uh-uh.
dox the shit out of you for having a different opinion.
Which
So
is so crazy to
it
me.
is
I'm like,
ridiculous.
whoa.
We're grown ass people. I have no emotional attachment to Koberger or Rick Allen. I promise you that.
Right?
None.
Well, or vice versa. It's like I've also seen to where people raise and elevate victim family members
Well, yeah.
above, and I'm just like, well, what the hell is that? Like this is not
I don't
like
try
a
to do
fan
either.
club. This is not
Right.
a red carpet event. This is some crazy ass shit.
Right.
And this is real reality. So it's weird. It's so,
It
this
is a
is
very
one thing
weird
that I would
place.
love to talk about, more. I want to learn more about this because I don't know how to explain it.
Look, yeah,
I've had
it's
people step on my head just to get in touch with my parents. And I'm like, whoa, what just happened? It is crazy. People, like they use you. And you
oh yeah,
don't you
you'll
don't
get
know
used.
that.
Don't realize it. And there will be people
Right.
that come into the space that will send you things and reach out,
Oh
want
yeah.
to put things
Mm-mm.
out. And I'm not your girl. And
Yeah, talk about my aunt, the justice of all my family members' case, like it rides on all of this.
yes,
I would not accept anything. Like, don't send me shit
right,
unless it comes from the source it's supposed to come from.
right,
This happened with the Sherry Dowdle phone call. This happened, and I'm like, whoa, it's like playing hot potato. Like,
yeah.
not it.
And you'll
Don't
be
touch me.
surprised at how there are people out here just for some reason they want to be a part of a case. They want to insert themselves. They
Yep.
want to pretend they
Mm.
have this and pretend they have that and pretend they know this and pretend they know
It's
that.
a phenomenon that I have
Yeah.
witnessed, where they ingratiate themselves into the case.
Hmm.
And then it's like you know what I mean? It's a fine line. It's a very fine line between that and exploitation and or
Yes.
being
There's
the
your difference.
becoming the victim and taking the sympathy, but they do that and they use people and their feelings and they prey on that. So people start sending the bucks in and everything because that creator ingratiated themselves into the victim role. Yeah,
Yes.
and it's just like, whoa. It's
Yeah.
so odd to
And
explain.
to see
Like,
to see it in action, is
yeah,
appalling to me. There's
it's
a lot of things
disgusting.
I could do right now today just to get a click and a view that I
Mhm.
absolutely refuse to do. I don't care if I
Yep.
get 5 people in here watching. I'm not going to do certain things
Right.
just
Not
to
Mhm.
get
worth
a
it.
second of
The
view.
grift that
Because it's
people.
all on the
Yeah.
victim's backs, you know?
Mm.
It's like they are exploited from the time that they're on missing posters until eternity, you know, because
Yeah, and it's bothersome. I know what some of these. I've got a couple of girls here locally that are missing that
mm,
I do know the families. I know what they've been through, and I know what one mother in particular went through with the bullshit she got in her DMs. I know where your daughter is. You give me $10,000, I'll tell
yep,
you where your daughter is.
Wow.
it happened here
Yeah,
too. It happened here
yeah,
too.
and
But
she
I keep
got
my mouth
that
shut,
more
you
often.
know?
And people get this. They seek out these missing people flyers,
Something.
and then they
They're
target. I see
tragedy
what's
pimps
happening.
just like
They are
Lori.
tragedy pimps, exactly, and
Yeah.
they're out there. And there's a good handful of creators out there that just like to talk the true crime, like to talk the different aspects.
And
Like,
they like to say, "You hear it here first." Well, I don't
God, I
like
can't
those.
stand that. No, I've been sitting
I'm
here for a
like,
damn week silent on Brian Koberger while
yeah,
everybody plays catch up to my AT&T timing stuff. I tried to
amen.
tell everybody 2 weeks ago, this is important. I got blown off.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm
so
used to that. I'm used to
okay,
it.
so I've been sitting back
Oh,
like silently watching all the bullshit going
yeah.
on. And it's took y'all fucking hot minute, but welcome to my world.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome.
Welcome to my world of the shady
About
ass
time you get
FBI.
here. Yeah.
I mean, good God
That's
Almighty.
I spend my time too doing that as well. And everything, and I'm not, this is not tooting my own horn. I'm not about that, you know, but I'm just, this is my family. This is reality. This is real life. So I'm like, I know there's a certain amount of time because I'm very observant. You know, I watch what's going on. I watched how it would die down after her first
Mhm.
trial. It picked back up for Chad's. I knew it was going to die back down and it's going to pick back up. And I mean, like clockwork. Okay. And so it's like, okay, I know that I have this much time now. Once this trial is adjudicated, then it's really going to go out, even though she's going into her next. People are still going to, it's going to die down big time. Just like we want her to fade into the background. You know, it's the same with the hype,
Oh yeah.
which is
Um,
good, but then
Kresha,
it's bad.
Go ahead.
Kresha,
Go.
could I
Yeah.
ask you a question? Hi, Miss Shorty here. I'm Lisa.
Yes.
Um, uh, first time talking to Kresha. Amazing.
Oh, okay.
Many
Sorry.
listens on Joe's show.
There you go.
But Kresha, you started at when you first came on, and you spoke about understandably how you and your family are carrying a lot of weight, on
Yeah.
all of this. It keeps reopening. There is no such thing as closure, I'm sure. But how
No.
does it make you feel, you and your family, knowing, assuming, but I guess knowing that Laurie is over there, not taking any accountability, not just publicly, but also within herself. It's clear, her what she said at the end of, in her statement to the court when she was sentenced.
Yeah.
Of How does that make you feel?
Uh, that's deep. It's very deep. It's like, okay, it's the ego, and that's exactly
Mm,
why we're here in the first place, I think. I mean, that's exactly what the source is, you know. It's like the ego. Some people call it a demon, some people call it whatever, a narcissistic, it's just whatever people label it as. Whatever this is that she has become is the same exact thing that was threatening my uncle, that was the last thing that her little kid saw before
mm,
they exited this life. It's scary, right? And so these people like Lori and Chad, and and then it goes down in scale with like what we were just talking about with the tragedy pimps, right? The exploiters, they're just out there to drain and to use and to exploit, It's exploitation that works in everything. And Lori, Chad, they both, well, especially Chad, he's the only person in this world that had a hand in every one of my family members' burials, or not burials, but
Yeah.
their resting places. He called to try and get quotes for the cremains for my uncle's ashes,
Like the
you
next
know?
day, was it? Was it the next day, I think? Or
That day, the same day,
yeah.
before we even found out, like, we didn't find out till the day after.
Yeah.
Um, and
Like
so it really sucks
yeah.
because it's like just like she did with Tylee when she interviewed with Colby, when she blamed her own daughter, her own
Mm,
victim,
Mhm.
mm,
because she can't, like, her ego will not let her, or you could say her demon won't let her, or her whatever the label is that people label it as, that won't let her,
No.
or she won't let it, whatever's going on there, it's like I need that to break in order for her to start realizing, if at all, if ever.
mm,
And I
I don't think
mean,
I think
it
she's
was
so far gone, she's never gonna.
exactly. It's really freaky because she was, I mean, I can always say this because I didn't interact with her all the time, I mean, I didn't fly, so they lived far away. Mm-mm. I mean, I had an uncle that died in a plane crash back in 2001, so I was
Oh, I
like,
don't
mm-mm,
fly.
never get on a plane.
No, I don't fly.
I
I
do now,
I
but
don't. I'm
it took
not
my
going
family. It took. I'm like, well, if Tylee and JJ could, exit this world like they did, then I can get the hell
yeah.
over myself.
Uh,
Because I wanted to be in Rexburg. I wanted to be in Arizona right now too. But
yeah.
it sucks because Lori, usually the first, because she has no defense, right? Because we know she's guilty as all hell.
Yeah, there's not
Well,
gonna be a bit I don't see any kind of defense she could put forward on
no,
this one.
there's nothing because it was planned, plotted meticulously, and it's going to bite her in the ass.
I mean, the only defense she has, literally is to say, "Well, my brother shot him in self-defense." Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
well, it's called a conspiracy, so
That's
it doesn't matter.
mm,
they have to have something else to back that up. You can't fight
Right.
on a thought, right? They can't say, "Well, we
Yeah.
think
I
that you
wish
got," you
if
know.
there ever was a time and a case, it's this one because the
I
thoughts that
think
were
they're
going
got
on in these
I
text messages,
exactly. The text
it's
messages, I think, are going to be such a big,
damning.
important and
Mhm.
very important to this case.
And we have I'm sorry,
Go
Special
ahead.
Agent Hart that's going to be there reading the text messages in. So Lori
Yeah,
knows that tactic. So it's going to be interesting to see how she tries to maneuver and stop him from, because like they allowed Special Agent Hart to testify and read all those messages into record. That was like 6 hours long.
yeah,
Okay. And God bless his soul. Okay.
yeah,
But I mean, it's so okay, so they allow that in Lori's. Then in Chad's, John Pryor was there every day for Lori's trial.
yes, he
So
was.
he got to have a sneak peek. And
Yeah, he did.
so
Always that bothered me. I'm like, what is he
yeah,
doing here?
I know. I saw him.
Every
I
time,
saw him in
I was
person.
like, I mean, yeah, you could see him. I just got the audio at night and the reports that he was there, so I knew he was there.
Hmm.
And my thoughts were, what the hell is he doing here?
Yeah, don't you have a case to be building?
Right? Or
Yeah.
you got to sneak peek Lori's to go build your defense. Y'all getting ready to throw her under the bus completely, or what's happening here? Are
Yeah,
you
Jason just
really
said he was building a case by
yeah,
watching how it was going down.
is she going to throw Chad under the bus? Which she didn't, but
Never.
not one time. And so it was odd that he was there like he was, through that trial.
Yeah.
And we were speaking, that was Chad's attorney that we were
I
just
mean, but if I were John Pryor or if I were in a similar position, you got to remove, I try to remove my emotions and
oh,
my
yeah, 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 yeah.
attachments to it. And I can see that now, I'm like,
Yeah, a
oh, yeah, I
defense
mean, he has a
strategy.
job to do. And so, I mean, he was doing that for his client
I
for,
didn't but I just
for
couldn't
free, it
figure
looked
out
like.
yeah, I just couldn't figure out if he was trying to figure out if she throwing Chad under the bus or am I about to throw her under the bus? Which way am I going with this defense? You know
Or
what I
was
mean?
it a tactic? Was it
Yeah.
to intimidate her? Was it
Was
to,
it? Right.
what was his reason? Because you could listen to the audio every day.
Yeah,
So,
this is true. So it could have been a lot of reasons behind his
yeah.
motivation for being there. But I
But
always
she's
found that
gonna
odd.
assassinate characters just like she did with Joe Ryan. I mean, whether it's true or not, I'm not here. I'm not a judge, so I'm not here to I believe victims. I believe Colby. I believe if Joe were here, it doesn't matter to me. It's like I can't, I can't prove it. I'm not going to sit here and tell Colby he didn't experience anything. I'm
Right.
not going to say that Joe didn't do it. I'm not, because I don't know. I wasn't there. So
Yeah. I think where Joe's concerned, we all have a lot of questions now.
yes, yeah, definitely
Now that we know the history that's went on since Joe's death and what she claimed he was doing
collected.
to children. Right, exactly. And then you see all the things that happened after that. You're side-eyeing what happened with Joe.
Right.
No.
Well, and there was a window of time, because I'm like, okay, so does that mean my uncle was part of that? Or, but there was this window of time when my grandma died. She died on March 17th, 2018. Uncle Charles, I remember he came in by himself and, funeral and all that stuff for my grandmother, his mom. And Joe Ryan was found on April 3rd in advanced decomposed, state. And I'm thinking, holy crap, what if Lori and whomever, to me, that would be the little window of time, to do that. That's the perfect window of time. Charles isn't there. I don't know.
I don't trust it with Joe Ryan now, especially knowing all the things we know now and Lori's level of manipulation.
Yeah, and in Melanie Gibbs' book, and I wouldn't have known this had it not been for Kit reading it, Feel the Fire, which was published the week between the murders of Tylee and JJ, by the way. And of course, if I gotta quit stuttering.
It's okay, you're
Now,
fine.
if everybody in here can just understand that, like, I don't buy the mainstream narrative. I don't. And I mean, it's the state's theory. All they have to do is get a conviction. That's all they're here for. They have the evidence to back up their theory. And so, with all the LDS steeped, yeah, I mean, it's not just steeped, it's like loaded.
It
It was
really
98% Mormon in Rexburg, in that area,
Yeah.
and whatever, believe what you want to believe, but don't sit there and detach your wagon, okay? Because these aren't Chad and Lori's random beliefs that he just thought up.
No.
These are mainstream beliefs too.
That
The
were
only thing that's different is the term zombie, which came from pop culture.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Because when this all first was coming out, years ago, and I'm deep diving and I'm trying to research, and I stumbled across some websites and LDS teachings, and I was shocked
Yeah,
by some of what I was reading. And that's
Yeah.
mainstream teachings. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, damn.
But it's like they wait for you to point out the wrongs or the odd stuff,
Yeah.
and then they're like, "Oh, no, 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 that's not me." No,
Yeah, but that's not what
we
that
don't
means.
teach that.
Well, it's right there on your damn website. I'm sorry, but you apparently
Right,
you
but
do.
you're just seeing it wrong.
So now
They
you're
will
going to tell
gaslight
me,
the shit out of you.
So let's go back to this then. So Lori, Chad, and Jody, Hildebrandt, and Ruby Frank, all
Tim Ballard.
members, Tim Ballard, all LDS members. Every one of them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a phone call. I didn't know I had my
You're good.
I had my
didn't hear it.
notifications off.
Right, Miss
but-
Shorty? I mean, there's like, people have got to
Are you
start.
there?
Can you hear us, Kresha? I think she's on the
Uh-oh.
phone. Are you getting a phone call on your
I
phone?
don't hear y'all on here now.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
She may have to drop out and come
Let
back.
me back up.
Okay.
I'm gonna back out and I'm gonna come back in because I can't hear.
Okay. She probably went to answer her phone and it threw her
Overrode it. Yes, there's serious concerns about that commonality of the LDS Church, and not. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the core. It's the offshoots, right? It's the the fringe cult people. I hope.
I don't know if it all, but is it? Are they driven to a certain level at some point? Like, because there were time, there was for the longest time, the church itself was sending people to Jody Hildebrandt. She's your go-to
Yes.
counseling, and all these things. And a lot of them knew she had a troubled past. They knew she had already had lost her license once and gotten it back. Some people there were red flags with Jody Hildebrandt. But what she was doing was very widely accepted by the LDS. So I have to wonder
Yikes.
about their actual true teachings on how we treat children. Because you got parents over here, you got Lori over here, unaliving her kids because they're zombies. You got Jody and Ruby over here tying kids up and torturing them because they're bad.
I think it goes more towards ignorance in the church and the lack of qualified professionals, because like I've mentioned before, the people that are in leadership that have people with problems that come to them, like the bishopric in a church, like the stake presidency, all of these leaders in the Mormon church, and until you get to the higher levels, like the Quorum of the 70s, and the Quorum of the 70, and all of the people that are like in the higher upper, the local level, at the ward level and at the stake level, all of those leaders are not trained in any type of counseling or advising. So when somebody comes to them with a problem and you are told that's who you go to when you have a problem, they will just know by reputation somebody like Ruby Frankie. Like I know she's out there. I know she's doing some counseling, and I know I can't do any counseling. So go talk to her without any type of vetting process. There's no type of vetting process at all. It's based strictly on reputation. So that's the
Jody had strong ties to the church. They absolutely knew what Jody was doing.
Absolutely, but they didn't do any vetting process on her. They just knew. Yeah.
Okay, so take out the counseling aside. The teachings of the church at its core. What are they teaching about children? Like I said, the Bible says, spare the rod, spoil the child. Does that mean I get to commit child abuse and it's okay?
No, absolutely not. That's not taught in the church. No.
Well, no, not all churches. I'm not just taking a dig.
I'm saying that's not.
A lot of different types of religions out there, but I have to wonder at some point, because the people that are doing bad things to children, those core beliefs started somewhere. And then were they just so mentally unhealthy, they just took it to next level? Or is there something more behind it? Right, Miss Shorty? Perpetual brainwashing. Is there something like that? I mean, you left the church when you were, what, 19?
Mm-hmm.
So what you knew of it was you as a child growing up in it, right? Do you know exactly what your parents were being taught when you were like if you go to a regular, say, a Baptist church, you got your Sunday school where the little kids go, and you got your main sanctuary where the adults go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Did you hear? You know what I mean? Was there?
I don't know exactly what they were taught, except in one specific incident that I'll talk about in a second or 30. But I do know about my friends. I know about the other youth that were around my age, age concentric. And I don't know anybody that was being abused like that. Obviously, if they were, I probably wouldn't have known about it. But I don't think our parents were being taught anything like Jody and Ruby were doing.
No, I mean, I don't mean that they were being told like that, but I mean, there's got to be something in there somewhere. I just feel like it's too coincidental to have so many, you know what I mean? It's
like I talk about, I think that once you start wading into the deep end, then you can start swimming out on your own and just come up with these crazy ways to have your own little wave pool, like Ruby and Jody and Chad and Lori. And the church turns a blind eye to it. And they did more than that in the case of Jody and Ruby. They didn't just turn a blind eye to it. They referred people to them, but I think that reference was because the people who were referring them didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They're like, I don't know how to do counseling. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. So they're like, okay,
Well,
I
they
don't want
had,
anything
they
to
did,
do with
let me,
this.
okay, so Jody had this whole entire thing called connections, and Ruby became a very big part of that. And Mormon men were being sent there for counseling. Kevin talks about it very openly about what Jody's the teachings of the church, and his is a grown man who grew up is full on LDS. So I know the things he says they were taught, and I know the things that he says Jody was teaching, and they're not that far off. That's why he was so easily to. It was so easy for him to believe what the bullshit Jody was trying to sell him. And it took him a really long time to realize this isn't right. It took Melanie Pulowski a new husband to finally say, honey, you might be a little off your rocker and your entire family might be right there with you.
Interesting that she was receptive to that, though. I mean, I assume that she was. Interesting that that broke the spell to enough of a degree that she could hear that advice from Ian.
Yeah, and I don't know if it came because he was the only one that could see the real picture because he hadn't been there as much. You're gonna go to jail, honey. These people are going to go to jail. Did that start waking her up? Or was it just him being able to shake her one good time and say, listen, listen to me? It's just crazy how it all can escalate and grow and fester into these things. And then people that follow it blindly don't report things when they should. And, we're talking about adults who aren't reporting things when they should, who aren't giving pause when they should have a grown-ass mentality and know, hey, wait a minute, that might not be quite right. You know what I mean? And they come out after the fact and be like, oh, yeah, sorry, we made a mistake, hindsight, all that shit. It's like, I don't get it.
And then when they've got the sort of the shield of their faith, in their opinion, that God or Jesus or both will forgive all. So whoopsies.
Yes, I can pretty much do whatever I want as long as I ask for forgiveness. I shall receive. Does it really work like that? Because I'm not out here trying to do the most horrible things on earth to get away with it, just to see if I can get away with it by saying, "Please forgive me, Lord." You know what I mean?
But even not even the worst things on earth. I think that can often be a get out of jail free card, no pun intended, for many people who have that belief that forgiveness is given to all for even the smallest indiscretions, right?
Right. And I think maybe it can be, but that doesn't mean you don't go unpunished. Forgiveness.
No. We'll all find out at the end, won't we? Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like people in life saying, "Well, you need to forgive so you can heal and move on." Do I really? I don't have to do anything except heal. What that looks like for me is if I want to stay pissed for the rest of my life, I can. But if I, do you learn to let shit go? Yes, you do. But to tell people that, you have to forgive to heal. How do you even go about doing that?
No, you don't have to. I'm a firm believer of like you say, moving on and acceptance on things, and forgiveness is not a given, and it's not a requirement for healing exactly. Why should you? You don't have to, in my opinion.
No, I agree with that statement. I agree with you 100% because I always bothered me, what people want you to buy into that. Well, you got to forgive and all that.
And not even in the name of religion either. That's often not just a religious thing, although of course people who have those organized religion beliefs absolutely generally preach that. But again, no pun intended. But I think that's a common thing in society, and I guess it's kind of a gaslighting thing to say, well, actually, no, I know how I feel about myself and about the situation or the person, and no, not always. Forgiveness is not always possible, or definitely not a requirement, in my opinion.
No, I don't. I know it's not. And it really isn't. It's a total. And if you stop thinking about it, you know what I mean? Don't even think about that person or their forgiveness, because it's not about them.
Exactly.
And, right?
Exactly.
And is it going to help them if my heart forgives them? Am I going to heal? No, that's a bunch of hogwash that therapists like Jody Hildebrandt want you to believe. Just sorry, I just had to say that out loud, I guess. But no, I believe it is just it's one of those things for everybody. But I don't know. There's just too many things coming, that come out of these kind of cases that there have been people out there who have deep dove the religious aspect, right, with the church and the involvement of Lori and Chad. I know Hidden True Crime's done a pretty good deep dive for a couple years on all that stuff. I haven't watched any of that content, gosh, a long time actually. Since I've watched some of Lauren's old content about all that. But she was like really one of the only ones that would deep dive stuff like that, right? Oh, thank you, Joe. Is she back in?
She said she called Melanie Megan back, and she'll be back.
Okay, yeah. So in the meantime, I want to finish playing the interview we had pulled up. I didn't want to leave her face up there stuck like that. We were trying to talk to Kresha. I was like, no, I got to get up. At least it wasn't stuck on Lori's mom's face. Joe, okay. No future mother-in-laws for Joe. He's like, nope. We're gonna be like, don't look her in the eye at court, Joe.
Do not, Joe. You'll be pulled into the portal forever, for eternity, destined for a life of reincarnation of your earthly body.
He'll never come out of that portal. Okay. He will never see you again, Joe Schmoe. All right, let me pull up the screen. I'm surprised she didn't try to find his name and put him on her witness list to keep him out of the courtroom. She's like,
you never know. She likes late filings. She likes late filing.
It's like, she's going to wonder who the hell you are, Joe Schmoe, showing up to her court stuff all of a sudden. She's going to have questions. All right, while this starts, I'm going to go grab a fresh cup of coffee and a bathroom break. So let me...
With Lori and Alex leading up to Charles' death, and I know that there was never any kind of discussion like that about it. Charles texted probably 20 or 30 times, ranging from, I swear I'll be nice, please call me, to your end is coming soon. So I saw a lot of threatening texts from him. If Alex hadn't have been there, I think Lori and Tylee would have been on the news for a very different reason.
You asked Alex to go to the house that morning.
Yes, I did. I asked Alex the day before Charles was coming if he would please go stay with Lori. He said, Lori's going to be fine. She can call me if she needs me. And I said, please, I have a very sick feeling in my stomach. Please just go stay there. I was going out of town, and I didn't feel safe with Charles coming into town after the things I had read. So I said, please just go stay there, and if you're there, then maybe nothing will happen. And that's what I thought. I thought it would just be a deterrent from trouble.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened that morning?
Shock. And I think they were in shock. I was in shock. I found out Friday evening, and I was in shock that had transpired. But I was very grateful also, because I know that it would have had a very different outcome had Alex not been there. And I'm sad that happened. I didn't want that to happen. I feel for his family. I understand what it feels like to lose a brother. It's not fun. And so I don't wish that on them by any means, but he was here with an agenda. He was here causing the trouble. She was not trying to go after him. He was here bugging her.
Janice, Alex was your son, and he has been described as the family hitman.
I can't help but laugh. Alex is the most laid-back person. He's been funny his whole life. He was very protective of Colby and Tylee, very protective. He said, I tasered a pedophile. And so he said, I'm willing to admit it. He's always owned up to anything he's done wrong. He certainly wasn't perfect, but he doesn't have the intensity of a hitman. He doesn't have the desire to be a hitman. He doesn't think that death solves anything.
When's the last time you communicated with Tylee?
August, before they moved, was the last time I saw her. And then I texted with her a couple times, but the last time I texted with her was September 24th on her birthday, and she responded and said, "Thank you, Sammy, love you, happy birthday to you too."
And that date is significant because the FBI says that she has not been seen since the beginning of September. Do you believe that that was Tylee who was texting you back?
I don't really have any way to know. I like to.
Hey, okay, yeah, Aaron, I don't normally, y'all watch who y'all want to watch. I don't watch that channel on the regular, so I couldn't tell you. But you guys, I don't, yeah. Welcome, yeah, welcome in. Wait, what are you, who you saying to wake up to? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let this play again. Grab my coffee.
To believe that it is, but I really don't have any way to know. It could be either way, but as far as I know, it was her. I don't have any reason to think otherwise.
Are you defending Lori because she's your daughter and she's your sister, or are you defending her because you really think that she did nothing wrong?
We really think that she did nothing wrong. She's
Right.
had some bad judgment. She's
Right.
married a few men that we didn't care for.
She'll be the first to say that
Yeah,
she's made a lot of mistakes and she's paid high prices for those
Really?
mistakes. She is a very humble
Whoa.
person. She doesn't.
We
take
can marry
She's
that
not a
couple-
humble person.
married a couple men that we didn't care for. She married a couple men that we didn't care for.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
She's a very humble person, Joe. She's a very
Yeah.
humble person. Laurie is a very humble person.
Look, they're such a close family. Summer didn't attend any of her sister's weddings. Not one of them. I've got 3 sisters. I'll be going to some weddings, and one of them likes to get married multiple times. I'm joking. I'm saying, you know, your sister has that many husbands, and you never went to one damn wedding. Did you not like any of them, Summer, or you just that bitch, or what's going on here?
So what is the scenario that
Go ahead, Joe.
It just it's just an arrogance that strikes me as particularly disgusting. Just like like just looking at these women. I mean, just if you want to and you can, and I'm going to go down the road of physical appearance, like they're not all that. They're not like anything like all that. So what grounds do they have to be arrogant and just say flat out, she married men that we didn't approve of? What would exactly meet your approval? What exactly would that be?
But we were such a close family, to the point y'all didn't even like. I mean, no, you're liars. You're a detached, dysfunctional family, is what I see.
And they're gaslighting the heck out of us, right? They're gaslighting the heck out. And Laurie is a very humble person. Like, no, we can see that she's not. She you know, Jesus loves me best. That's not humble. There's no humility in that whatsoever. So please, no, ladies, no.
Exactly. They're a lot alike almost. You know what I'm saying? In personality, as far as that goes, Lori and her mom and her sister here, I can see some personality traits here.
Yeah.
I wonder whether
Go ahead.
I wonder whether the sister who passed away, I can't remember her name, whether she was not cut from the same cloth as these, and so she was the one with the eating disorder problems, right? I wonder whether all of that was because she was the proverbial black sheep in that black family. So she was the white sheep amongst a flock of black, and whether that affected her mental health to the point that she coped, air quotes, with controlling her eating because the family was so out of control.
And that's the only thing she could control, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense, ma'am. You make a lot of sense, ma'am. I like it. All right, here we go.
JJ are still alive?
Well, to us, we believe they are because we know Lori, and we have seen her dedication. His mother had been drug mother. He was born addicted to drugs, and he only weighed 1 pound 9 ounces. And they didn't know, of course, then that he was autistic. But she was dedicated to him from the moment he came home.
Are they in a bunker somewhere? Are they with friends? Where do you think they are?
We don't know. We wish we knew. We don't know. but we also don't know what Lori has been through. She was being threatened, she was being followed, she had reasons for doing what she did, and we don't know everything that she's been through or why she's doing things the way that she's doing them now.
Who's threatening her? Who was threatening her?
Well, Kay was threatening her.
And her brothers. They're very upset about Charles's death. There was a lot of threats made to Lori.
I feel like Kay could have handled this a lot of different ways. And she could have gone and filed in court for JJ. She could have done things a lot of ways. She did this very strategically and deliberately. This is somebody who's hurting and in pain because she's lost her brother, and I understand that. But this is a revenge situation. This is not a, this is something that could have been settled much quieter and calmly, and it didn't have to get to this level. Lori is the legal parent of both Tylee and JJ. She has a right to live wherever she wants to live and raise them and not include anybody in their lives that she doesn't feel is good for them. That's her right as a parent. She should not be forced to do any of the things that she's been asked to do. That's not, it's not okay.
Have you asked your sister where the kids are?
No. I've talked to her a couple of times.
No. This is
the first time I talked to her,
this is bonkers.
everything is recorded, and I know she can't tell me. And I don't want to put her in a position that's going to make anything worse for her. I want her to know I love her and I support her, and she knows I love her and the kids. But I did tell her we were worried about her and the kids the first time I spoke with her.
They seem worried.
She said to me, "You know me, and you know I've always taken care of my kids."
Blind faith, right?
I do know that. It's removed every doubt in my mind that she's done anything wrong. I know she wouldn't do that.
Now we know
not who she is.
did take care of her kids.
Her children are everything. She's always put them first. Above
This
everything.
didn't age
Every
well,
fight
did
she
it?
ever had with Charles was about how he treated Tylee. And if he was not kind to Tylee, she would leave the house and say, "If you can't get along with Tylee, we're not staying here."
All she'd need to do was show proof that the kids are alive and are well. Can you understand why she's refusing to do that?
You know, it seems simple. It did to me. That's why when I was talking to our friend.
They're a lot, aren't they?
Ugh.
I mean,
Denial. Like Shelley said, the denial isn't a river in Egypt for these two.
is that even the word, right, Shelley? I mean, come on. And you don't even, I know everything's being recorded, so I didn't want to ask Lori where the kids were. I would have been the first damn thing I asked my sister, "Bitch, where's the kids?" They wouldn't even, you wouldn't even got to Hawaii without me following you and dragging your ass back by the head of the hair.
So this goes back to what we were talking about at the start of the show about with the Stephen Stearns and Jen Soto, you know, not wanting to know too much, don't want to know, la, 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 hands over ears, you know, don't ask, don't tell. Horrendous.
It's crazy. And the way I think we all got a reaction, or we all reacted when she started to blame Kay the way she was doing, right? So what if Kay had concerns and was voicing her concerns?
As she should have. It is concerning.
Exactly. She had every right. Where's my grandson? You know, what's going on here? She had every right to have concerns. Charles had every right to have concerns. We know that now, Miss Summer. Lord help us. Not Lori's Jesus, ours.
Well, and one of the key statements that was telling to me was, well, we know the kids are safe because we know Lori.
Right.
Okay. Well, now we know the kids aren't safe. So what does that tell us about what you think you know about Lori?
Yeah, Summer did come make, I don't even have it, but I know she made this big Facebook post after everything. And, you know, I can admit when I'm wrong and all this shit. It's like a little too late, honey. You done went on a national TV interview, threw Miss Kay completely under the bus and blamed her, blamed Charles. Y'all know Lori. And y'all know she's a great mother, but you barely knew her kids. I got a big family. We're close. I know I can tell you all kinds of shit about my niece and nephews, all of them. And I got a bunch of them. They're hard to keep up with sometimes. Now I got great ones to keep up with. Look, I still experience the swamp signal every now and then when I restart a video. Don't know why.
And if I said, if you see her, just tell her. That's what I would do. That's my advice. But I don't know what she knows. All I know is the woman that she is. I did not see any great change in Lori. I think the only change that happened was when she found out Charles was cheating on her. That ruined that marriage. Before she accused Charles of cheating, he never said one bad word about Lori ever, not once. He never said anything. Then he
Project much,
started
woman.
all of this.
Okay, but notice what she's saying. He never once said a bad word about Lori until Lori suspected he was cheating. So now Charles is going to do whatever Charles can to make Lori look bad because he got accused of cheating. Lady. Look.
So who was the one that was actually cheating though? It was Lori with Chad.
Projection.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so what if Charles had been in past relationships and had a cheating episode? That ain't none of my business.
No, well, he went out on a date, on that.
No, it was
on that
before.
one.
It was before Lori. It was his other wife.
No,
okay?
No.
I'm talking about.
He was killed. He went out. Okay.
Yeah, he went on the date with that lady.
Weren't they separated by then?
Yeah, they were. But I'm talking about his first wife that he has children with. There was cheating in that relationship. That does not apply here. So you know what I mean? Just because the man had an episode in his past, I don't know what all that was about. So I'm not going to sit here and buy this story. Well, Charles was a past serial cheater, therefore he was cheating on Lori. That's what they're making this out to be, is what I was getting at, Joe. So if we had a misunderstanding there, I'm sorry about that. But that's what I'm saying, is they were trying to, because I've watched a lot of the interviews, and they were trying to paint a picture of Charles. He was a serial cheater, and he was cheating on Lori. But no, obviously the man wasn't cheating on his wife. He was trying to.
He seemed like he cared worried and cared deeply for her well-being, her mental and spiritual well-being.
Exactly. I didn't get anything but that from Charles Vallow, right? So this lady going down her little cheating, lane is crazy.
So tried to get her
hold
excommunicated from the church.
Gotcha.
Pokemon, he did, after they were estranged, and Lori told him that he couldn't stay in the house. He did go on a dating site that I think was like an LDS matchmaker type of site. I don't remember the name of the site.
Yes, she was an LDS lady.
Yes. So he did go out on a date after they were estranged. Yes. But what is your definition of cheating? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he actually cheated on her, Pokemon, in the sense that they were happily married one minute, living in the house, raising babies, and the next minute he's got a woman slid up in the DMs. I don't think it was like that at all. She tried to claim that it was. Because remember, she already had to go and make Joe Ryan look real bad and make accusations against him. And now she's got to make Charles look just as bad, but it would look really dumb if she tried to use the same accusations that she used on Joe. So I got to go down a whole different road to make Charles look bad. Oh yeah, he's a cheater.
He went to attorneys and said, "I'm scared for my life." The whole time he was texting us, calling us, trying to get Lori back. Finally, he said, "Tell Lori I'll drop all the court proceedings if she'll just come back and talk to me."
Do you think she's in a cult?
No, we don't.
I've spoken to people who live near Chad, and they say we follow Chad. They look at Chad like he's some sort of messiah.
Some people can do that if that's what they choose to do. They're entitled to their religious freedom and belief. That's the great thing about our country. We have religious freedom, and you can believe whatever you choose to believe. I don't know Chad very well. I've only met him one time. I've never heard anything about him self-proclaiming to be a prophet or anything else of that nature, or trying to get people to follow him. But if somebody chooses to do that on their own, that's their choice. I certainly would never do that. I follow the teachings of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They might be misguided in their thoughts or thinking, but I don't think it makes them bad people.
You don't think that Chad brainwashed her?
No, he couldn't do it. It's not possible. It wouldn't be possible. We can't.
It's not possible for Chad to brainwash Lori.
That's actually not in her benefit.
I know.
That means she willingly, knowingly did what she did.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Can't speak intelligently about Chad and Lori. I think that, you know, when you don't have any understanding, we didn't know anything about it. We didn't know we learned they got married on the news, right?
We didn't know. We've never been invited to any of Lori's weddings, so this was not unusual for us.
We were invited, we didn't go to any.
Them salty, not you salty. We've never been invited to any of Laurie's weddings.
Yeah. Well, then the mother says, well, you may not have been invited, but I was, but we just didn't go. Like, she needed to make sure that we heard, no, you, Summer, were never invited, but I was.
Oh, wow.
I'm better than you, daughter. I was invited. I just didn't go. Why the fuck not? Why didn't you go to your own daughter's multiple weddings?
So that opens a whole different, like that opens another can of worms, really. So they're putting on this united front for the family, but then they don't even like that's if you were truly understanding what a united front for the family and for Lori is, you wouldn't say that. So that just shows that publicly she says that, but then yikes. So what's the dissension within the family?
Yeah, it's a lot of dysfunction in this family. And so them even, you know, the strong family unit bond growing up. I know Megan describes their life growing up when she would go visit the family in California, and they had, you know, they were normal but not normal, you know, things of that nature. I don't know if you've heard Megan speak about her time that she would go up there and spend, what was it, summers, Joe? She would go up and spend time with Lori's family. And then as she, you know, got older, she would notice things like the touchy-feely stuff between the siblings and things like that. But I just don't think that they were really super checked in with each other like they want us to believe.
Yeah, no, and the thing about Mormonism, this is from the Mormon perspective, there's Utah Mormons, and Utah Mormons apply to the entire Mormon belt, which also includes Idaho and includes Arizona, you know, Mesa, Tempe, Chandler, Gilbert. And the Utah Mormons, they like have their own set of rules. California Mormons, like the Coxes were, have their own set of rules. California Mormons can actually drink wine, which is against the word of wisdom, but I know that they do from personal observation. And then there's Midwest Mormons like I was, which we believed in the word of wisdom. I didn't even drink Mountain Dew until I was like a mid-teenager. I didn't drink anything with caffeine until I was a mid-teenager.
So you guys aren't supposed to have caffeine, like in a stimulant?
Correct.
Oh boy, I would have been thrown out of the church a long
like you can't even get a temple you can't even get a temple recommend if you drink anything caffeinated.
Oh,
like
hell.
Yeah, you can't go into the temple.
Survive. I live on caffeine. Caffeine and cuss words, man. That's my jams.
So the Coxes were Southern California Mormons. They had their own set of rules, but I don't think bouncing your sister on your lap in like a sexual manner is one of those typical rules that they break.
Yeah, and we were just listening to that the other day, weren't we, about how they were all playing touchy-feely with each other. And bouncing each other up and down in sexual positions and nature and things like that. It was like, what in the world were they doing in this? Lady, where were you when your kids were presenting all these behaviors towards one another? Miss Lori's mama, you got some splaining to do. The apples may not fall far from the trees after all.
I've never been invited to one, but that's fine.
How has this last year affected your family?
Not fine.
It's been devastating. It's been devastating. We've had a family that loved each other, that did everything together. We loved each other through good and bad. We had wonderful parties. They were all very clean. Charles said, I've never been to a party before without drinking. He didn't think it could be fun.
So was Charles the only husband y'all ever allowed to come to the family parties? Or did they just get to come after the weddings? So Charles didn't think they could come to a party and have fun without drinking until he got to their parties. Okay. I'm not buying that.
He was fun at the parties. All of us had a great time. We knew that there were, you know, we all know each other's imperfections, but we were very close. It's been devastating not to see Tylee and JJ in such a long time. We love them so much. And it's been devastating not to see Lori. And it was hard to hear about Alex
Hard to
from the
hear.
police. We didn't know he'd gotten married. We didn't know he'd moved back to Arizona. That was very hard. So it's a
So apparently she wasn't very close to Alex or Lori after all. You don't even know Alex is married now. You didn't know Alex had moved, and it was hard to hear the cops come tell you your child was gone. That was just hard because the cops came and did it.
affected every part of our family.
Is it fair to criticize her for being in paradise in Hawaii while there's a manhunt on for her kids? I mean, that didn't look good.
It didn't look good. I agree. We agree. We didn't like the way it looked, but we knew that they weren't missing to her. That's a whole difference if your children are missing, or if they're not missing to her.
Yeah, she wasn't.
Lori says they're not missing to her, right? Lori says they're not missing, so they're not missing to her. And we're going to believe her.
Well, she knew exactly where they were, didn't she? They weren't missing. That wasn't a lie. That's not a lie.
This is true.
It's just a bending of the truth.
And for this mom to say, I recommend that Lori put the kids in a room and hold up a piece of paper with today's date on it to prove those kids are alive. That's what she said in the beginning of all this. It's like, what? No. I would have been on a plane with Nate Eaton. Like, take me to my daughter because I'm fixing to whip this girl's arse. I got to find my grandbabies.
Like, oh, my kids are missing, I'm going to go on a vacation. That's a very different scenario.
But it's still hard to see because we know how much Tylee and JJ love Lori. They want to be with their mom. JJ would say all the time, just mom, just mom. I want mom to touch his mom. So I don't like the fact that they're separated. I don't like that. But I don't know what the reason is, and it could be a wonderful reason. And maybe she's protecting them from something terrible. I don't know. But
how does she know that they're separated? Was that Lori's story?
I have faith in her as a mother that she's doing.
Yes. Lori told everybody she had the kids stashed somewhere to keep them safe. Melanie, her niece, moved into her ass in Rexburg and lived right next door in a townhouse, and for 2 solid months never questioned where those kids were at. She saw their stuff was at the apartment or at the townhouse. So when Lori just says, well, Tylee's out with friends, well, I'm just going to believe it because Tylee's a teenager. What about JJ? And we'll see Melanie talk about that.
Doing the best she knows how for her children.
Is there any part of the dark recesses of your minds that say maybe she cracked and maybe this is not going to end up well?
We have gone through those scenarios probably 100 times.
If something has happened to those children, it is not by her doing. And it's not by her permission to do something. There is no way that she did anything to them. There's just no way.
Yeah, we know her well enough to know that. Yeah. We know that. And she couldn't crack enough.
They're looking at each other for confidence to continue with their story.
Yeah,
They keep looking at each other like, are we going to keep going with this story? All right, keep going with this story.
Is it more about their own embarrassment, their own family embarrassment now? We're embarrassed because of the way she is, but we're just going to sit here and do this stuff to make us look good. When we know her, she'd never do that. I think a lot of it was shame too, but also wanting to present themselves in a certain light, right? But I think they had a lot of shame and just didn't want to admit it. It makes no sense for someone to say my children are not around, but they're safe. Trust me. I'm telling you, in my family, if I even tried to tell one of my family members, well, sorry you haven't seen my kids in 2 months, but I promise you they're safe. They're not going to go, okay. They're not. Somebody's going to be asking me a whole hell of a lot of questions, and rightfully so. Same thing with, I'm not going to take your word for it. Who are they unsafe from? Charles? Because you weren't trying to hide them from the zombies that were after them. Shit, y'all invited them in with your portals. Dumbass.
Dumbass.
Who put their whole life and soul into a child like she did. with each one of those kids.
Okay. That was pretty much the end of that one. It silences out for some reason before it actually takes it off the screen. I don't know. But yeah, there are a lot. The family dynamics there are intriguing. You know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, someone like Laurie doesn't come from a stable, functional, healthy mental health family. In my opinion, it's just not.
oh, I agree. I can agree with that a lot. Joe, are you back? You fell out. I don't
Did
know
I
if you,
fall out?
you did, but
Just
you're
for a
back.
moment.
Yeah.
I'm on top now, Joe. Ha.
That's funny.
The wise man does not comment on that.
Oh God! How come I knew that? I should have known that was coming. I should have known. Okay, that's the wrong one. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play you guys a little piece next. It's a little court TV piece. This is not that terribly long. I will speed it up a little bit. Hold on. Stop talking before I can get you up there. Okay. And while this starts to play, I am going to walk out back for a second. I got to go to let the dog in. When I open the back door, because of the way this house is set up and the way that wind gets to going out there, if I'm not, and I'm very petite, if I open the door when it's that windy, it sucks my door open. I about flew out the door earlier. It's like I was like holding on. The dog looked at me all crazy. I was like, damn it, man. Like, if I don't come back, y'all know, just know I got blown away in the wind. But I'll be right back. Let me get this up here. I don't know why it's so damn windy in Florida. Well, because it's March. I do know why. I'm just holding out hope until March is over. Come on, April. Starts my fun time. Okay. Let me pull the chat back up so I can see you guys. All right. Yeah, oh, and I added a new emoji, Joe. I got salad dressing emoji. Look.
Oh no.
Look. It ain't all fancy and stuff, but we got it.
That's funny.
Dressing for the word salad. So yeah, you guys, we have some emojis there. Look at this cool one. That's for the trial. He's cool, ain't he, with his little shades? If y'all can see it yet. But anyway, yeah. Sometimes I'll get bored and I can remember, oh yeah, I can go make an emoji. All right, so let me start this and I'll be right back. Oh, wrong button. Now this is an interview done with, so you got Melanie, the niece, here on the left, and her husband Ian on the right. Now remember, Ian had met her on a dating app. They got married pretty quickly. A lot of this stuff had already happened. All that had already went down, and he's like hearing all this stuff, and he's like red flagging shit. And he wore a wire. Didn't get any confessions, but he wore a wire and tried to help the police. So we have to give him that.
Right, and a couple of quick notes. She is
Nina. Nina,
right?
Look, I don't do clocks and calendars. I got confused because it's still winter, so I'm thinking it's still March. I'm like, get out of here, March. Come April, right?
It's also just a side quest. Interesting that you say it's March, it's windy, because in Australia, August is the month of winds. It's the same season on the flip, because that's our first month of spring, and March is your first. Well, you guys have a slightly different weird little setup, but isn't that interesting? The Mother Earth must do wind in that time of the year around the world. I love that. We learned something.
Yes. But yeah, my calendar's always broken, if y'all want to know the truth. I usually have to look at that thing 3 or 4 times a day because I don't even try to remember. I'm like, I don't even care. It's just another day.
Well, April is a feeling for you. So if you're not feeling April yet, then it's not April yet.
That's right. I'm a whole vibe. I just want warm. Here's what I want.
Vibe.
I just want beautiful, clear blue skies, no gray, blue. I want sunshine in abundance, and I want a light, gentle breeze. Okay. It's not too much to
It's
ask
not
for.
that much to ask. I was going to
No,
say,
it
Salty,
isn't.
it's just not too much to ask, for the
And I'm
love
a
of God.
true Florida girl
Not
through
nice,
and through. I cannot stand winter. I'm so sick and tired of it and over it. The gray, the cold, the rain, the wind, all that shit needs to get out of here. I'm done with it. Then I can be happy again. All right, here we go.
Trade.
It's just not Lori that I see. I see a lot of hatred in the media and a lot of judgment. I see a lot of lies. I don't know where my cousins are, her children, JJ and Tylee, and I love all of them, and I know she's doing whatever she can to keep her kids safe, and I hope we can see how that turns out in the future as truth continues to come forward.
Well, we know exactly how it turned out. The children were not safe, and we learned a lot more when this probable cause affidavit was released and unsealed. So now we've got new details and a whole new perspective on Lori Vallow Daybell as a mother, as a so-called mother. Ashley Banfield, Court TV special contributor, joins us now and has how these new details in this affidavit, really a game changer for a lot of people, especially when you start getting into Lori Vallow's family.
Yeah, it certainly has changed for many of them. It's so interesting watching Melanie Boudreau-Pawlowski's comments from back then, because now we know the children are dead, and those truths have come out, at least some of them. But it is very interesting to see how the rest of Melanie's family is now reacting. Just within the last 48 hours, in fact, Lori's sister, Summer Shiflin, has released a statement on Facebook. Came out on Sunday night. I want to read a little bit of it for you, Vinny. We have prayed for the truth to come to light, but we never thought it would look like this. Believe me when I say, this has looked very different from my perspective than what the public has seen. It's easy to jump on a bandwagon when you don't personally know all the people involved. When you have been up close and personal, you can't discount your own interactions and just go by what everyone else says and thinks. I know there are people waiting for me to admit I was wrong. If that's all you want to know, here it is. I was wrong. I'm an extremely imperfect person that loves my family with all my heart, and I wanted to believe the best in them. I held out hope for the best possible outcome. I have always said things truthfully as I understood them and will continue to do that as I learn new information. I'm just wondering, Vinny, who she means. I'm going to read this next one in a little bit, so pop that one down, because that one is a specific part of her statement that speaks to something she said in an interview a while ago, Vinny. But just with regard to what you just saw, that's pretty interesting stuff for Lori's sister to say, I was wrong. And I'm sure that sort of stuck out to you when you saw those words.
Absolutely, because it's difficult for a family member to ever accept the worst of the worst. But the thing about Lori Vallow is we've heard so many descriptions of her being a good person. And for me, the other thing I look at, there's two ways to look at all the marriages. On the one hand, you can say, oh, look at all these marriages, right? That tells you a lot about her. But it also tells you a lot about her that all these men fell in love with her. So there's definitely more to her. Yeah, exactly. So there were 5 men who believed this is the one. This is like the greatest woman in the world. So that tells me that it's a little more nuanced, right? Who exactly she is. But then it comes back to, all right, so we look at her and she moves to Rexburg, right? She uplifts the family and just takes off to Rexburg. And to me, that was, as we look at it now, that's like a red flag.
Well, and it looks like it, sure looks like it now, but that interview, let's go back again to this whole series of interviews that Melanie Boudreau-Pawlowski, that's Lori's niece, and really kind of like Lori's adult daughter, she up and went to Rexburg as well. And that surprised a lot of people because she was married to a guy named Brendan Boudreau. They had children, and she just up and left those children, and a kind of an ugly, divorce and custody issue behind. But she left those kids to go and get married within weeks to, another guy named Ian Pawlowski. So it's so interesting to watch her in those interviews now, knowing now what we know, that those children are dead and buried in a backyard. But she went and lived for 2 months at least 2 months in Rexburg, right beside Lori, right beside Lori's condo unit. Lori's condo unit was number 175, Melanie's was 174. And it's fascinating to hear her talk to KPHO in Phoenix, because they ask her sort of outright, didn't you see the kids in those 2 months? Because at that point, those kids were dead. Have a listen to that interview now in retrospect.
You got out there, your aunt is there, but you don't see your cousins. Was that strange?
Prior to their move, she was moving for their safety and for those threatening her, and to keep JJ and Tylee safe. This was a big move to try to, kind of move forward after Charles was shot and to remain safe with the kids. So as soon as I move up there in November, I see some of their stuff, but I don't see them there. And Lori says that they're safe and they're doing everything they can to keep them from the people that are trying to harm them. I believe that.
They're safe, and she's doing everything she can not to harm them. Yet you do not see a 7-year-old boy for at least 2 months. You're saying you didn't see Tylee, and she's 17, but still 2 months, you live right next door, and this is your Auntie Lori, kind of mom Lori. You're close, you're in the same religion. It's fishy. And it's not the first time that she wiggled out of that answer either, Vinny. I want you to take a look at this interview that she did with Keith Morrison on Dateline.
Did you ever see Tylee and JJ?
When I moved up there, I did not see them.
No, they were gone.
From November, from when I first got up there, I didn't see them.
So did she never once question Lori, or did she say, hey, where's the kids? Oh, I'm keeping them safe. Okay.
I think that also that's the culture of that family unit, isn't it, though? Mm-hmm. Don't ask any questions, just blind faith again.
That's so true. I mean, it appears that's what, gosh, I couldn't imagine being a part of this family. My family's gonna have lots of questions.
Did you ask? Where are they?
I'd asked Lori. I wasn't close with Tylee during her teenage years. She was very independent. So if Lori, said that she was with friends, I just believed her.
Vinny, are you kidding me? She's blaming it on teenagers will be teenagers, but she doesn't say a word about the 7-year-old, because you know what? 7-year-olds tend to stick pretty close to home,
And he's not any old 7-year-old. He's a special needs 7-year-old. He's a super cute kid, but he's someone that needs extra attention, and you can't just blow it off like that. She knows who JJ is, and she knows the issues that JJ was dealing with, and what kind of guy he was, and what kind of little kid he was. And
how about just JJ's supposed to go to school every morning? How about Melanie should be able to see him go to school and come home every day? Melanie should have been over for dinner maybe once in those couple of months. It's next door, their family. And JJ's not going to go out to the local diner and feed himself. So it's just bizarre that she says that.
And she's recently widowed too. She's widowed. Now she's a single mom. Single moms need help.
Yeah, no kidding. So, okay, all of that is crazy, but there's more. There's always more. I want you to take a look at this sort of really interesting retrospective now.
There's always more.
Again, these are interviews that were done with KPHO in Phoenix, and the questions that were asked in this next very rambling answer. So I need to give you a little bit of setup so that the rambling will make sense. Melanie talks about Chad and Lori's sudden departure to Hawaii. Remember that? Just when the police were starting to ask questions, up they went that night and left for Hawaii. She also is asked questions about Uncle Alex Cox. And Uncle Alex Cox, was rumored to have perhaps been involved in a shooting of Melanie's ex-husband, Brandon. Melanie talks about that in this interview as well. And then again, that critical question, how safe were these kids with Lori? Have a listen now.
I didn't think they were in danger and didn't have those fears and doubts until this welfare check. And then Chad and Lori left. I didn't have contact with them, and I'm absolutely worried. I knew the threats that Lori had been getting, and I don't know what's going on. And meanwhile, we have all these false accusations and questions about this supposed shooting that Brandon Boudreaux is claiming that happened. And I've yet to see evidence and facts that come forward with that, but
Man, that's your husband, ex-husband.
These accusations that Brandon's claiming. Honey,
Brandon Boudreaux, she said, even like.
Yes, yeah. Excuse me,
Some other guy.
Lori's next trial, Melanie, is for the attempted murder of your husband. That guy. Yeah. And didn't I notice the way her husband, Ian, looked at her? Because he knows, I think he already knew by this time, his wife was in a lot of trouble. No, even if she didn't play a part in what happened to the kids, the cult stuff she was into was a huge problem. How, because she's sitting there right beside him saying, well, everything was fine. No, it wasn't. And he knew it. He wouldn't have worn a wire for the police.
He's adamant about, that it was Alex Cox that shot at him, and there's been no evidence that I've seen. And for a time I worried, could my uncle have done that? He's so sure, and I've got my own father threatening me and intimidating me with text messages, and I did worry. But when it comes back to it, I know the person Alex is. I haven't seen any evidence.
Did you have any?
What was the timeline? Was Tammy Daybell shot at with the air quotes paintball gun before or after Brandon Boudreaux?
It would have been before.
But then I guess Melanie theoretically wouldn't have known about that then. But I mean, even that there's a pattern of behavior that it's not a huge step to think, well, if somebody shot at Tammy,
right,
and somebody shot at Brandon.
They were exactly a week apart. Brandon was shot at on October 2nd, and Tammy was shot at on October 9th.
Wow.
But this is happening afterwards. Obviously, this was
right.
This interview and the children going missing, air quotes, was after. Cognitive dissonance, blind faith, with no curiosity.
None at all, and I just wonder the conversations between this husband and wife that had to have taken place. You know what I mean? To get your wife to wake the hell up. It must have been crazy.
Anything to do with that shooting?
Absolutely not. And Brandon knows that.
You know the person Alex is? You know the person Uncle Alex is?
Just like Jesus knows there were no murders committed.
Over the two graves of those children. I mean, it's incredible. Vinny, I can see it on your face. It is amazing
she knew
to go back and see this.
But she already knew he was a killer. But she already knew he was a killer,
self-defense, right?
He shot and killed Charles Vallow. I mean, we know that. We know that he's a killer already. So she's either straight out lying or completely oblivious to everything here.
I mean, it is, again, astounding to go back and see what she said then, knowing what we know now. Those children were decomposing over the months that she's living right next door, and seeing Uncle Alex and seeing Chad and Lori. Nothing to see here, folks. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. We're not cultists. Nothing. There's no problem. There's nothing wrong here. It goes on. Okay, so I've got to bring you back into this interview again with KPH show in Phoenix, because some of the questions that were asked elicited quite a response. Again, in retrospect, it's all different to see this interview now, because Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, follow the bouncing ball, suggests that her ex-husband, Brandon, along with Lori's ex-husband, Charles Vallow, along with Charles's sister, Kay Woodcock, who's also the grandparent of JJ. Apparently, they're all conspiring against Lori. Have a listen.
It just seems like it's like bad thing after bad thing after bad thing, and the one thing that's in common here is that Lori is involved. How can she not be involved in something bad here?
I can't attest to all those different events, but I do know that Charles was there with an agenda, and he was working with Brandon and with Kay, and things didn't go the way he thought. And the big question we're not asking is, why is nobody asking why Charles had a $2 million policy on Lori? Charles and Brandon did.
So right there, no one's asking why Charles had a $2 million policy on Lori.
Well, Lori admits in court that her dad helped get that $2 million life insurance policy.
Mhm.
That's not a surprise. That's not like a trick or
Well,
something.
Lori's not the one dead, and Charles is not the one on trial.
Exactly. Yeah.
Come again, Melanie?
Did
Nobody
life insurance together, and
I
there's a
know.
lot of
Joe, I can't get past that, dude.
Right.
Is she going to stand up and say that again? You know what I mean? Well, nobody was unalived here. That wasn't Charles. That was Ned. We did not unalive Charles. We unalived Ned. Well, honey, you're going down for Ned too. I don't care how many past lives.
Can she get 2 life sentences, one for Ned and one for Charles?
Well, it depends how many times has Ned walked this earth.
Maybe she
there's a
should
lot
get
of things that
31.
haven't been
Right.
brought to light. That things that aren't being portrayed in the media. They're being hidden so we can run with this cult story and zombies, and it's more exciting than the truth, sadly.
That's what she believed.
Well, it's not exciting. It's appalling, actually. Not exciting. No one's running with it because it's exciting. It's appalling.
Exactly.
And it's coming up from many different sources. So, sorry, it's not us making it up.
Oh, damn. I need to, clip that. Sorry, it's not us making it up.
Yeah, that actually is a good clip. I love Anjanette.
Isn't it? Go, Ashley, because, we're not making shit up.
Ashley,
Well,
right.
some people do make stuff up, but we don't. And you know what? When Kresha was here earlier, we were talking about, social media and the YouTube streets and all that. It's like why people feel the need to do shady business in these true crime cases when they're bad enough on their own merit is beyond me. Let's go make it messier, right? Why? Let's go put out a bunch of misinformation. Let's go crank the internet. Let's go hit up this creator and that creator and feed them this and feed them that and see which ones are dumb enough to fall for it, because they're out there. Even with Idaho, I got all kinds of DMs up on my TikTok and my Twitter with different scenarios and people, and I'm like, not touching any of that stuff with a 10-foot pole. We don't got to make shit up in true crime. That's so fake.
Here's another thing, Vinny. The fact that Melanie said those things about the Woodcocks conspiring against Auntie Lori, her own family has a lot to say about that now. Once again, from her Auntie Summers Facebook page just on Sunday, the statement went on to say this. I am also grateful, this is Summer Shiflin, Lori's sister, I am also grateful to the Woodcocks for ordering the wellness check. I pray for them to have peace and comfort as well. My mother has been with me here the past few days, and we both feel the same about this. I am curious, Vinny, if Melanie now feels the same about this, whether she still thinks that Kay Woodcock and her husband Larry were somehow evil spirits coming after those children, because the children were not found in their backyard. It was Kay and Larry who were desperate to see these kids, who called the Rexburg police and said, please go over there, please find those kids, please ask, please do a welfare check. And now it looks like Lori's family is happy they did. And we wonder if Melanie will change her tune.
Right, and Kay was deemed a zombie too, right? Or a dark
Kay
entity.
Labeled dark, yeah.
Yeah.
Because she had the nerve to say, where's my grandchild? Oh, now you're dark. Lady, anybody who speaks out against you at that point was going to be dark. You know what I mean? That's almost how her and Chad ended up operating. Brandon had become dark. Charles had become dark. Everybody in their little world that wasn't going to buy into what they were selling were going to be labeled as dark.
There was somebody's ex-husband that was involved too. They got a divorce from one of the ladies in the circle around this time, right? Uh-huh. And didn't he text his ex-wife at one point in time and say, boy, I'm lucky I divorced you, or maybe I would have ended up like them?
I don't know.
Do you remember? Yeah, there was, I can't remember who it was. One of them divorced one of the ladies in the circle and was like...
May have been Melanie Gibbs a ex or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, may have been.
It might have been, because she's such a player in this mix. I can't be for certain. the dynamics between that family, though, when you look at Lori's mom and sister, and then you look at the niece, and I don't know if you've heard Adam Cox speak a lot over on his YouTube channel. I've watched a couple of things over there. Haven't hung out, enough to really get to know him or a lot about him. I've, visited Colby's channel, of course, and Megan's, and Difficult Research with Kresha, but I've never really been over to Adam's YouTube a lot. I don't know why. I just don't feel pulled there to I don't know why. It's weird. Have you been over there and listened to anything? I don't know I have no take on him either way. You know what I mean?
I have not. I did just see where he posted an announcement that until Adam Cox testifies, he will not be doing any more lives.
Yeah.
So they will not be doing any more lives. So that's probably advisable. That's probably pretty smart.
Well, no, he can't be on social media and stuff. He's got to testify. Right. He's not supposed to be messing around, and it's risky to get on the social media and be a YouTube streamer about, when you're going to your sister's murder trial. It's going to get talked about, right? So it's probably a smart thing to do, the best thing to do. He does not support Lori, though. For those of you who do not know who I'm talking about, Adam Cox is Lori's brother, and I don't know the name of it. What is the name of that YouTube channel? I can't recall.
I can't either.
Oh, I sound like the cops now. I can't recall. I don't recall. But anyway, so the older brother, Adam, it will be testifying in this trial against Lori. He's testified in the past against Lori. So he does not support Lori at all. I can't recall the name of the YouTube channel. I'll have to go try to find it. I'll pull something up real quick. Okay. Where'd it go? So there's a lot out there on Melanie and Ian, a lot to watch and look at, but we're not going to look at all that today. I want to show you guys this lady here. Introduce you to Miss Julie Rowe. So Julie is a lady I spoke about at the beginning of the stream. I don't know exactly what year she came into Chad's life and he published her first book. There was another lady. Before we do that, let me pull this up and read this really quick. Okay, Susan Freeman was this lady's name. Oh, I gotta pull that down first. Susan used to, I think, have books published at Chad's publishing company. Let me pull her.
I think Kresha said that that Julie isn't the Julie who wrote romance novels. She said that in chat.
Okay, there were two different Julies. I knew that. That did write for Chad's company, but when you go look at the list of books on the website, Julie Rowe's name is not even on there. Where she used to, I know for a fact he published books for her, right? And we're going to hear her talk about that in just a second. This is another lady who, let me share this really quick before we go into who the other lady, Julie, is. Okay. Yeah, and Rex is the uncle, correct? Rex is their uncle. He does the podcast along with Alex.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Adam.
Oh,
with
yes.
Adam. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't feel like a shadiness towards them in any kind of way at all. I don't.
Nope.
I really don't. Okay, so this lady here is was an author. And she warned Chad Daybell 3 years ago his teachings would lead to death and sorrow, according to an email she sent him. This was published in 2020, June 17th of 2020. Idaho Falls author who worked closely with Chad Daybell warned him 3 years ago that his teachings would lead to death and sorrow. Susan Freeman was one of the first writers to have her work published by Spring Creek Book Company, which Daybell launched in 2004. Over the next 10 years, she partnered with him on 3 projects, but in 2014, she felt uncomfortable with the direction his business was moving and new authors he was working with. That was 2014. And note, she says new authors. He started publishing non-Mormon doctrine stories, people's different experiences and stuff. And I just told him there's something that's not quite right, Freeman told EastIdahoNews.com earlier this month. Plus, we were working on a book of mine together to take out the LD. We were working on a book of mine together to take out the LDS stuff, and I was kind of surprised by that because he was an LDS author. And why would you take out that? Why would you do that? So Freeman and Chad parted ways, but she wanted the publishing rights back to her book. Back. On June 2nd of 2017, she sent him an email making the request with a stern warning. So she sent him this email on June 2nd of 2017, and it says, "Hi, Chad. I was wondering if it was at all possible for you to give me the rights of the books. I understand that you are busy, but I have paid you off last fall, and I have not seen any royalties since last year. I have had a deep respect for you and have thought that you are following the spirit, but in the past few years, I think that deception has crept in. I do not agree with what you are publishing. I have come to the understanding that what you are publishing is false. I understand that you don't agree, and you might just think I'm being spiteful or jealous in some way. That is further from the truth, but in the end, truth will prevail, and the truth of all things will be shown to those who are true and faithful. I know without a shadow of a doubt what you are preaching will not lead to happiness. It will lead to death and sorrow." Daybell responded 2 days later saying he was sorry Freeman had bitter feelings toward him and agreed to return her publishing rights. The two communicated via email for several months, but Freeman said she never got back the rights. Then she provided a copy of the email chain to the East Idaho News. I kept the emails because I wanted proof that he said he would give them, the publishing rights, to me, and when I read through it, I was just plain old eerie. It was just plain old eerie. I just don't know what to make of it, honestly, she told the news organization. But isn't that crazy for her to come out and warn him in that email, that she's got red flags, but he's like, "I don't care, lady. Take your books
Well,
elsewhere."
I think he probably was knowing full well what was on the horizon at some depths of his depraved mind.
Yeah, he liked where he was headed with his
Mm-hmm.
with this new stuff he was incorporating into his own brand of, because it was definitely his own brand of religion or whatever he wanted to call it, because it was definitely a cult thing going on here. So you don't just take the regular teachings and drop that in and say, okay, now we're going to, you can go make your own self a church, I guess, but they were definitely doing cult things there. Very incorporated, a lot of different things. And I guess this lady saw that with some of the teachings that he was looking at, 2 times it knocked me out. Oh, you're good. Are you back? Do you want to come back up? We can certainly drop you the link if you want to come back up. Get over here to the chat.
Salty and Joe, I'm going to have to dip in a moment or two because I have to get ready for peasant work that's looming fast. Monday, yuck.
Oh, so you're like a whole ass day ahead of me.
Yes, it's 5:09 a.m. Monday, so I'm in the future,
Oh
y'all.
wow, you really are in the future, ma'am. It's like 2:09 Sunday afternoon.
Just so you know, end of times hasn't happened here yet, so we're all good so far.
You'll let us know when it does, right? So we can get prepared over here.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Well, I appreciate you coming over and joining us and hanging out with us early in the morning before you have to head off for work.
It's been amazing. I thank you so much for having me.
It's a treat having you. And the next time we do this, we'll have to work it out where it suits your time frame a little better. I can be up all night. I don't care.
Oh,
We will
it's okay.
work
My
it out.
audience is also mostly in the States, although it's shifting a little bit to be a bit
Yeah,
more Australia based. But I
yeah,
generally work on East Coast time and work back from there. So like for
yeah,
example, yesterday I was streaming from 8 a.m. my time, which is awfully early. I have to get up
yeah,
quite
it
early,
is.
but um,
Yeah.
but that was so it was for evening viewers on the East Coast of the States. So no, it's all good.
Well,
Easy
and
peasy.
I've thought about you guys who do not live in the US who stream because you have to kind of adapt, right? And
Right.
especially if a lot of your audience is in the US, and if you want to be live, yeah, I feel that. So I'm like, I'm glad I don't have to do that. So I feel you. I mean, hats off to you for even figuring it out, you know?
Thank you. Yeah, no, it works relatively well for me because of my early day job
Yeah.
schedule. It's not such a big thing. The whole it's better for me when you all are in daylight savings and we aren't, because it's 2 hours. So that my East Coast 6 p.m. is then 10 a.m. here. But
Yeah.
yes, it's all good. We do what we need to do, don't we? These
Yes, we
YouTube
do.
streaks. So, yes.
We certainly
Anyway,
do.
goodbye and thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Thank you,
Well,
Joe. Thank you, Kresha. Thank you, Salty.
yes. Yeah, well, you're welcome, and thank you. And we'll see you this week during trial coverage. And
Yes, I'll
yeah,
be there with you in your chat. Absolutely,
I'll
Salty.
I'll be streaming.
And
So I'll
Hey,
and
set
Joe,
that up.
Shorty.
good luck. Oh, good luck.
Yeah.
Stay out of that. Stay away from the portal. Stay away from the portal.
Yes, Joe. Listen to her.
All right. Have a
Do not
wonderful
lock
day
eyes with that devil woman. Thank you.
have a wonderful day and a wonderful week.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to leave. Can you
Oh,
boot me, please,
yes,
Salty?
ma'am. I don't want to be rude, but I will.
No,
All
no.
right.
Boot
See
me. I'm asking for it. Bye.
Bye. Have a
Bye.
good day. Oh, love having her. She's such a joy, right?
She is. She has such great energy. I love her
Oh, she
energy.
does. I love her. I love her good energy. I do have to say that. I do like that. Where's my? Let me. Okay. Now I can see my chat again. All right, Kresha, you still here? If you want the link, it is in chat if you want to come back up. I want to play you guys a little something, though. We'll start with, because I just wanted to give you that little background with that one lady who spoke out and, used to work or write the books and have them published through Chad's company, and how she warned him that, this new stuff you're into is not going to fly. Was she the only one to ever have a concern and formally reach out? You know what I mean? Like other colleagues, maybe, or friends, even. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to keep you guys on here too much longer. I've got to get. So I think 1 p.m. Central Time is when they actually have the trial slated to start. My time. I think it's actually going to be like 1:30, for there's a 30-minute delay. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but it's 1 o'clock scheduled for my time. So think I'm going to set the live up for 12 or 12:30 Central Time, and that way we can be live during the trial. And we'll go like maybe 30 minutes before the trial and have a little chit chat and all that good stuff before the trial starts. And if Joe can, he's going to be live tweeting if they allow him use of his phone. I think that's his plan. Is that right, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's anything that's big news coming down,
Yeah.
I will be. And if you follow Trial TV Live, also don't check, because Chris told me he doesn't want any spoilers in his channel. So if you also follow Trial TV Live, don't watch. But if you want to see spoilers in advance of your 30-minute delay, I will put them in Twitter for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll be looking at Twitter. I'll look at Twitter. Like it doesn't matter to me if I see it 30 minutes ahead of time. I'll see that here in a minute in the courtroom. Yes, Joe done give me something to look forward to. Oh, right, Joe, you're cute in a pink tie.
Oh, that's Charlie. He's way cuter than I am.
Yes, that is Charlie.
I thought you were going to say, yes, that's true. He's way cuter than you.
Look at you. Look at you. Hey, Parker, welcome in. It's been a minute. How are you doing? Oh, you got a gifted membership? Well, good for you.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Okay.
Well, lead investigator.
Yes, welcome to the Lead Investigator Club. Is that even a thing? I don't even I am planning to do another members only live soon. I have a show that I want to do, but I'm also going to be covering trial all week. So I'm thinking, what am I going to do here? It all depends on how I feel this week. I may do a morning show and do some things unrelated to Lori Vallow and then come back and do the trial. It just depends on how I feel each day. But I know I'll be covering the trial for sure, live, as it's happening. And doing the Karen Reed updates. Man, some stuff's been happening over there with that. There's just so much with that case. Like, I don't even know who to trust.
There is. Like,
Not like,
yeah. It's a tough nut to crack. Like
it really is.
And I know this is an unpopular opinion, just like Richard Allen, just like the Idaho 4, Karen Reed. I don't know factual innocence or factual guilt. I know the police did a shitty job of investigating in Delphi and in Canton. Not so sure about Idaho 4. I think that's a different situation, but I still am not convinced one way or the other. I need to see it played out in court.
Look, here's the whole shady thing about what happened in Idaho. It's called the FBI doing their thing. FBI doing the FBI. People are either going to have to accept it or get over it. I don't know what to tell them. I can tell you some shit about it. I've never, that's one, we all got that, maybe a love-hate with the FBI. I think I do as well. We need them to catch the bad guys, but are they overstepping our boundaries a lot of times? Hell yeah, they are. That's what happened in Brian Koberger's case. So that's going to be up to the state. But it's very different. Like you said, though, if you look at a lot of the things in the Karen Reed, even the one expert, he was one of the ACA experts, Dr. Wolf, who talked about the possible dog bite angles and the scratches and things like that, and the broken cocktail glass that they decided during their investigation was it a possibility for John O'Keefe to have thrown the cocktail glass which cracked Karen's lens, and neither side had heard of that before until he testified to that. That's what you want your ARCA expert to be able to do, is to walk in there and give you a scenario of what they think actually could have happened, not reiterate what one side or the other is telling me happened. I need an expert who knows his business to come in, and I want to see the other one come in. So I'm looking forward to the expert stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because that's the only thing that's going to make it or break it for me. It ain't Turtle Boy. It ain't Miss Karen Reed being an admin in the Facebook group over there. I've seen all that shit. Like, stay out of the Facebook groups, Karen. Are you Dr. Walla? I take issue with people on trial or involved in a trial being all up in the Facebook groups, all talking. That don't look good. I don't care who you are. Karen Reed may be completely innocent. I have no clue. I think that she was overcharged if she did hit him. That's always been my thought process, was if that lady really backed into that dude, it probably wasn't intentional.
Right.
But I don't know how it got to where it is. I mean, I get fighting the murder charge, but couldn't you have proven that it was more or less an accident versus
right
where we're at? Right? You know what I'm saying? There was some
like a manslaughter type charge would be more.
Yeah, you could,
if they really do believe she backed into him. Yeah.
Right. I mean, yeah, exactly. There's just a lot. I lean toward her being innocent.
Oh yeah, I have way more questions about the Commonwealth's case than I do about the defense. Way more questions. Like, what is he doing 20 feet off the road? If she struck him, if she backed up along the road and she struck him, what is he doing like 15 to 20 feet off the road? That makes no sense to me factually.
No, it doesn't.
But the defense didn't attack that. They brought in, just like in Delphi, they brought in the third-party conspiracy stuff, and it just totally confused the jury. Like, they couldn't, like in Delphi, it should have been a timeline thing.
Don't you think it's getting dangerous with bringing in third-party culprits if you can't elaborate? I know that it's almost like they caused this shift, the burden shift to be shifted, right? The burden of proof. Technically, we all know it's the state's case to prosecute, blah, 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 blah. But when you come in offering third-party culprits and alternate suspects and, all these things, you kind of alibis that don't make sense, you might have to answer some questions eventually,
Yeah.
right?
Prince Lever, I understand your point. He was not struck by an SUV, and I honestly don't believe he was either.
Yeah, right?
But the
I don't know either.
Commonwealth did bring in experts that say that he was. And
Yeah.
so that's what confused the jury. That's how we ended up with a hung jury.
This is true. Right, exactly. No matter what we end up personally believing, it's going to come down to a battle of some damn experts again, and are we going to have the same experts? Or are we going to get new ones? What do we have in here? I need new ones. I need new stuff. Don't bring me the same old from the last time and regurgitate what you said last time, right? That's not going to change anything. Welcome back, Miss Kresha.
Oh, I'm so sorry about earlier, y'all.
Good.
That was crazy.
Oh, you're good. We're over here just, doing nothing. So I hope everything worked out okay. Y'all trying to work out logistics and stuff?
No, just it's nice to find other people who are dealing kind of with the same thing that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And so she was just checking on no, it was Megan, for anybody who doesn't know who don't know
Yeah.
who I'm talking about.
Megan Connor is Lori's cousin.
Lori and Alex's cousin. And anyways, I love her, right? I mean, she's the most honest person, and she's just a cool person, period. But then the fact
yeah.
that she comes from Lori's side of the family, and she's not just going with the nothing to see here, everything's fine, we don't know how this happened, brushing it under the rug like everything else. And so I appreciate her honesty and her desire for the truth, without without having to be told. She's there, to find out for herself, so that it can't just become a family story and passed on. And
I totally understand. I totally understand her needing to be there and wanting to be there, just like I will with your family. But I think to me, outside looking in, just some random YouTuber who was just a random mom standing in her living room years ago when those kids were reported missing on CNN.
Yeah.
I turn around to the TV and I watch the story so I can take a look at these little kids' faces just in case, because you never know. That's the kind of mom I was. I had little kids. I would hope that anybody hears missing child, they're going to stop and turn around and look.
Right.
So that's
the
what I always
point.
did, right? Yeah. And
Yeah.
then to get here, but it's to me, see, and now getting to know you and knowing who Megan is, to know that you two have found each other. You know what I mean? On total opposite. You can't help what your families got involved. You know what happened.
Right.
It's not her fault that Lori did all the things Lori did. And
Right.
so but she's a wonderful soul. She really is. And it was just as hard on them having to accept what Lori was, right? Just like it was hard for you guys to accept what Lori ultimately became and did to Charles. Because
I mean, that's how I believe it's supposed to look. But from my angle, or from my from my view over here, which is, again, I'm a nothing burger, right?
Yeah.
But I just happen to be related to 3 of the people in the story. One, Tylee's my step cousin, but I never looked at her like even a cousin. She was like a
Right.
niece,
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, so my thing is, I'm interested in what Megan's interested in, as far as the involvement of Summer, of Janice, of Adam, of all the people in the Cox family that acted like I almost said the F-bomb, that
No,
acted
you're
like a freaking mob, or the Mormon Mafia, whatever the hell they did. And how they just listened to Lori. This is what it appears to be to me. And I mean, I read the FOIA docs. I keep up with every bit of this case since it broke here,
Yeah.
and it was not on any kind of social media or news platforms or nothing like that. Since July 12th, 2019, I have looked, researched, been consumed by this is, I live in, and it's gross, right? I'm like, this is not healthy. It can't be healthy. But I just kind of dove in and like didn't know what the hell I was diving into. I had to learn, terminology. Why they keep saying orthodox and what the hell's, I was not political,
Right.
still not. Like I had to learn a lot of things about my world because I was over here just popping bubbles and shit, like avoiding the news because it would make me nervous. I already had anxiety disorders, wasn't trying to feed it. But everything changed. And so, anyways, from looking at all of this information and attending trials, being involved and immersed in this case for 6 years now, it really appears that Summer and Janice, the mom, not so much Adam, but I mean, I want to know. I want to know why my Uncle Charles, flew Adam in on his using his points for flights or whatever. I forget what it's called, but flyer miles or whatever. And Adam gets here the day before July 11th. And so on July 10th, he gets to Arizona, Phoenix, and he gets his mom to pick him up from the airport. And I'm like, was that the plan? Like, I don't understand, because you've got Zach Cox talking, and that's Adam's son who lived with Charles and Lori. And just being honest, I'm just going to say this up front, and people can judge me or whatever, but Alex, oh my God. I always get tongue twisted with the Cox family over here. But Zach Cox, he was young. He's like the same age as my son, like Colby, like, he's like an innocent bystander in this, I do believe. He got kind of caught in the middle of it and he didn't know how to react. And then he was having to go to the Cox's, to Janice and Barry's house, while Charles and Lori had their fight, or their arguments and stuff. And so when he went over there, he was having to like guard his phone and shit in case Charles called and they happened to see Charles's number on the screen. That's what we're talking about here. People snooping and just being really covert.
Yeah.
Okay. Very covert, very sneaky, and not saying what they mean what they say. Like they do not talk about anything. When Lori says that she doesn't like confrontation, they don't either. But they wage war behind your damn back. Okay, is what I'm saying.
That day,
So I don't know, huh?
that day that Charles was shot, she grabbed his phone and ran around the house with it, right? And wouldn't
That's
let him
what she
have it.
says. That's
And
what she
she actually,
says.
and she actually
Yeah.
took it with her on the trip to Burger King.
Right. And she had it for like 5 hours after that.
Yes, she
Some
did.
reports say that she had it for a couple days.
That's what I
I
heard too,
would like to
Kresha.
know that.
I would like to
Yeah.
know that as well, because it should have been at least,
Yeah.
yeah, it should have been asked for on the scene that morning.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Charles didn't have his wallet or anything on him thank you, because it was all in the car.
Right.
And,
And his vehicle, right? And she took his vehicle down to the Burger King and to take
yeah,
JJ, didn't she?
which is interesting because even if he would have broke contact with this brawl that happened, right, with Alex, then how could Charles have gotten away? She took his transportation even. I'm just
Right.
saying. She left the scene of a crime, in my opinion, is what she
She
did.
did. She knows that she did, and the cops know that
Mhm.
she did. They know
Yep.
that Charles was harmed, unalived, murdered. I
Mhm.
don't like saying that. I hate that
I
unalived
know.
word. I hate it.
Murder, it carries the weight, but they don't like it on these
I know, but
streets.
I'm trying. I'm also want to be respectful of you. He was your uncle.
I say murder, but
Yeah, I know.
he
Sometimes
didn't pass away. Don't ever say he passed away. I'm
exactly.
like, he didn't pass away.
Look, I have a family too. We got a lot of long history in there. I may or may not have dealt with something similar, not involving children, but there was
Right.
someone murdered, right? It is what
Yeah.
it is sometimes, and
Mhm.
someone went to prison for it. So sometimes things are what they are. But
Exactly.
it was interesting watching her mother and her sister earlier in that interview, and the adamant way they just, we know Lori would
We know.
this, we
Yeah.
know, but yet she had five marriages, and y'all didn't go to one wedding. And then the sister says, "Well, I wasn't even invited." Well, how close were y'all again? You know?
Exactly. So this is my theory, and again, judge me, whatever.
No,
I'm just
you're good.
trying to be upfront. I mean,
I love
it's okay.
honesty here. I'm
But
honest to a fault sometimes, and it might get me in trouble, but you're good.
the thank you. There's that phone call, the jail phone call that was played in Lori's trial, and it's horrible. We knew about it. We knew it existed before it was ever introduced in the court and to the public and all that. We knew about this years before. We knew that there was a horrible call between Lori and her sister. Okay. Well, so my thing is, before I even talk about that, and I mean, my thing is that I believe, I suspect, I feel, I allege that Summer was all on board with waxing Charles, basically, but not maybe on board with the kids, is what I'm down with. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Because and Janice too, because she says some really covert shit in a text message she sent to Alex, and she said it in a real snooty, churchy, judgy kind of way. She can't help that Charles doesn't have the Holy Ghost with him, but she has the Holy Spirit. She said it a couple times. She has the Holy Spirit guiding her, and she was just thinking, she was just like, "Well, I can't judge him. I love Charles," which is again, it sounds endearing, right? Till you really kind of have been in this shit for 6 years, and you go and you read these things over and over again because we go over these things in
Mhm.
preparations for the trial. And so each trial, and then so it's like it caught me one day and I was like, well, I'll be damned. She is really being snooty right here, saying that Charles doesn't have the Holy Spirit, but she makes damn sure that she tells Alex that she's got the Holy Spirit guiding her. And she
Yeah.
can't help it that Charles doesn't have it, which you might as well say that he's dark. You might as well say that he's a zombie, Ned, Garrett, Eplos, all the freaking zombie names, demon names, because you're saying it right there without saying it, and this is that shit I'm talking about, where they use that church talk that it's
Mhm.
like it appears sweet until you read it a couple times, then it's usually
Right.
self-serving.
A lot of times it is, and even when you walk into a Southern church, the people in the front pew are the ones you better watch
Bless
out
you.
for the most.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They will be the ones to stab you in the back in a heartbeat. They'll be the
Mhm.
ones to talk shit about you behind your back in a heartbeat. They'll be the
Mhm.
ones to want to be all nice to you. Yeah, there's a lot of
They're the
judgment.
ones adopting your brother's baby and then calling him a freaking
Yes.
drug addict and
Yes.
then killing him and then committing murder, and you're like, what the
Yeah,
F just happened?
exactly. You
Yeah.
nailed it. I mean, that's exactly what that comes down to.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that out there in this world, unfortunately. But you can tell her mother was a piece of work. I see a lot of Lori. I
Mhm.
understand a little bit more about Lori just by looking at her mom.
Yep.
The kind of woman she must have been. What kind of mother was she? Um, I think Lori probably had a lot of traits like her mother. Uh,
Yes.
you know, it,
Skin deep, and it's all about appearance. And
yes.
there's even talk. There's of the things that we've heard, and I mean, again, these are just allegations. I can't prove them, but I trust Megan. She scores high on my
Hmm.
scale. Okay,
Oh yeah.
and so she had stated before that whenever she would go stay there, that her Aunt Janice would sit there and just like chew the food, but then spit it into her napkin
What?
so she could taste it, but she wouldn't swallow it because she didn't want to, gain weight or
Game.
whatever. And so then you have Stacy Cox Cope, which is Lori's oldest sister who died. That's Melanie Pulowski's mom. And, that's sketch all together right there, how she died. She was type 1 diabetic, and she also, and I mean, I'm just going to say allegedly, she allegedly had an eating disorder. But you look at Janice, then you look at, why this must be happening allegedly with Stacy. Then you look at whenever my Uncle Charles was murdered, and the cop did the sweep, and on body cam footage, you catch screenshots and stuff of the camera footage, okay? Well, in the room where Tylee was staying, there are no beds in any of the rooms except for Lori's, right? There's
Yeah.
mattresses on the floor. Just brings me back to Ruby Frankie, okay?
Right.
Oh, right, yeah. So they do a sweep, and then we catch this whiteboard that's in Tylee's room, and it is a regimen that Tylee was allegedly on. It appeared that Tylee might have been restricted from eating certain food, no food after 7 p.m., so much water per day. It's all about this appearance, right? And I mean,
Yeah, do you think that she was like with that way with Tylee?
yes, but
Okay.
she would also feed her processed foods. Joe raised a freaking stink about it, like I would too, because she's over here struggling with pancreatitis. I mean, I
Right, I
do
was
have
about to say.
actual freaking original medical records here. I
Okay,
mean,
okay, because I was
they're
wondering about
not
that.
deep or anything, but
Right, I get you, but
it's like
she
a school
really
excuse and stuff.
she did have the condition though, so we do know
Yes.
that, you can confirm that.
But I
Is it
believe that it was caused by Lori and her just feeding
Right.
whatever and letting Tylee eat whatever, processed foods and such, knowing that it contributes to this. And
Make her sicker.
right.
Yeah, 'cause I have autoimmune disease and so does my son, and he's 18, and I'm
Mm.
having to teach him how to live with autoimmune disease, right? We have to watch our diet, we have to watch this,
Learn, yeah.
and so I don't want him to struggle with things that I can help him with now.
Yeah, you bend the tree while it's still young. That's
Yeah,
what you
like, I
do.
don't want him to be out there consuming, foods or different things that his body's
Mhm.
gonna have a horrible reaction to and make him feel like
Yeah.
little shit, so
As a mother should, as a parent should,
Exactly. I mean, like, maybe try to avoid this and do but you
Right.
don't yeah. I was
But we're
wondering
not gonna go full on commando, like,
No,
"Arr,"
'cause
you
Lori
know?
talks about, no one knows how much Tylee suffered. I do. I know how miserable Tylee was and all this stuff. I've had a sick child. Lady, you can do a whole the child had pancreatitis. It wasn't like she was on a ventilator like my premature baby was, okay? There's
Yeah,
a lot
and I mean,
you can do for your
okay.
child. That's not like end of life type of situation there.
Exactly. She's 16 years old, and the reason you kill her is not because she wants to be cremated. That doesn't track, okay? You don't kill somebody because they said they want to be cremated. Okay?
Right.
Because that's her excuse to Colby, and I'm like, okay, so she told you want to be cremated, okay, yeah, all right, and then okay, but you didn't explain. It doesn't make sense. But anyways,
Well, there's gonna be a lot of things that don't make sense, some things that do, even if we can try to make it make sense, even when it does make sense, it still don't make no damn sense. 'Cause nothing about murder has any sense to it, right?
right.
I
And
mean
I try to use the words that they speak. Even my uncle, he said that she was nonsensical, that she lost her marbles, that Lori is gone. She's gone. My wife is gone, you know.
Well, that's true,
So
but,
yeah.
I'm not sure when she left the building completely. Was it a slow ride out?
I don't know. Her elevator don't go all the way up though. I'll tell you that. It goes down to the basement and
Yeah.
below, I'll tell you that.
It gets stuck. It gets stuck at some point. It's like,
The underworld, yo.
Yeah,
The underworld.
Lord.
So
So what was your thought, Joe?
observing her in court, and I've said this before, I honestly doubt if she really is competent to assist in her own defense. I honestly do. I think
Oh,
there's
yeah.
more going on there. Like, she presented her own
She's
argument.
delusional.
I
On December 6th, she presented her
the
argument for her
way,
qualifications. And if I were Judge Boreski, I probably would have also granted it at
yeah.
the time. But the way that she has conducted herself since then, especially on Monday, the 31st motions hearing, and some of the things that she did on the next day on jury selection, I have my doubts. I have my doubts if she's really playing with a full deck.
Well, and I mean, I think this goes back. I think Lori stopped growing and maturing at teenage years. Okay, because Tylee, we saw in body cam footage before, like before Charles was even killed, that Tylee was calming her mom down. Tylee was more mature.
Hmm.
Tylee was
Yep.
being the more mature. She was the mother figure here.
Yes.
And so I believe in the way Lori styles her hair this whole time, with the little, look like a damn Shih Tzu, poor dogs. But I'm just saying, it's like she stopped growing. You know how alcoholics, when they drink too much
Yes.
or whatever, they stop growing.
Yep. It'll stunt their
Um,
growth, right?
yes,
They just,
mentally.
yeah.
And it's like she pegged out a long time ago.
She was
And
masking. Miss Shorty's right. She was masking.
yeah,
She masked
and
around
I
she
feel
paraded around that mask for a long time, didn't she?
yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, but yeah, it is slipping. It is slipping. It
Oh,
slipped in that
dog,
interview,
it slipped a long time ago, but
and like Megan was telling me just now, she's like, it slipped that day, she addressed the jurors.
mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, well, good. We need that ego to die. Okay. Because until that sucker's cracked, she's never going
No?
to. I want her to not embrace prison, okay, like she's doing.
Right,
I
right,
want her
exactly.
to realize what the hell she's done, and I want her to find Jesus,
I,
okay?
at the beginning of the stream, talking about that interview she did, the newest interview. I was just, these women have been here 5, 6, 7, 8 years, before they
Yeah.
ever have to go to trial. It's your fault we don't get speedy trials. It's, horrible. I'm like, okay, now we got Lori, the freedom fighter for incarcerated women.
That, or she's talking about her own condition
She found
without
her
saying
calling,
it because
girl.
she's not going to give in to the ego,
Well, no, the Lord keeps telling her to stop asking questions. I put you back in all these lives for a reason. Well, there's your reason, Lori. Everything was done so you can sit in prison and help women who are incarcerated fight their way out.
Yeah, I call it
Now,
primary to
like
prison.
you said, she feels like she's embracing that, newfound
Ruby
role.
Frankie did the
Yeah,
same thing.
right. It's
She
instead of
actually
taking it.
gave the judge, Ruby Frankie gave the judge permission,
Hmm.
basically, to sentence her. It was the
Yes,
weirdest thing.
it wasn't it though. I was sitting there
Yeah.
watching that, going, Is this real?"
My bonus son does this, okay? And it's a need for control.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm not saying he embraces a prison sentence. I'm just saying
No,
because
I
he
understand.
ain't there, but I'm just saying like he has a narcissistic mom. I'm
Mm-hmm.
diagnosing her right here, right now. Okay.
You go,
Like I
girl.
was dealing with that and then Lori happened and I was like, "Oh, there's the mothership." Like holy hell.
Exactly.
Like, and
My
so
Yeah, I get you.
I've learned a lot about our own situation here,
Mm,
dealing co-parenting and stuff
yes,
with just what I've learned by researching everything around Lori, which is basically every damn thing. So,
right. Yeah, and I can imagine that you have. I mean, because you want to figure it out. You want to know, especially with somebody you knew for
yeah,
so long that
and
never,
trusted.
entrusted. That's the whole thing.
Hmm.
When people were like, well, when this all first came out and, this child was adopted, everybody's like, well, where's the family? When you got to know the story,
I slept under the same roof with the Coxes. Okay.
right. I
So,
mean, and to hear you and your mom talk about Lori as she
hmm,
used to be,
hmm,
it's like the decline. I was wondered, you know, so there was probably always an underlying mental health issue,
yeah,
whether
it's the
people want to
mask.
admit it or not. Exactly.
Well, I mean, her dad,
I think she was there.
it's alleged that, and I'm not really good with all the terminology with. I know about narcissists and I don't know about schizo, da da da, I don't know all that stuff. Psycho, I know that one, I'm just saying I'm
Yeah,
very
I
limited
get
here, but I mean, I understand the basis of it, like it's alleged that her dad has schizophrenia. But I mean, the stuff that I've been researching into, and I believe that they're involved in, is this generational abuse, just like with Bishop Glenn Pace, and it's really providing a lot of insight into people like Lori, Ruby, Jody, um, all of Chad, like all of them. It's really like, okay, so this stuff was going on in the church back in the late 80s, early 90s. There was a report written about it. They're doing the same stuff that plays out right now, today, still happening. He identified or said that Bishop Pace identified and said that there were possibly around, he's estimating, but he was a mathematician, let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
And he said there were about 800 of these practicing Satanists, I guess you could say, and all up the Wasatch Front. I mean, I'm like, okay, that's a lot of freaking people to me. Like, and for it to never be stamped out
That's what I was saying. I've said, and isn't it crazy?
or addressed.
Or addressed was the
And
entire,
then
how I know there was the population there in Rexburg itself, and how a lot,
98%.
right, or what
Mhm.
LDS, but how many
Mhm.
in that community were also following Chad?
I look, and I believe that the realtors involved, I believe that all the people that we saw, okay, testify in Chad's trial, David, Melanie, all of these people, and some that are unnamed, that we won't know, that are never going to be named. In a way, Lori and Chad are the fall guys for that
Yeah.
organization, that enterprise, I'll say.
Hmm. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I believe that they were abused in the same system, and then they hurt people, I believe,
this is true.
and they turn around and then they inflict their love that's not love, it's opposite of love,
Hmm.
because it's generational and it's
You're
taught,
right.
and they are training these kids too, which sounds batshit crazy. But
It's, it doesn't sound batshit crazy to me.
when you look behind the curtain a little bit, I mean, all you gotta do is get a peek, and then you can't look away. You're just like, "Oh
Exactly.
my god, no."
It's like, don't tell me nothing to see here, because guess what? You see my
Right.
avatar, I'm peeking. I'm
I I'm oh, yeah, I love it too. Er
I am looking. You never know where I'm lurking at.
I
Shit.
love it. My best friend's mom, Miss Becky, she used to, like, look out her blinds like that.
I
We
do it too, girl. And I don't even have a
Yeah.
reason to. I don't even have a reason to. I'm up in the middle of nowhere in the country. I got like a couple of neighbors, but I'm gonna stand there and peek out my blinds at your asses. Don't be
I
peeking in
love it.
mine. Do not peek in mine, because you might not like what you see.
We had a lot of good laughs over that, so every time I do see your avatar, I think of Miss Becky, because 'cause I'm like, "Oh my god," because 'cause I'm always silly with my best friend. We've been best friends
Yeah.
since we were 7, 8 years old, and I'm 46, so long time. But I'm like, "Girl, we're gonna for Halloween, I'm like, "We're gonna set your mom up with just, some blinds, and she can just
Yeah,
walk around,"
exactly, right?
like,
Just put a pair of
through with
blinds
my
on me.
pants.
That's an easy costume there.
Big time.
The curtains which should unite. Yes, sir. I mean, look, I remember the day I found that avatar, I was like, "Oh, that is so me. I'm so doing it." Because
It's
I'm that true
perfect.
crimer. I do true crime, and I've seen too much happen on these YouTube streets to creators. Um, I'm trying to have no creator wars with other creators, 'cause I don't really care.
Right.
Y'all go do you, I'm gonna do me. But here's the thing about me being in true crime. I'm the only one in true crime. My children are not.
There you go.
I have seen the doxing happen in Idaho 4.
Exploitation,
Yeah,
yeah.
Delphi, it got super bad over there. I'm like, hell no. Mm-mm.
Sebastian,
Yeah,
Summer Wells.
Sebastian's is disgusting, girl. I can hardly do any shows on Sebastian. The last time I talked about Sebastian, I got emotional because I'm so pissed off, and the more I see coming out, the more I want to
It's
get mad.
just it seems, and I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it appears that it's a shit show And it's like, it's not about Sebastian or finding him. It's
No,
about who said what and when and where and
it's
how.
all about drama, and that brings you back to what families go through during stuff like this with these trials and these cases,
Yes.
and the
And then
bullshit
everybody draws
brought
into
in.
that, and there are
Mhm.
like 8,000 people in the chat. And I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
Exactly. And if I ran a Koberger show tomorrow and wanted to tell all of y'all about how he's being railroaded over in Idaho, I
Hmm.
could draw in the viewers with just my thumbnail alone. But they're
Yep.
going to be heavily disappointed when they come in here and hear me start talking because I don't have a dog in the hunt. I don't know if that guy's innocent or guilty,
Yeah, I don't either.
but
I know that
I
there's
don't see
things
any
that
shade
can be
going on.
corrupted, and that's what
Exactly.
I didn't realize how bad. I didn't know these things bothered me until I got into this because I
Right.
was, dragged into this. But,
Yeah.
I kind of chose this route where I'm at, and how I do this, how I share with the community and all that stuff. But and how they share with me, God, I feel like I owe them money. I'm like, I wish I could
Right.
pay y'all, okay?
Yeah.
Damn, they
Exactly.
don't realize like how like it's so scary in the beginning because I was like, oh my God, this is weird. It's
Yeah.
like everybody's Keith Morrison's talking about my freaking family. Yet
Yes.
I go to use a clip, I can't because
Exactly. That does that
because
piss
they
you
own
off?
my family.
That has to piss you off. You like
It
it's
does.
if
There's
you
gotta
it's
be something that we can look
yeah.
into to where
So
there's some kind of understanding.
how
Mhm.
did Court TV get to use like an 18 to 20-second clip without getting struck?
There's
Well,
certain news medias that are sisters,
they'll share
sister
sister
stations and stuff
stations,
like that.
and like Miss
Yeah.
So
Shorty said,
Hmm.
they could have paid the royalty fee on it, or who knows?
Yeah. Which
Um,
was weird for AZ Family to do because they didn't do it with that Summer and Janice
they sure
interview.
did. Did you notice that? I think the problem might be because they had just dropped. It hadn't been
I
out
mean,
long
I looked into that
because I
aspect
tried
too,
to
but
make. I was before you did your live and got taken down with it. I tried to make a short video on it, right?
yeah, I heard you
It's a
saying that,
3 minute, yeah, and it
which
took
is
it down.
crazy.
So I shortened it. It said it was too long. So I shortened it. I was like, well, fuck. So I shortened it up and I did it again. And it told me the same thing that my video was blocked. It's just nothing. I was like, well, I don't even care
You'll
about no
never get
money.
that time back either.
Right. Exactly. And doing videos. And even if I
It
clip
sucks.
even
It's
if
a
I
lot of
clip the
work.
news media, it's still a lot of work and people don't, and yeah, it's a whole other thing.
Mm-mm. I
But
mean, as soon as they consume it, it's like, oh shit, I'm already working on the next thing because I'm like,
yeah, it could take me 2 or 3
yeah,
days to do a fucking video. I mean, I'm not even gonna
takes
lie.
me months, girl, months. I'm still editing one that I was wanting to have out 3 weeks ago,
I know.
but I'm like, oh well, it just is what it is. I don't try to pressure myself with all
Yep, I don't either.
this stuff.
If it flows out,
Yeah,
it flows out. If it comes out, it comes out.
exactly.
I might pick up my phone tomorrow and go, "Oh, heck, I forgot I did that."
Oh, I do that all the time. And I'm like, oh shit, I got content. Damn.
I didn't post that. I'm now
I
2 weeks
finished it.
behind.
Yeah.
Goodness
Because I was
gracious.
digging into Julie Rowe more,
Uh-huh.
just kind of just digging more into when these characters came to center.
Yeah.
You've got these Mormons who are going off the freaking rails, okay? And I'm just like, okay, when it was just Lori and Chad, all right, whatever. But then I kind of found out that Melanie Boudreau, whatever, Melanice, she actually, it's alleged that she donated or she went to a $6,000 a plate, kind of a donation type charity event
Mhm.
for Operation Underground Railroad in Hawaii the weekend that
Uh-uh.
Tammy was murdered. And so I was always interested, especially when OUR hit the airwaves, okay, and they were under investigation. And
Right.
so I was looking into that aspect and, you know, I was thinking, okay, well, if anything comes in, then it'll come in at that angle. But then this whole time, all these years, I was under the impression, everybody was under the same impression that Tammy was so healthy and that she was training for this 5K race. But turns out, and this is the truth. This is the truth. I have pictures to back it up. Now, didn't put the two and two together because nobody else talks about this shit. But whenever Joe Murray, which is that's Chad Daybell's son-in-law,
Hmm.
and then he's married to Emma Daybell, Chad's daughter,
Yeah.
and they testified. Well, Joe did. He testified that he was the what do you call that? Leader or whatever. I don't know what the hell to call it, but he was in charge of organizer. Thank you. Of doing this Operation Underground Railroad fundraiser. He actually did an interview with BYUI Radio on September 4th, 2019. Okay, promoting it. And we found out on the stand when Joe Murray testified that Spring Creek Book Company is actually who sponsored Operation Underground Railroad the
Really?
weekend that Tylee was murdered.
Isn't that interesting?
So Tammy was there. She was there. She didn't run. She was a volunteer. I do have pictures of her now at the finish line where the principal did see her. And so he might have been under the impression that she was running, but she was there volunteering, helping. And her company is freaking sponsoring it. Chad and Lori are nowhere to be found. That's whenever the next day. So Emma gets on the stand and she testifies that she Googled South Southwest wind. She's a effing liar there because the event that they were planning for, that she testified to planning for, was the day before. You're not gonna Google anything about no wind direction the day after the event, okay? Sit down,
Mhm.
girl. So, but she did tell the truth about her mom volunteering. So, Tammy was not training. I'm not downing Tammy. I'm just trying to be realistic
Right,
here.
right.
She was casting, she was doing all this energy healing, and they were rating a kid dark, okay? 4.2 dark.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not. Tammy was married to that man,
yep.
so you can't tell me there
You
wasn't
can't,
a lot
yeah.
of what he was doing that she wasn't buying into.
Yeah. And I mean, there's so many things that factor into this occult type stuff. You got
Mhm.
Joseph Smith first off. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I mean, that's what it's based off of. Do your research into
So,
Joseph Smith and you will find out.
right. Do you?
Um,
So with
Chad was
Julie Rowe,
practicing black magic, in my opinion.
oh, I think you're right, and I think that I don't know what opened the gate to that. Was it?
Joseph Smith and all the
Was,
things,
did,
the
did that
oaths and
did did it start with Julie Rowe and the introduction of the
no,
energy stuff?
it
Because
started whenever he was born.
well, I know. Well, I mean,
I mean, for real.
the
Like
cult
it,
he was creating right there in Rexburg.
I don't believe he's a cult leader. He never set out to
Who Chad?
look. The Church of the Firstborn is not an actual place. I did
Yeah.
my research into this, and it's just a title. It's like you get the couple does this polygamous, which okay, this is what this is. So, but the church doesn't practice polygamy anymore, right?
So they say. I guess.
Right. Exactly. Okay. So that's what exalts a couple or people, and I mean, I've gone back and I've looked into all these things. I've read the original things that, Joseph Smith and Brigham Young did. Then you mix that with blood atonement. And I mean, if you take the blood atonement of Brigham Young's and the Freemasonry and the occultic water witching and seer stones, that's what the hell a pendulum is. Seer
And you're
stones. Come
right,
on
and I
now.
can't. Okay, you're
Not
not
you. I'm
wrong.
just like, I'm
No, no,
just,
you're not wrong, and people have to. It takes you.
yeah,
I think it's.
indoctrination
I think,
ish.
yeah, I
Not
think it's
indoctrination, but
a scary subject
absorbing.
for a lot of people. But we had that over in Delphi. We got ritualistic stuff
Yes,
going on over there,
that is that
and
a mile away. I can see that.
and then you get over here with Lori and Chad and what Chad was doing,
Mhm.
and the different things he began. So, but I agree with you that a lot of the basis of what he was doing is what he was
Normal.
absolutely taught his whole life,
And
right?
it's not all crazy. It's
Exactly.
normal, but they're just distancing because he's bad. He's a bad Mormon now.
Exactly. And we can't have
Distance.
the bad ones make
Right.
us all look bad.
Yes, because everybody is brushing this under the rug.
And I'm not
Everybody is
down for
about, I'm not
that.
saying everybody,
I
please
know.
don't take me that way, but it's an image thing. It's very important to the church. And I mean,
Yeah.
I'm all about monkey see, monkey do. That seems to be what's going on here. So you can't really complain when you have all 16, you claim to have 16 million members. You are a $1 trillion church now. You're the wealthiest religious
Right.
organization in America, for sure, right now.
And that's
I
insane.
mean, so a lot of power here, a lot of power wielding, okay? And they play up to the media also. I've seen stories get pulled before my eyes, okay? Having to do with Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard connects through Elder Ballard, and that's where Tom Harrison is. Tom Harrison is right in that same vein. And it's just crazy that Tom Harrison used to, before all this shit happened, right before all this shit happened, Chad Daybell, who moved from Southern Utah to Rexburg in 2015 because a voice told him. I'm gonna say, was it a voice or was it maybe Tom or somebody like that? I don't know.
Right, right.
More
We're thinking
likely,
like,
more
yeah.
likely than a
Well, so
voice.
it feels like too that with all the stuff that he was already doing, all of his own actual beliefs and and I know that Tammy was a part of it. You can't tell me she
Yeah,
wasn't.
I don't believe
I'm not
anybody
throwing
deserves to
shade at
die.
Tammy. Right, right,
They didn't
exactly.
deserve to die,
She didn't deserve to
but
die because of what she
let's
was
be realistic. Yeah.
believing. But yeah, you have to be realistic.
Chad was doing priesthood blessings and blessing their homes because he said they were
Mhm.
possessed. I mean, this was way back, way,
Yeah.
way back.
All you need for a good to get rid of a possessed entity in your home is a cat and a smudge stick, dude. You got this.
And maybe stop conjuring them. Okay, that's all I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Stop inviting them into your space.
Yeah, until they ended up inhabiting
People.
their carcasses. All right.
Exactly.
But I mean, there is something to this too, because I'm looking into the Hamblin case and the Levitts, and they're really high ups. They're involved allegedly in being investigated for human trafficking, all the way to, I'm talking, this is human trafficking to the Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah.
Trading, and they do it in plain sight. They talk in plain sight. And David Levitt had said that he said this in a news report, that he wanted to, he talked to Victor Yoshenko, um, over there from the Ukraine, and that they don't have buffalo there, and that we have buffalo here. And so maybe we could do some trading, is what he said. And so when he says buffalo, David Levitt actually walked onto a Native American reservation. He gloats about this. He laughs about it. He claims he walked onto a Native American reservation, and he wanted to adopt this little girl named Alicia. Oh, should I forget her name? Fishing Hawk is her last name. Alessandra Fishing Hawk, a little 2-year-old girl, and he's a prosecutor, right? He's in Utah. He was. And so he says, about 5 minutes later, he walks off the reservation with her. Then him and his wife works at BYU campus. She's a sex therapist, sex
Oh,
teaching
good Lord.
education. That
Mhm.
doesn't mix there. But they go to their castle, their effing castle, okay? That's in Scotland. All right.
All right.
Then he's chasing this other guy who's also, I believe, in this network. Okay. His name is Nicholas Alaverdian, or I don't know, he has about 16 different names. He even faked his death, and they just brought him back to Utah. And he's involved in something that's similar to like the Franklin scandal. Okay. But like Boys Town, but like, those kind
Yeah.
of situations.
Yeah.
And well, it's just generational abuse is what it is. And it's just on a
It,
major scale.
it is. And
Yeah.
that's there's a lot of energy workers and light workers. Breaking generational curses is a thing.
I'm gonna, like, this has opened my eyes to this happening, and the way Chad took my own fucking family's lineage,
Mm-hmm.
and he judged us. He
Yes.
rated my family. I don't want him to touch my family, okay? My
Exactly.
ancestors, my nobodies. And,
Right.
we were probably all baptized into the damn church
Mhm.
without permission, or we will be, if not by now. Um, it's wrong. And I'm really weird about it now because Julie Rowe the Greater Relief, whatever, GTRF is what it is, her nonprofit organization.
Yeah.
It claimed to help people whenever they have calamities and stuff. But really, she actually let this slip. And she was like, I help people that are soul trafficked. And I was like, well, what the hell does
The
soul
hell?
trafficking look like, ma'am? Can we see
Right.
your receipts? But
Yeah.
then if you think about how Chad did my family,
Right.
and you think about
That's what it.
what's going on here,
Mhm.
and then you think about how this guy who knew Ryan, I mean, his name's Ryan Fisher, who knew Tim Ballard, who knew Tom Harrison, and he said that Tom Harrison's behind Operation Underground Railroad, its founding and everything, and they've never rescued anybody, but they've exploited people, girls, women, on these on these fake operations that they claim, and they collect tens of millions of dollars
Mhm.
from good people who believe that this is just Tim Ballard's going over there and dismantling it all by himself. Okay. And
Julie
that's
talks
not
a
how
lot
this,
about the trafficking angle.
she does. So
She
that's
does.
interesting. So
Mhm.
it's these humanitarian organizations that it's kind of like, I feel, and I mean, this is just me and my hunches. Okay. Me and my gut feeling. My gut feeling is telling me that Tom Harrison may be in charge of Julie, Chad, Tim, this outfit. Let's Jody, okay? Connections, Classroom, you got Eternal Core, you have Spring Creek Book Company, you have the Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund, you have um Operation Underground Railroad, the Spear Fund, you have all these nonprofit organizations. Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money.
Yeah.
And I did.
They're
And
fronts most of the time.
yes, they are fronts. And that's what usually a cult is. A cult is usually Chad was the front person. They pushed him to the front. Okay. They're like, here, you
Yeah.
front, you're a cult. And they corroborate that.
Mhm.
And that's how these secrets go on. You have people like Melanie Gibb and David Warwick who are, they were so close to the situation and probably involved, in my opinion. And
Yeah.
so their job is to spin it, whatever you got to do, misinformation, disinformation, whatever you got to do.
Yes,
Make
and
it
you
word salad.
make it word salad, and I think that was a lot of what was happening with Melanie Gibb
Mm-hmm.
when she was going out on her little interview tour, trying to make
Yep.
Melanie look good. Was it just to make Melanie look good, or to make
Or to
all of you
practice
better?
or all.
Right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Here you go, Melanie. Go be a good little soldier.
Because all of them were
Say all these
practicing
things.
Latter-day Saints. They were active temple recommend holders.
Yeah. So how can you
Um,
be doing both? You're over there
right.
going to temple all the time and
Yep.
bragging about it, but you're over here
Making portals in your
making
closet,
portals and casting spells, and or not casting
casting out
spells, casting out.
exorcisms.
Yeah.
Basically, it's an exorcism. So,
Yeah.
and
Now,
so
and Julie
didn't
got
Catholics used to do
excommunicated.
that?
What year?
Well,
When
but
did she get excommunicated?
she got
Not
excommunicated
in
April of 2019.
2019. That's what I thought.
Charles was murdered July 11th, 2019. She
Mm.
had been on the radar. Chad had been right there. Ballsy. He knew. I've got articles, when I dig into the Julie Rose stuff, there's a article on Wheat and Tears, and it's about Julie Rowe and just kind of what she was causing. You've got these doomsdayers, these prepper type, hurry up the second coming.
Yeah.
But Lori even said those very words to my uncle. And I like hold that at the core center. The things
Right.
that she said to my uncle, the threats she made to my uncle, she's a translated being, she's a god, she's here to usher in the 144,000, the second coming of Jesus Christ, blah, blah, blah. Exalted, yada, yada, yada.
Let me show everybody who Julie Rowe is.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Julie has a YouTube channel. There's not a lot on there it may interest some of you. But there was two specific little things she put out, both to do with Chad Daybell. Now, to set this up for you guys of who this is, and Kresha, add whatever you want to add to this, add. All I know is who Julie Rowe is, and she was an author, and Chad's publishing company, Spring Creek Book Company, was publishing books for Julie Rowe, and Julie is a self-proclaimed, I guess, energy healer. She has visions. She does all those things as well. She was writing about these things. She was all in with Chad on all of that. Um, I don't know when she actually left, broke. I think she talks about it, but I'm not really sure when she parted ways with Chad. Did we lose Kresha? Let me see.
I think.
I thought
Yeah,
I
I
lost
am.
you for a minute. There
I'm
you are.
so sorry because I couldn't get back. I didn't know what I did, and
I
so if
have
I
to
was
bring you
talking
back
over
in.
you, I didn't mean to.
No, I didn't even hear you. I looked up and was like, wait a minute, where'd she go? But then you fell off.
So
Okay.
sorry.
So what do
There's a
you know
portal.
about? I was just trying to set up who Julie Rowe is. All I really know about her is, she's author of a bunch of energy healing books, things like
Chad
that. You know
Chad
more
published her
about?
first books.
Yeah, Chad was her publisher.
Tammy would pick out the designs
Mhm.
but Julie would corroborate them because she had saw it in a vision or whatever.
Yeah, she
Anyway,
had
she
vision.
got propped up and she was able to really just give women, mainly in the church. There was this whole other movement going on at the same time. This energy, Christ centered healing is what it was called. This is where, what's her face? Till Swan comes in, kind of the same as Julie Rowe. And
Mhm.
anyways, they end up getting, okay, so this is what is also going on. There's people like Tim Ballard, Chad Daybell, Julie Rowe, Suzanne Freeman, all these different authors, Mormon influencers, basically, in just this realm. You've got the Ruby Frankies and the vloggers, but you also have this other realm of people, areas of influence, right? They're missionaries. They're missionaries, okay?
Yes.
So what is interesting though is like Chad Daybell did a speech the day he met Lori actually, and he's talking about how he had just did this 10-part series with Mike James, one of the, him and his wife owned Preparing a People. Okay, that whole thing. And so again, and that's another thing that they scrubbed from the internet. And I say they, meaning Mike and Nancy James, they have this 10-part series
Uh-huh.
behind a paywall somewhere,
Oh,
you
damn.
know.
Not a
So
big
one
wall.
day, one day, I don't give a shit. I mean, I'll pay for it. Just
Right,
don't
right.
hide shit, man.
That's what I'm saying. Don't hide it.
Yeah, because I mean, Chad was basically being a necromancer. I mean, I say a necromancer, but where he can tell, it had like Michael Jackson on the thing, it had different movie stars and singers and stuff that had died. And
Mm.
so I don't know because I've never seen it because it's the Scrub and Bubbles come out full force and they hide shit because this is what happens. Okay. They
Right.
gaslight everybody. The church
Mhm.
even does it. I've seen it with my own two eyes.
The church damn well does it, and they've
They
got
took, yeah,
really
the
good
church.
at it.
What's crazy is I've seen a speech that was from like the 80s or 90s. So they didn't have this kind of technology back then. So what they've done since, and I mean, you can do a side by side comparison, is they took that very speech and they freaking changed the wording in it. And I'm like, that is so fucked up
Yeah.
on so many levels
Yeah.
because somebody's going to be like, oh, let me go listen to that speech from so and so. They go back to listen to it and it doesn't say what they remember
It's
it
been altered,
saying.
right?
That's so petty and
It is.
so
It's very
r-
petty, and it's like that
deceptive.
that 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 perfectness, that we have to
Mhm.
portray at all times, and
That ego, just like Lori,
yeah, it's
okay?
ridiculous,
And
and I know families like that where no, at all costs we have to look a certain way.
will not say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm human.
Right,
I'm
I'm total
human.
opposite of that. Shoot, y'all don't expect a whole lot out of me. I mean, as far as being a good person, yeah, but I'm not going to go above and beyond to impress the world, right?
Right.
Make
I
everybody
admit my
make everything
mistakes. You do
picture
too.
perfect. Exactly.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
not going to
pride.
pretend. If something's not right in my world, it's hard to pretend that it's not.
Oh, I
I'm not.
can't. Yeah.
I can't stand that fake shit, and you can almost see it. It's like that. It's like being
It's
on
weird.
Facebook sometimes, and you see all those. You know, I'm not throwing shade at you people, but sometimes when y'all are out
Oh,
there
yeah.
posting how wonderful your life is,
Sweep around your porch. That's what
my
my
mama,
mama
oh
used to
girl,
say.
my mama always said it too. Before you go raking around somebody else's back door, you better rake around your own first.
Oh, yeah, I
We were like,
picked
"Damn, mama,
because
what does that even mean?" But you
I
get it
didn't
when you
know either. I'm like, "What is your deal with brooms, man?"
I know, right? Well, I'm not
Mama.
gonna be cleaning something all the damn time.
Yeah,
Shit.
I'd bring a new boyfriend over and she'd be like, "Every new broom sweeps good." And so yeah, later on in life I was like, "What's up with you and brooms? Do I need
I
to know
know.
something?"
You're
You
like
know?
and
Damn.
all that crazy stuff my mom said to me, I said to my kids, and now I say to my grandson. He
Yeah, it
looks
makes
at me
sense.
sometimes, he's like, I don't even know what to say back. I'm like, I
Yeah.
just laugh and I'm like, I know he's thinking, what the hell is she talking about? Because I thought the
Yeah.
same thing when I was younger. But let me play a little bit so this is Julie Rowe, and this is in the what
Is she
date was
defending Chad?
this is the one where she's Chad is mischaracterized in the media.
Yeah, that's I think December
Yeah.
26,
420
2019.
yes, you're right. 426. Uh-huh.
So, wait, no, December
No, wait, wait, wait,
26.
wait. It was 5 years ago. Let me back out how I was. Let me make this. Where'd it go? Where's my thing? Let me click on it. There we go. December 27th of 2019.
There you go. Her and Eric Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
Eric was known as the Mapper. Just
Okay, so
know
I
that.
don't know a lot about him yet. I'm
I
just
do.
learning who the hell he is. So I'm glad you're up here to let us know.
They've all been deceived by Chad. Okay, just know that
Right?
now.
Okay. So he was known as what, the mapper?
The Mapper, yeah, he would
Okay.
fly drones over
Okay.
cemeteries.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Chad worked in cemetery.
Right.
Mm.
Oh, he's a fascination with the dark side from way back, right?
Skull and
Lord.
bones. Bones, bones, bones.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let Miss Julie start here. Let's beef her up a little because she gets on my nerves.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. She gets on
don't she?
everybody's nerves.
She does. She just gets on my nerves. But I have to review a lot of shit that I don't like.
I
Just
have too,
I'm
so
sure you have, right?
anybody serious about this case has put their time in for sure.
Right. And you just sometimes you may not can't stand the person you're reviewing, but you got to do it sometimes.
You gotta
Um,
take one. Yep.
yep. So here we go. We'll play a little bit of this, and I'm going to run to the restroom real fast.
Okay.
Welcome to Eyes Open. Today is December 26, 2019. I'm Eric Smith, and I'm interviewing Julie Rowe, a visionary woman from Kansas who has experiences and insights and gifts that can be useful in times when the media or other situations are not reporting the whole message. And we find ourselves in that situation now. Julie, what would you have said 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we started all this stuff? Would we ever be doing a podcast on Chad Daybell, our common friend and acquaintance?
Well, for those that don't know, Chad Daybell has been my publisher, 4 books. I've written several other books and self-published with Eric, but yeah, I saw some stuff coming, but I did not necessarily see the FBI and the Rexford police after Chad Daybell.
Right. Well, that's it. It's not very often someone close, their name goes to media, let alone national coverage. And so it's been disheartening for me and kind of sobering to see his picture on these news sources. And we know him so well. It's like, something's not adding up. And so
I need to backtrack a little bit because actually I didn't see it, but I heard it. So there's a difference.
Is that is that too fast for you guys? Let me know in chat because some people talk fast ordinarily, so I don't, if it's too much, let
Hey,
me
I went to leave earlier to find. That's why I backed. I got kicked out earlier,
know.
but to go find this clip, and I know you can find it from Hidden True Crime for sure, easier than mine. But it's her interview, Hidden True Crime's interview with Julie Jackson. If you pull that video at the very beginning, she just did this awesome, you know, she pulled some clips together, and it's Julie acting like an alpha, whatever. She's like snarling and growling at the effing camera.
It's so who is she actually?
Well, Julie was married to Jeff Rowe. Jeff Rowe's name
Okay.
is in the FOIA docs, in the Chandler police report, under the weird religious stuff. I
So
believe
right.
she does this whole talking in code stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The call out, and I believe it goes. She's communicating to all the other ones. If you ask me, if you want my take on it, I believe the call out is just something they made up so they could do their shit in plain sight.
Yeah.
So she talks like the dominoes falling and the wine glasses clinking, the dog whistles, okay, is what
Mhm.
it is. And so those who are in this system, this underworld or the inversion, I don't know what to call it, who are practicing the dark arts, but are pretending to be Latter-day Saints because that's what that organization, there's an organization within an organization.
Yes, and I believe that. And I
Yeah.
think that these ones that want to walk in the dark they are never going to admit they do that. And
No, because it's part of the cover
yeah, she definitely doesn't want anybody to think she walks in the dark.
that she worships Satan, right?
Yeah, I don't know what she's worshiping. She really
Well,
hasn't, you know, I mean, she
it's not
probably,
Jesus.
yeah, it's not Jesus. Julie, the way Julie comes across to me and because I know a lot about energy work and a lot of energy healers. There's a lot about that subject I do know
Oh,
about.
yeah.
And what she talks about outside of Chad Daybell,
Mhm.
it's all real, but she has taken it a step further. Do you know what I mean?
It's the
Like
intent. It's the intent
exactly,
behind what they're doing.
exactly.
So their energy, like they want to harvest the energy. They want to draw and suck it out of everybody.
And yes, she wants to make you believe she's the strongest energetic person in the room.
A visionary.
I
But
beg
you
to
can hear her and
uh-huh.
you're like, you watch the same damn news report I did.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
visionary my ass.
kind of like me going up against one of them dudes in Delphi. Let's go.
I
We'll see
think that they were all
who's got the
participating in
stronger
the
energy.
same ring. Okay.
Yeah,
Because her husband's name would be in my family's police report.
right. And it feels like all of them seem to be out to protect themselves in
Oh
the end.
yeah. That's
You know
yeah.
what I
Or
mean?
in
I
their
distance
club.
myself from this whole shit. I'm not getting it, but in the beginning, she comes out and they speaking. It's like Lori's mom and sister supporting Lori 100%.
Yeah.
This is what Julie's about to do right here for Chad Daybell.
Blindly. And this is part of the disinformation, misinformation campaign. It keeps
Exactly.
everybody off of the source, which is their
Yeah.
club. You
And
know,
have you
they're
seen the one where she was interviewed by Nancy Grace, where she's crying, you know, and
yeah, play
Chad,
victim.
Chad
Hmm.
also thought I was one of his past wives too, blah, blah,
It's because
blah.
she knows about it. And so she can
Yeah.
say all the things
I
that
taught Chad
can
everything he
out
knows
him.
about energy work, by the way.
Exactly. Hmm.
Portals,
Hmm.
such, Miss Julie.
But now her and Chad would drive to Salt Lake City to meet with Tom Harrison, Visions of Glory author, dreamer,
Mhm.
whatever the hell. And I mean, he holds a higher calling in the church. He has interactions with general authorities in the church, higher ups, the hierarchy. He has access. He's in the Hamblin case. He's in Tim Ballard's case. He's in Jody and Ruby's case. He's in Chad and Lori's case. And he's in Julie's.
Isn't that
And they all
crazy?
shitty. So what the hell?
We're got to do is just a whole ass show on just that aspect alone. Aspect alone. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I
Yeah.
mean,
Because that's where it's
seriously.
at. And it
Yeah.
needs to be driven out
It's
because
not
the
talked about
time
enough.
is now. The time
Yeah.
is now.
It's not talked about enough. I don't think, the platform, there are, like I said, Hidden True Crime was one of the only channels I ever saw during the whole Lori saga, as I now call it, that dove into anything to do with the church.
Well,
You know what I mean?
behind me for sure. But
Besides you, I
yeah,
mean,
they
yeah,
gain traction off my families. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
And I don't
It's
know that,
like,
yeah, I'm not like, and the only thing I do know about her content to do with it is she was bringing out stuff about LDS teachings, right? That conformed to the way what Chad was doing. Not like making an excuse. I don't have a dog in that hunt either way. I don't have an opinion on Lauren or her show, but it was the information she was bringing to me to watch, right? That interested me about the church itself, which helped
right.
me understand more about what the hell Chad was over there doing. That's why I watch certain people, for certain content. And and when everybody was in these discords and all over Twitter,
Hmm.
oh, it's all about, the sex, and
She's
did you read
Mormon, or she was Mormon
did you read
too.
the books that,
So
and they're talking about Lori and Chad's love this and love that. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear about the damn sex and the money. That was bonuses.
yeah, that's just the thraka. Yeah, the extra
Yeah,
stuff.
and then one of the officers that we reviewed the other day had said the same damn thing. He's like, I think that's the sex and the money was a bonus.
Yeah, when people
More of the
discount it
cult
to
stuff.
this has nothing to do with religion, I'm like, sit down,
Yeah,
okay?
you need to sit your ass down and wake up.
Or the ones who say that Lori's just crazy.
Yeah, no, 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 no.
Okay. And
Well,
I'm like,
maybe
no,
it
no, no.
could.
There's something feeding into this crazy. And the other
Exactly.
crazies, if there weren't other ones proving right now in today's time,
Right.
in real time, then okay. But it's happening and
Look,
there's other
it just after
people.
reviewing Melanie Gibb and Melanice, the niece, watching those two women alone, how they bought everything hook, line, and sinker. They couldn't have been the only two. Julie
I
was in,
don't know if
all
I
these
don't buy into
people.
that either because they're all one and of the same.
Yeah.
So I don't believe anything was taught. I mean, if you listen to Melanie
No,
Pawlowski
exactly.
testify,
Yeah.
she doesn't sound like she actually saw Chad with a freaking pendulum. Sounds like she Googled it or she knows exactly what it is.
Look,
And she's playing
look.
dumb.
I got one too, but that don't mean nothing.
I mean,
I don't even like to get it out of his little bag. It bothers me. Its energy is weird.
if anybody in here has
I'm being
ever been
honest.
pregnant or, whenever, and I didn't realize this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of slippery slope here. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of people who claim to be Christian or whatever and who judge people for other things, but for these things, but then yet don't take a look and do the introspection. You got to be
Yeah.
like, sweep around your
Look,
porch.
right. And let me tell you, when you have a pendulum, you can either walk in the light or walk in the dark.
Yeah,
I
it's your
I don't.
intentions.
It's all about intention. And that little dude bugs me. He's weird, got weird energy. I don't like it. He stays in a little black pouch tucked away somewhere because I do not like that pendulum. I'm just
Well,
going to leave it
if
at that. It is the weirdest piece of crystal I have ever owned. And
huh.
I'm not sure what to do with it. So I was just like, fuck you, go in the drawer and stay.
And I mean, I get that. It's a respect thing too,
Yeah.
like you understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, so here we are and they're basically, so I remember when I was pregnant, okay, with my son. So I was like 21 and it was a necklace and your wedding ring. And if it went a
You
circle, it
put
was
it on
a boy or
a
girl.
boy
I
or
don't
girl,
remember.
right? Your
Yeah.
moms, they would have you lie on the couch, lie on the sofa,
Yeah.
or lie on the bed, and one
Yeah.
of the moms or your aunt or whoever would put the
Hmm.
wedding band on the ring, on the necklace. They'd hold it over your stomach, and which way is it going to swing, left or
Is it
right,
going to, or
boy
go up
or a
and down?
circle? Right,
Right.
right. And that's a pendulum works in the same
It's the
way.
same thing.
You
It's the
ask it a
same thing.
question, you get to know your pendulum. Okay, first you need to clear that baby
Hmm.
off, get all that energy, try to do your best. I'm not going to tell you how, but you ask it a question, and you need to confirm if you're going to say yes, which way will it swing, which way will it swing,
Right.
or no. And then once you confirm that, and you may start asking questions to your pendulum. Like I said, that one over there's got weird ass energy, so I don't like him. He could be a Ned character, I don't know. So I'm like, fuck you, stay in the drawer, Bubba. Don't ever come out. Um, Maybe I should bury it, return it to Earth. Maybe that's what it wants.
And look, I unknowingly, like through the trauma and everything that I was experiencing from all this stuff, just from my uncle's murder period, the kids we didn't even know they were missing yet. But, like that, it was worrisome because this woman who, in my opinion, ambushed my uncle,
Yeah.
here she is, she's got JJ, Tylee. I mean, I'm just saying it was just like, I remember telling my mom, we were at the casino. She gave me a comp for me to get my hair done. 'Cause I don't gamble, but anyway, so after I finished getting my hair done, I walked down to the casino part with her and she was like, this is before we were planning Uncle Charles's celebration of life, which was that August. It was like August 3rd, and he had got
Mhm.
shot and killed July 11th. Okay. Well, we finally get his cremains. I was like, Mom, are you sure that ain't no damn kitty litter? I'm not playing. Okay.
Yeah.
Because you never know. But anyway, so we're planning that, and I'm like, she was like, I really want JJ to be here, and I was like, call Lori and ask her. Call her, text her, and ask her. She was like, I don't want her to come. I was like, she ain't gonna come. Oh, I was all hood rat,
Yeah.
right? Like, she
Right.
ain't gonna come here if the bitch does. Then oh my god, like,
Right.
we'll bring her to the swamp. I don't know. I'm just saying, she's not gonna come. She's not going to come. But I'm like, just have it on record. And that's
Yes.
exactly what happened.
And I'm
But
glad that you I'm glad that she did that. That you asked her
It
to do
just,
that because it
yes,
shows the callousness of Lori.
and a pattern of it,
Exactly,
you
because it
know?
was who doesn't allow that? Who doesn't allow
Right.
the child to go attend his own father's
A bitch.
funeral?
A
You know, I
bitch.
get he adopted JJ, but that was his daddy.
Right.
You
That,
know,
yeah,
that
yes.
wasn't Uncle Charles to JJ. That was dad. So,
Right.
even if it was just an uncle to him, it didn't matter. She should have been like, sure,
Right.
you can have
Especially
it.
knowing what she did and what she has done. Yeah, I'm just
Right,
saying. I'm
right. It
just
made
saying.
yourself look really horrible not to
Right. She could
allow
have looked
that.
credible. She could have looked not so guilty.
Yes, not so miserable. Yeah. I mean, you just made yourself look way worse by being that vindictive bitch, right? Because that's
Right.
what that was to me.
That's
That
all
was
it
a slap
is.
in Kay's face, your whole
Yeah.
family's face. Watch me, I got control of JJ, and no,
Lori
you
uses her
know.
kids and everybody around her as a pawn.
Oh, I could see that.
She did
And
that
then
with
I hate
Joe.
women like that. You know, I feel
I do
like
too.
I've seen it so many
Whew.
times. I, there's a situation I know about where I feel like those poor little babies were all born
Yes.
to be pawns in her game. And I said
Mm-hmm.
it just like that, in her
And love
game.
their mom.
Mhm.
And she betrayed them in the end, and it pisses me off. It bothers me the way this is what bothers me and haunts me the most. Are their last moments being so confused and just her steady taking everything away from them. Torture, okay? Basically, and control. Taking Tylee's phone away the day basically that Charles was shot.
It that
We know that. We know
yeah.
that because she told Melanie's, who was like, "Hey, well, we know how the Lord works, so you might want to go get insurance policies on the kids."
That's crazy.
I'm just saying, she
And
knows.
yeah, look, a lot of parents don't have life insurance on their children.
No, not this hooker. Okay, I
I
don't
didn't
trust
either.
her with life insurance.
No, anybody. I mean, it's just usually the parents think about having it on themselves, for their
It'll be a grandparent usually that
happens.
would do that. I would
Yeah.
think,
Well, I mean, it's
or
it's
my
a
understanding.
well, I mean, if you were good at planning, I mean, I guess it's one of those weird. No
And you're
one wants
not
to think about
nefarious,
that. Yeah, nobody wants to think about something like that ever happening. But in
right?
most cases, it's normal for the parents to have a life insurance policy on each other, you
Mm-hmm.
know, but not the children.
Right.
It's just not like
Usually,
it's not
right.
in my part of the world anyway. Over here
I
in
got the brochures.
Northwest
You probably
Florida,
did too,
yeah,
right?
yeah, so it's just not. It's not a common. I don't think there's a ton of
I
people. I think there are more people
I wasn't
without
in that
life
tax bracket.
insurance.
Let's just say
Right.
that.
Yeah. I think there are more of us out here without life insurance on our kids than there are with the life insurance on the kids. I could be
Yeah.
totally wrong, but that's what I believe
It'd be
anyway.
interesting to look into, though. I mean, just
Right?
to kind of
Just
get a read on it.
well, you get that. What is that Gerber Life? You get
Yeah,
offered when your baby. You can
that's
buy
what I'm
it
saying. We've
and
all had
keep it
those
for
things come
life
in the
or
mail.
whatever. Right.
Yeah.
I never did do it. I don't.
Mm-mm. Throw them in
Yeah.
trash.
I
But I
ain't got
mean, and you
no
get
information.
offered, like whenever your kids go on field trips and stuff, you sign the insurance
Yes,
stuff for
sign
them to
the
go
extra
that. But
insurance.
you know
Mhm.
what I mean.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's
I
not
want
like
to
a
look.
common it's not a discussion you normally would have about, "Hey, we need
No,
to get the kids some life insurance."
again,
That's
not in my
more like
tax bracket.
right, and that's
I'm
still
poor.
that's a discussion parents have because, in case something happens to one of us, the kids are
Right.
taken care of, we're taken care of, we're good here,
I've
you know,
I
so
found it interesting whenever Lori had admitted the other day that her dad Barry, right? He's like,
yeah.
"Who's your daddy?" And she's like, "Barry Cox."
Yeah,
Okay.
like, why is
And
he even important in right now? The judge is like, "What the fuck?"
right. And so she's saying that he was trying to sell her insurance policy. And I mean, that just never crossed my mind as to that even being a thing, right? Because I don't think of things that don't exist in my brain yet, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was interesting. Like, is that why her dad was dark? Why was Barry dark? And why had Barry been dark?
How long had he been dark?
I mean, I've got my suspicions, but That's just
Yeah.
me.
It's
So,
it's a whole that whole family dynamic there with Lori. Even just from watching her mother, it makes you want to.
it's exhausting.
It makes me want to understand more. I don't know if I don't know why I'm weirdly
Because it's
obsessed
very
with
mafia
comedy stuff.
style. It's
Well,
mob style. It's
it's
that
like
kind
I
of,
want to
it's
know what
enmeshed.
makes these people tick, right?
Right.
Like serial killers and shit like that. Like I like to know what makes them tick. That's like just
Right.
I cannot help it.
That's what we've been doing. Yeah, that's what I've
Yeah.
been doing in all this. I want to know why.
Right.
Why?
Why do all
Yeah.
of these certain people have a mentality? Is it naive or, what's causes people to fall into a
Are they in a
cult-like
secret
following?
society and they
Right.
they have the dog whistle to where they say if they say they saw Jesus, it tells all their other friends, "Hey, I'm in the Exaltation Club," because it is a MLM type, referral system. First off, and then what
Oh,
happened?
sorry. Go
Oh, I'm
ahead.
like,
No,
uh-oh.
my kids or my son and grandson just got home and I was looking to see.
Sound like a machine gun.
Oh no, it's the dog. You must hear the dog. She's like crying like
Oh,
a baby because her daddy just got home. Like he
oh.
wasn't home all night. My son and grandson were gone all night.
Well,
Yeah. So anyway, he
take
just
care
got
of the
home.
babies.
Yeah, let me close my bedroom door here to my room where my computer's at.
I need to. I'm gonna have to go soon too. I gotta get prepared for my
Yeah,
live
you gotta
stream.
tomorrow. I'm gonna. Yeah. Are you gonna stream the trial as well?
Sorry, I keep getting phone calls. I don't know why.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
uh,
Are you planning to
I
stream the
guess.
trial?
I don't
I'm-
know if I'm
Yeah.
on there now. I don't hear us.
Can we hear you? Let me see.
Shit.
Are we lost her again? Hang on, Kresha.
Well,
She got a
Kresha.
phone call again, guys.
Hello.
We can hear you, girl.
I don't know what to do.
She don't know what to do. Poor thing.
Who? No, I'm not on the stream anymore.
Yes, you
Or I
are.
don't.
Kresha, don't say nothing incriminating.
I'm just talking out loud, babe.
Talk to a lawyer first.
Well,
Well, I'm typing it in
I don't
chat.
know. Somebody
I
call
spelled
if
her
you can
name
hear me. I
wrong.
don't know if you can hear me, Salty. Somebody called my phone again and knocked me out. I have my notifications turned off, so
Wait,
people
she's let
shouldn't
me
be
let me turn
getting
her off.
through.
Here, let me just here.
How to
Maybe
mute.
she can. Okay, now maybe she can come back. Maybe she can come back.
Did you kick her off?
Well, I did take her down for a minute because she couldn't hear me and we could hear her. She didn't know she was still alive, So I did take her down for a second. I need to put the link back in there for her to come back up before we do tell her bye, though. Let me invite my guest. Click. Put this into the chat. Okay, Kresha. If you can still hear me, Kresha, there's the link to come in and tell everybody goodbye before you take off on us. But I think what I'm going to do as well is stop it here, and tomorrow when I go live, we'll pick back up from here because we probably got about a half hour to kill before they start the trial.
Don't say kill. Don't say
I
kill.
should have said that, should I? Thank you, Joe, because I was like, as soon as I said, like, oh man, Joe's going to say something to me now, and I know it, and that's okay. Okay. Do we got you back
Love you
now?
guys. I mean, thank you for having me on, and
Oh, well, thank
I'll
you for
try to be
coming
calmer
up.
next time. I'm really amped up right now
No,
because of,
honey, you are calm. You don't bother
we're on
me.
the eve of the trial,
Yeah,
bringing it full circle.
you're good. You're
So
not bothering
thank y'all
us.
so much, and I hope I see you soon.
Thank
See
you,
you soon.
Kresha.
Bye, y'all.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna have to get out of here
Yep.
and then turn my TV back on so I can hear what
All
you're
right.
saying.
Okay. All right.
Catch you
Okay.
later.
All right, guys. So yeah, I will live stream tomorrow, probably 12 or 12:30. But we'll finish reviewing some of the stuff we were reviewing today while we're waiting on the trial to start up. Joe can text me and give me that heads up. Hey, it's about to start. Warning. We're going to be 30 minutes behind Joe. He'll be living in the future tomorrow with Miss Shorty.
Oh, well. I'll only be a half an hour in
You
the future.
actually will. That's okay. A half hour is a whole half hour, dude. You get the, you're going to be like, this is a good part coming up. So, but we'll be
Yeah,
eager to
and
see if you're able to get like little short live in at lunch. I don't know how that's going to work for you either, trying to
I don't either. I don't either
parts
because
like that.
the jury selection thing was weird. So when
Yeah.
I first showed up, I was first in line, and I sat down like right next to the courtroom doors, not in front of the courtroom doors. I wasn't blocking them, but like off to the side. And then there was a court officer that came walking through, and I said, "Hey, do you know anything about the Lori Daybell hearings? Is this a good spot for me to start the line?" And he goes, "If you just stay there, you're in a good spot." So I stayed there. So I was first in line, and we went in for the morning session. We went to lunch, and of course, Lauren's producer came running out of the courtroom, and she sprinted around, and she was first in line. So I
Yeah.
was second in line. Well, I was third because then Lauren comes out. Lauren's second, I'm third, and so I went down with Trace's daughter to go get some lunch from the cafe, and we get back up, and there's nobody in line. And I look over, and there are seats that are in front of the window facing to the north. We're in the south tower, but the seats face the north. And there's the court officer there, and there's the public information officer there, and there's Lauren there and her producer there, and somebody else is there. And they're all having a very intense discussion. So I walk over and I'm like, "Are we fighting about seats already?" and the court officer looks at me and he goes, "Yep." And I was like, "Okay, well, let's get it sorted out." So
Lauren's over there getting her damn seat, dude. You better get on the ball.
She is. Yes, she is.
Work it, girl.
So
Work it.
she and her producer got the first and second seat. Somebody else got the third seat. I got
Wow.
the fourth seat. Trace got the fifth seat. But
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so from here on out, these better be the public first come, first serve seats. This better be the place, because that's what the court officer said. That's what the public information officer said. That's what they didn't do in Delphi. Like, they couldn't ever come to a conclusion about how to do the first come, first serve thing.
All right, you hear what Butterfly's saying to you, right? Because we both know. Butterfly and I know already. Snacks, Joe. You're gonna need don't forget the snacks, Joe. We know.
I have a Walmart delivery order coming this afternoon that does have granola bars and trail mix.
Oh, yay. Didn't you survive on that during Delphi?
I did. Cranberry trail mix was my go-to.
Hey, we got Joe's boots on the ground snacks to go. We need to do, we got to do something. We got to
do some merch, right?
Some snack pack merch. Boots on the ground snack pack. Are we big enough for merch yet, Joe? What would we even have besides a damn coffee cup? Would y'all order y'all a Joe and Salty coffee cup? I'm just teasing. I don't even know.
I don't either.
It's like all that. Like, I think it would be cool though to have one that said cocktails. What was it? Cocktails.
Cocktails and cocktails. Cocktails and cocktails in Canton.
In Canton, you got to throw that in there. That's right, because that was the name of a podcast I think we were reading about the other day.
Yeah, that's a Law and Order podcast.
Oh shoot, they'll get us for stealing their what do you call it?
No, not if we say in Canton.
If we add,
say in Canton, that's not theirs. Yeah,
it's true. If we add some, we can't get a trademark thingy, right?
Right.
Oh, huh.
And their cocktails is one word. COPTAL.
Yeah,
is one word. We'll make it two words. Cocktails and
cocktails and cocktails in Canton.
Yep.
You can't get no more perfect than that, right?
Yep.
That's crazy. And I was thinking too, I'm going to have to play some shuffling here because Lori's trial starts tomorrow, which is the 7th. Look, I had to look at the calendar. Y'all know my calendar's broken. 7th. On the 9th and the 10th, I have 2 Koberger hearings to cover as well. Now, because of the time zone differences, I really don't know what the hell I'm going to do. So I got to figure it out. I don't know if I'm going to air his hearings live.
That's what I think is the best thing, because Lori's stuff, Lori's stuff, except for opening statements and when she redirects witnesses, and her closing statements, like everything else, you can play like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours later. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, like on those 2 days, I figured if I start the trial coverage late, I'll still start at the beginning of it, for that particular
Right.
day. But I'll
Exactly.
just be behind a little bit. So I got to figure out what time Coburger's, I think it's at 9 a.m. his time. Yeah, I got to do some figuring out the shit, y'all, and I will let y'all know this week how I'm going to handle those two. But I was also wondering, if this, because I don't think we've actually seated a jury yet for Karen Reed. I think
Oh,
that's
really?
Yeah, I think that's still an ongoing process. They had expected it to take a couple of weeks, and I was floored. I'm
Wow.
like, it takes 3 to 5 freaking days. Look how fast it went for Lori's,
Yeah, Bereski had that jury seated in 3 hours.
Right.
3 hours for
Well,
Lori.
what was Delphi? It took was a 3 to 5 day process there.
Yes, it was like it was like 3 days.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think they've even seated a jury yet. So I'm wondering if Lori's trial will be quick. If we're going to even get that, might be over before you ever get to Karen Reed's. I don't know. So we'll do Karen Reed updates as they become available throughout this coverage of all this, as I can't do all three at the same time. And I think there's going to be a lot of folks out there covering Karen Reed already, So I'm going to stick to what my plan was, and I will be covering Lori, and I will be doing the 2 Coburger hearings, because those are really important hearings. Those are the motions and limine hearings, where all the arguments are going to be, heard about the different things each side wants in and out. So anyway, a lot to cover coming up. But Joe, get some rest tonight.
I'm
and
on it.
Pack your lunch. What? Yeah, Salty Joe. Oh, it keeps going away when I go to click it. There we go. I like the little popcorn yellow striped guy with the glasses. I don't know why. Emojis. All right, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I've been here for a few hours now, and I'm going to get some rest later and be back tomorrow. I'll set the live up later on tonight with the times. You guys can get your notifications on. If you can't join us in chat, that's great. That's cool. We understand. If you listen while you work, like some of you will, that's excellent. If you're driving and listening, that's awesome, because that was one of my favorite. I love driving and listening to a podcast or a live stream. You know what I mean? It's like that's when I can sit down and focus on it. It's when I'm driving. So I always enjoyed that. But anyway, thanks guys for coming in. And Joe, thanks for co-hosting, and Miss Shorty as well for coming up and spending some time with us this morning before she ever got out the door to go to work. I mean, good Lord.
Yes, absolutely. And thanks to Kresha for joining us too.
Yes, I was about to say a big, huge thank you to Kresha for coming up and sharing with us. And we want to be that supporting community. I know that I don't have a problem supporting victims' families, right? I don't. I supported the victims' families in Delphi. I do for Idaho 4, and I do in the Lori Vallow Daybell case, right? Because to me, she's just another case, like all the rest of the cases I cover. But the victims are the ones that really matter the most to me. It always has been.
The fact that Kresha has come on my channel and shared JJ and helped keep his voice alive and helped me to get to know JJ just a little bit, just a fraction of what they knew him.
Humanize him. She was able to come in and humanize him for you and for the audience, right?
He became real, and his voice became real, and he is such a beautiful. Was such a beautiful, beautiful child, which makes this so disgusting, and makes Lori so disgusting that I can't be impartial. I can't. I'm usually impartial. I've told you about that, and I can't in this. I can't.
Well, here there's not a lot of evidence showing us that we shouldn't be impartial, right? If we base it on that. But the thing about families is they need support. And I don't think it's a sin or a shame or a true crimer should be looked upon in a certain light because they have spoke to a family member. I don't care what case you're covering. If you speak to the family, that's up to you and that family. Can things get messy sometimes? Certainly can in true crime. That's not what's happening in this case. I'm glad that Kresha is comfortable enough to come up and share with the community and feel supported at the same time. You know what I mean? I did never want it to be a hostile environment and everybody's always fighting and everybody's got these really crazy ass opinions in chat about different. I'm not down with that. I like true crime discussion, right? And I could follow the documents. I follow the documents in Delphi. I'll follow them in Idaho 4. I have followed them through this case. They all led to one place in this case, too, actually. Chad and Lori. But with all that said, I appreciate the community that we've cultivated here. Joe and I do have overlapping communities. We know that. We appreciate each and every single one of you for coming in, listening to the stories that we present, and being a part of the conversation. Because to me, that's what it's all about. I'm not up here to hear myself talk. And I'm not up here to preach to the people and say, look what I know. No, I want to have discussions about the things. So I appreciate that you guys are appreciating the discussions as well. And for y'all chiming in and being a part of it. That's what makes it all worthwhile. All right, Lainey, I'm going to go too. I'll let you guys go. I will see you tomorrow. Joe, you be safe out there. Don't get sucked into any portals and don't look her in the eye.
All right.
Do not comment about how pretty her hair looks today.
I'm supposed to. Pokemon says I'm supposed to give a hair update.
Well, to us, not to Lori.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell Lori her hair looks pretty today. I said.
I shouldn't be winking at her.
No, don't look her in the eye. Don't get sucked into a portal, and don't tell her her hair's pretty. But you can come tell us all that.
All right.
We'll look forward to whatever you can present tomorrow, at whatever time you can get it to us. We know that you will. We may not see Joe until he gets out of court and goes live tomorrow evening. Are you planning on maybe doing an update tomorrow evening?
Yes, there will be right now. Yes, right now I'm planning a live co-stream with Trial TV Live.
Okay,
every day after court at
awesome
6 p.m. local. That'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay,
so 8 p.m. Eastern for me. Central for me. Perfect timing. I like to be done with all my stuff for the day and get up and be an old lady on my bed and just like lay there and watch shit. So I got something to do at night now. Thanks for that. Let's see. You need Lori deflection glasses, Joe. Hey, don't let Joe wear the Google glasses in there.
Right. No Google glasses, no mirrored glasses, because mirrors can create a portal.
True that. We can't. No slipping into the portals. Take some smudge, some sage. Like, take your pocket. I should have sent you some black tourmaline, man. You could have used a little chunk of that to walk in there in your pocket. You'll get searched at the courthouse, and everybody, sir, what is this? And you're gonna be like, "Oh, Lori protection. Step off."
Right.
Go get your own. You're gonna need it, Judge. The judge has probably got a big old chunk sitting up on his desk somewhere. All right.
Yeah.
We should have sent him some too. Okay. All right, guys. Again, thanks, Joe, for coming up. It's been great. I appreciate you. We all do. Your boots on the ground's efforts do not go unnoticed.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, everybody. I will see you tomorrow, and we'll look forward to these opening statements. They should be pretty
Thank you
wild.
all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to